And I believe, yes, we are live. Very good. Welcome, everybody, to today's event. It's the continuation of Grand Gettysburg, the second iteration, the second day of the battle. And Sean and Paul are with me again today, and we are very curious to see how this battle unfolds. There are a few changes that have happened overnight, and we will probably discuss them. Okay. Put the chat somewhere where I can see it. So to give everybody a little bit of an idea of what's going on, the Gobbler Day 2 hype, yes indeed. It currently seems to be 5 a.m. in the morning, second day of the battle. Both sides have consolidated their lines. We can very clearly see the blue Union lines expanding along those positions they held the day before. They have received reinforcements in form of 6th Corps over here, Sedgwick, and 5th Corps in the center, and it will be interesting to see how those get used. We can also see that the Confederate lines have dug in along the southern parts of Wolf Hill and Culp's Hill here and up to the center Emmitsburg Road. Not so much on their right though, because those forces obviously just arrived yesterday and didn't really have the time. They have relocated their cavalry though. We can see Stuart now on the Confederate far right wing, and he might try to move around the far left flank of the Union Army. What should be interesting too is that all units have, of course, kept their hit points, so to say, the losses they have suffered, displayed by these red markers. However, they don't have any more disruption, I think, although I see some over here on Brockenberg's brigade, Hef's division. Right, what else do we have? We have Buford coming up as reinforcements behind the Union left, and he's scheduled to arrive at 6:30 or 7 a.m. And Kilpatrick might also return to the battlefield after being repelled yesterday in the afternoon. And we have Robertson here, but we are not quite sure where he would arrive. That's, of course, depending on the operational pregame that both teams did. Okay, so Sean and Paul, what are your thoughts on this initial deployment on day 2?
It's interesting to me what the for both sides have done. The Union looks like when they brought their reinforcements on and deployed them overnight, that they're in something that might be a more defensive deployment. They've got 6th Corps over on their far right, looks like covering their right flank, and then 5th Corps in a center in a position to move wherever they need them to move. You could imagine other deployments they might have done. They might have, if they wanted to attack, moved those units up closer to the front where they were planning on attacking early in the day. So unless they're planning to attack on their far right, they're not really in a position to do that. It's interesting to me that the Confederates have deployed their forces far to their right on the Union left, potentially to, as you mentioned, John, to maybe try to get around the Union far left with cavalry. That's interesting, and at the end of the day, yesterday, it sounded like the Confederates were very concerned about the strength in their center. And I haven't taken a close look at their center, but looks like they might have something of of a double line up there. Double line of troops. Can't tell how strong it is, but south and southwest of Gettysburg, they've got looks like 2 lines of troops.
Right. Though their right wing is very thin. There are no reserves.
It was the 3rd Corps stretched all the way down. Where's the junction between Longstreet and Hill?
Let's find out.
They've created that line.
It's Pickett's division.
Okay, Pickett's over there now.
On the far, we have Hood here. So Longstreet is here. McLaws. Okay.
Okay.
And
So the Hill picks up in the center there. Okay.
Anderson here. Heath and Johnson. Yeah, so that's Hill's position still. And Lee is with him. On
Is that the Stuart's right behind that line there?
Stuart is forming the far end of the line.
That's how to pick it. Historically, the Confederates used to have thinner lines but tried to go longer, so our commanders have definitely gone historical on this one. The Union generally had shorter frontages with more depth. The Confederates tried to overlap the sides tactically, so well done. We've done another IKS triumph where we're conducting a historical tactics. I'm not sure we're doing it on purpose, but we'll take credit for it anyway.
Yeah, it might be interesting to hear, and maybe we can ask them to hear the plans of of Lee and Meade, at the very beginning. What do they think they're going to do today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should be interesting.
So I'm going to take a snap. And I'll look at my timer. Is it 5:39? My timer started a little slow, so we'll have to. Okay, if you look in the commentator channel, gentlemen, you can see there that this is the basic disposition of where we're at right now.
Yep.
All right.
Looks right.
I was in the Umpire channel earlier, and they had gotten first orders from Meade and Lee in terms of the overall plan. So just so you know.
Okay, shall we then maybe first talk to Lee and then afterwards to Meade? Let's jump to the Confederate command.
Dropping out, joining, and no one can find Waldo. If you guys want to go ahead and join your voice channels, we can go ahead and get things moving.
All right, good luck, gentlemen.
Fantastic.
Nick,
Ave Waldo.
Nick, when is my appointment to command the Union Army? What time is that?
Well, let's see. Day 3. Let's see if you reign victorious. Then it might be here in about 24 hours.
Okay, just because everyone's getting a turn commanding the Union Army, so I'm just wondering what my position in line is.
You're at the bottom of the list, so.
I want to send a dispatch to Meade and ask for his surrender.
Well, actually, I can keep you guys here, both of you, because I will be umpiring Stuart and Lee. So.
Oh boy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, yeah. you guys know how it works. We're not going to start just yet, but I can tell you that we are going to start the game at 5 a.m. So do with that
Oh, dear.
information whatever you would like.
Mm.
And orders will be at 5 a.m. So
Well,
I'll be back in
then
just a little bit. Stuart, get down to your voice channel, and it looks like the
Copy that.
commentators might want to have a word.
Okay.
General Lee,
Hello, Jan.
hello. So, we are just taking a look at the current deployments at the early morning of the day, and we were wondering about your overall plans for the day. What do you expect to accomplish?
Well, assuming that the Union doesn't disrupt things right at the get-go, we're hoping to establish a strong defensive line from the Wolf Hills all the way up Seminary Ridge. We have a pretty good established position on the left around the Wolf Hills. We just need to get one more division over there to fortify that. But Longstreet is spread out all the way across our right along this creek. I think it's called Willoughby Run.
Mhm.
And that's not going to make it easy for him to maneuver, especially if the Union decides they're going to try to attack him or Seminary Ridge right from the get-go. Honestly, I think that's perhaps a reasonable plan for them to do so. I don't know what strength they have in front of that position, but the fact that we're very spread out and can't quite defend it at the moment might endear a good strategy on their part, because they could cause a bit of chaos. If they give us a few hours, we're gonna be a lot more consolidated, and it's gonna be a lot tougher nut to crack. That being said, I don't know where the fresh Union corps are, if they've arrived on the field or not, and so I'm hoping that they might have arrived out of position, and the Union themselves are going to need to reposition themselves just like we are. But we will see, I suppose.
Very interesting. Okay, so a purely defensive approach today.
That's right. We're hoping that the Union we could break the Union against our lines, bloody them a bit, and then that'll set us up for a counterattack against them on day 3.
All right,
General, I see you've got some cavalry coming in a little bit later today. Any thought of what you might do with them?
We have one cavalry brigade that's going to go over to Westminster to destroy the supplies there and apply a little more pressure to Meade. The other one will be coming into Gettysburg. I don't think that Stuart believes they will be particularly fresh from their journey, but I'm hoping that once combined with his current command, he'll be able to either handle the Union cavalry, which has been harassing our rear on the 1st of July, or alternatively, we might be able to harass the Union flank if they come at us. It will really just sort of depend on the situation and how soon they arrive. Stuart is currently going to scout out their rear and see what they might be up to, but who knows what kind of information he'll find now.
All right, thanks very much.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day, unless we both decide to just stare at each other across the way, in which case it'll be a less interesting day.
We shall see. We shall see. Well, thanks a lot and good luck.
Thank you so much.
That's really the only choice he has, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Shall we directly talk to Meade, see what his approach is? If I can see him somewhere.
He's right below us. Meade voice is right below us.
Meade the third.
Meade the third.
Yeah. General Meade.
Hello.
Hello. How is it going? We were observing the deployments of the early morning and wondering about the general plan for the day.
Oh, as Marshall so effectively placed it in the memes channel, we're kind of playing hot potato with the General Meade position. So I have inherited the plan of the last Meade and felt it was good and didn't have the time to change it to mess with it to make it better. So the general plan is for 1st Division of 12th Corps along with 6th Corps to make a dawn attack on the Confederates' far left flank and try and force them out of those hills east of Rock Creek. That, however, is mainly a diversion. Though depending on success, it may become more. But the main force of our attack is for 5th Corps to move in behind 1st Division of 3rd Corps, and for the other division of 3rd Corps to be released to come up to join it. Those 2 corps to launch an attack on the southern end of Seminary Ridge, and to take the ridge and split the Confederate Army, allowing us to press off one of their corps, and either force the Confederates to evacuate the hills southeast of Gettysburg, or be surrounded and crushed upon them.
Okay. Sounds like a...
But we'll see how that goes.
Right, sure. Very interesting. Do you have intel about the current Confederate positions?
We know they're dug in on the hill east of Henry Spangler and on Cemetery Hill. We can also see them dug in on the place our dawn attack will fall. We can also tell that the enemy has troops running from Cemetery Hill, facing us down along the Willoughby Run to the Edie Plank Farm, and they have some cavalry across from 2nd Division of 3rd Corps. So I am deploying our own cavalry to relieve 3rd Corps, the 2nd Division of 3rd Corps.
Right, and I think that will then also concern Buford, who is scheduled to arrive soon.
Yes, I have prepared a message for Buford that I will post as soon as I get my first screenshot. But for the moment, I have direct command of the cavalry that's on the field. So, 2nd Cavalry Division is moving. Well, has been ordered to move. We'll see what they actually do.
All right, very good.
Well, that sounds like a interesting approach. We'll see how that plays out.
Yep, we'll see how it goes.
Good luck with that.
So it's to be Seminary Ridge today.
That is.
And Wolf Hill, right? They said they're going to launch an attack on their far right, the Union far right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the diversion, but I
mean, that's
I would definitely do the same thing. Take the 5th. Actually, I think the 6th and the 12th just keep the 6th and the 12th Union, keeping the 3rd and the 2nd Confederate busy, and take the 1st, 11th, 3rd, and 5th and go right up the ridge. And that puts the Confederates in a difficult spot.
Yeah, I was also thinking when, without knowing how they had redeployed overnight, that the Union might try and attack just to the west of Gettysburg. The terrain is good there, and the Confederates were weak at the end of the battle, and it'll be interesting to see how that goes. The plan for the Union far right, that'll be interesting too. The terrain there is really difficult, and the Confederates seem to be dug in. So we'll see how that, what difference that makes when they launch that attack.
Right. But I wonder what they're planning to do with Stuart, the Confederates.
He mentioned something about, I thought he mentioned something about trying to hit the Union rear. So maybe he will try a run around the Confederate, looping around the far right. It'll be interesting to see. It looks like the Union's going to have Buford coming up. Maybe we'll have a Stuart versus Buford fight in the morning.
Right. I put an image in the commentator chat of the plans. Oh, 500.
And there also was a relatively large cavalry battle historically near Gettysburg. Wasn't that the case?
Yeah, on the third day, East Cavalry Field, there was a big battle between it's Stuart and it was Gregg, I think it was, and Custer was a big part of that. And then there was also a South Cavalry Field. There was a smaller battle there on the third day.
Let's see if they started doing screens, or I wonder where they're at in the 0500. Okay. Okay.
I think this attack over here will be very interesting to watch. I mean, 6th Corps is the strongest Union Corps. It's completely fresh, and it will probably be supported by 1st Division 12th Corps here, which is also fairly fresh. Nonetheless, duck in positions, batteries in position here, rough going, woods, all that will make it a difficult operation. And Meade is with Cedric, okay.
Where is Gregg?
Where is Gregg? Gregg was the cavalry commander, right?
Cavalry commander for the Union. He was south in the center. He looks like he's still there. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, his units are really, except for one of them, it looks like he's really beaten up.
Look at his casualties. One of the things that I noticed was that the amount of actual casualties by percentage and then doesn't really match all the bloody red on these. Like if you look at those two, that one in the upper right hand corner that you have on the screen there, you would think that that's combat ineffective. So let's go down and look at that. Let's see, where's cavalry? Gregg's division. I'm now going to go down there. Just curious what they don't have. Actually didn't post casualties for Gregg, so let's go look at Pleasanton. Maybe didn't Pleasanton's. So I asked the umpires about it, and they said that it's 8% per step, if you will, or hit.
Okay.
Reduction. So if you look at 4, they didn't post any of the cavalry stuff here. Maybe in the command tent. Let me have a look. So if you look at each of if you look at each of those, that's 8% each. So 4, which looks like the entire counter is covered, is about a 25% loss. Completely destroying the unit. If I understand the way they explained it, so he's got 5 there actually, so that's pretty beat up.
Yeah.
So I can't remember. Is there a point where they actually take the counter off the board, or
I believe
It's the
so.
disruption is the brown squares are the disruption counters. And so as the disruption goes from 1 through 5, so you see a 1 there, that's right, yeah. As it gets up at a higher level, then the unit will rout at a certain point. So the red markers indicate remaining strength. That's in terms of people who've actually been injured or killed. The brown markers represent the cohesion that remains. So in the unit that Jan just scrolled over, you would have a 1 disruption with 16% loss of strength. The way that those two would work together, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, and I don't know if they've probably cleaned it up. I don't see any discarded pieces. What's this actually here? Is that the... Oh, that's Robertson's, the remnants of Robertson's cavalry.
There you go.
Interesting. Okay, but that won't make a big change then.
I think part of our gentle start today is that we're getting a handle on which players continued and which umpires, and there's a little bit of administration going on is what's going on right now. So,
Right.
Okay. I think the key is watching Hancock's division and corps in the south. When that starts moving, then things have kicked off. Sean, would you use the 6th to attack Wolf's Hill? If you were in the chair?
I'd wonder about that, because they're dug in difficult terrain. That seems to me to be a tough way to go. I do understand the Baltimore Pike. That's important to the Union. They don't want to lose that, right? Because that's theoretically the road to Washington, and they don't want Confederates' freedom of movement down that way. But we'll see how it goes. But it just seems difficult in terms of the terrain, and the Confederates are dug in. I might have been inclined to screen that position and then take 5th Corps and 6th Corps, or 5th Corps and part of 6th Corps, and make an attack somewhere. And up Cemetery Ridge, and then just west of Gettysburg might have been where I would have gone, because it looked like the Confederates were weak there. Although I guess they're on part of Cemetery Ridge, they're dug in, but just to the west, they looked weaker there at the end of the day yesterday.
So given the theater, where is the Confederate line, or in which direction is the Confederate line of retreat or line of communication?
Historically, it was up the Cashtown Pike, and that's where their army trains were at the end of the battle. They had moved when Lee decided he wasn't going to fight anymore. They had moved 2nd Corps, Ewell, in that direction, and that's ultimately how they withdrew. It was along the Cashtown Road, and then
in which cardinal direction wise, because this commentator didn't label the Cashtown Pike. So,
I'm sorry. That's to the northwest.
Okay, so
to the northwest.
We're on our map, it says Chambersburg Pike, but basically that's the direction of their line of communication. So if they're going to fall back, they're naturally going to fall there. So if this Sickles, Hancock, 3rd and 5th Corps effort in the west does cut that northwestern direction, they're actually sitting astride their line of communication.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think that would be a problem for the Confederates, because they ultimately they do want to get back to Virginia, and they would have a hard time. They'd have to keep fighting if that route was cut.
So historically, after Pickett's or Longstreet's assault, they still had actual control of that northwestern route, and so they through that way. Right,
and then they say they withdrew Ewell in that direction, and then they moved the trains off down the Cashtown Chambersburg Road, and then the Fairfield Road, and then covered their retreat with the mostly with cavalry. That's one place where Stuart, despite his poor performance and showing up late, did a very good job in covering the Confederate retreat. They're actually very effective in getting away, which is a difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can already see here Johnson's division being redeployed through Gettysburg, away from Culp's Hill. They are being shifted over to the east to reinforce Wolf's Hill even further.
Well, that may be the cataclysmic encounter today.
Yeah, maybe we need to investigate later with Sedgwick why they decided to stay in that position. Because I agree, as you said, it would have been wise to simply screen that position, feint an attack maybe to reinforce the assumption of the Confederates that this might be a strong point of attack, and then redirect them to the center and crush through the remnants of Hood's division. Is it right? Yes. Or in this general area west of Gettysburg. And we also see Buford arrive.
Is he early?
Seems to be an early arrive, yes.
Really?
Some good luck on the part of the Union.
He's coming up toward the Peach Orchard. Which, remind me the cavalry number of Buford. Is it 1st Cav?
Yes, 1st Cavalry Division.
Got it. All right.
Very interesting.
He's roaring in a Dodge Ram truck. That's a stone skipping on the water twice there from the movie Gettysburg. But anyway, take the arrow out. Nichols, if the third, has an interesting problem on his hands. If Stuart, should we ask Stuart his intentions today, because he's a colorful player, our own Marshal. What do you guys think of that?
Sure.
Whilst we wait.
Let's go ahead and have a chat with him.
The game time is still 0500, right, Jan? If you just pop, if you look.
Yes. Although
They actually moved Stuart down. They moved Stuart down to the bottom. So,
yes, because he personally is over here. He isn't with Lee, anyways.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's go there.
Hey guys.
Hello, General Stuart.
How's it going? I'm writing a newspaper article about myself because it's the only way I'm going to get my name in the papers at this rate.
Excellent.
Although self-promotion has never been your strong suit, sir.
No, it hasn't, but I'm going to try anyway. How's it going, guys? What's the scoop?
We see where you're at. We were just wondering what your thoughts for or plan was for the day.
Oh, now, why are you pitching the hard questions at me? Are you pitching these hard questions at everyone else, or are you just picking on me?
Just you.
Yeah, a plan? What is a plan? All right. Yeah, I do have a plan, and it's a heck of a plan. I've been given a lot of orders from Lee, and so, in fact, some of them are kind of contradictory in spirit. First of all, I was told to detach a brigade and a battery to Longstreet because I guess Longstreet needs it more than I do. Then I was told to dispatch vedettes on all of the roads. So I sent out 8 sets of vedettes to go down all of the main little highways radiating out from Gettysburg and to see what they can see, make contact with the Union, and report back. So that way we have eyes in all directions. Then the third thing I was told to do is to scout and probe the enemy's rear. And I very much want to do that because I want to disrupt or spoil any effort they're going to make to attack. And in particular, I suspect, and I had this conversation with General Lee overnight, that they're going to attack Seminary Ridge, because looking at the map from my perspective, that is where we are weakest. That is where the high ground advantage is essentially negated, because they get to attack the ridge edge on instead of straight on. And that's where I would expect them to stack up and attack. So what I am hoping to do, my plan, is to get behind that stack that I would anticipate is there and create confusion and disruption in the enemy rear so that they're unable to make that attack. And I have one more assignment on top of that, which is to then go deal with Pleasanton's cavalry, which is apparently off map somewhere to the northeast. So yeah, I've got a lot to do. I have less material to do it with. But you know, just as I saved the army yesterday, I'm going to save them again today.
How will you get from the rear of the enemy lines to the northeast or northwest, or what you just said?
Well, my friend, that is the $10,000 question. You know, that's the big money question. That's the daily double, Alex. I need to, I'll have to backtrack. I'll have to reverse course and go back out the way I came. So this is really an armed reconnaissance or reconnaissance in force that I'm conducting. Once I have kind of a sense of where they're concentrated and what they might be up to, and I can report that to Lee, I'll be free to backtrack and then swing all the way around the army back to Gettysburg and then head off to the northeast. It's going to take hours, but it's the only way I can do two things at once, which is I can't. I have to do this first and put my energy into this, and then I've got to turn around and do that other job. But that other job is a lower priority. We are not too afraid of enemy cavalry attacking from the rear. I've got 2 more cavalry brigades that are on their way to Gettysburg. They can kind of cover, and we are aware of enemy cavalry in the area, so we have prepared by posting infantry reserves to the rear, so they can also help deal with that should he appear. So that's the plan.
Okay.
And I'm supposed to eat lunch somewhere and all of that. I have no idea how I'm going to get lunch. So.
No rest for the weary.
You're right. You know, no rest for the wicked, I tell you. So there we have it.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. I need to find a mailbox to put this article in and hope someone publishes it. All right. Well, good luck, guys.
Thank
you know where to find me.
Sure.
You got it. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, a multifaceted mission for a multifaceted man.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I think his commanding general is asking a little, maybe a little too much of General Stuart, but he sounds like he is up to giving it a try.
He's up for it.
It'll be interesting to see. We might see a Buford Stuart fight right away with his.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that Buford is being reenacted by the same player who played Kilpatrick the other day. So we might see some aggressive cavalry play there from the Union again. And Achilles is in the chat and he says, fascinating, on day 2 they are going to have the cavalry do its day 1 job. Well, yeah.
We see 5th Corps is starting to march down the road, heading to the
movement,
heading to the Emmitsburg Road from their center position.
Right. And also the remnants here of Greg's cavalry division are now heading westwards, probably trying to link up with Buford.
Yeah.
So that's the first opportunity of the day to create a traffic jam.
What is the Greg's moving this way? What's the game time show, Jan?
Game time still, now it's 5:20.
5:20. Okay, good.
Yep.
Right. I'll go ahead and catch a snap of that.
Is that 6th Corps moving up on the right? I think it is.
Yeah, so there's artillery bombardment starting all over the place, and they seem to be developing the flank a little bit further. And also apparently Williams is moving in with his division. So is Sedgwick on the server? Can we have a word with Sedgwick? Let's see. 2nd Corps, 3rd Corps, 5th Corps, 6th Corps. I don't see any channels other than the command tent in 6th Corps.
Yeah. Oops. I find Sykes.
Let's see if that is just a permission thing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Sedgwick either.
But we are seeing the channel, so okay.
Yeah, just the one, not the other, the player channels.
Okay.
I just asked Nick. Okay, the text channels are appearing at least. And there I see Sedgwick voice, but there's nobody in there. Sedgwick, Howe, and Newton. Okay.
We have the division commanders, but not the head cheese.
Maybe he's just been served breakfast or something.
Right, with maybe he and Stuart are having an egg. Checking their press releases. What do you make of giving the cavalry so many different missions? I can see the rationale for doing that, and this is all the stuff I want done, but
I think he can only be in so many places at once, right? Even if he spreads his troopers out. So I would think that Lee would have wanted to give him priorities.
Right.
Say, this is most important, and it looks like he's moving his people, southward along the creek there, along Willoughby Run,
Right.
and
There's some more coming down.
yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens over here.
Did we talk to Buford? Why did Buford show up early?
I don't know. We
I'm
can.
not sure Buford. I'm not even sure Buford would know. General John Buford is down there by himself in his voice channel and looking awful lonesome.
Where is he? Where is he? Okay, let's jump down there.
Good.
Good morning, General Buford. Are you with us?
Hello.
There you
Yeah,
are.
I'm here.
Sure. You've arrived early on the battlefield. Do you know the reasons for that? Did you hurry your troops through the night?
Well, I don't know that,
Okay.
but at least I'm here. So,
Right. And have you received orders already for the day?
I didn't receive any orders, so I'm going to investigate that right now. But I will leave my cavalry corps here to rest and reserve,
Mm-hmm.
and I will go get some orders. And if I don't get any orders, I will do my own thing.
Right. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay.
And what would your own thing be, General?
My own thing, I think that's just some assumptions I'm making. So, but I think the front line is probably already established, so it would be harder to get around behind their flanks like that, like I did on day one. So I'm gonna have to investigate where I can do things. But I walked along the, what road was it again? Emmitsburg Road, and near the river I saw no Confederates, so maybe in the west I can go across the river and attack up north. But I'm gonna have to see what's there.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Well, thanks a lot and good luck with that today.
Yeah, thanks. And I wish you a well commentary, I guess.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck.
The legend speaks.
The legend speaks, right. Well, so that's interesting. He arrives, has not received his orders yet, is going to leave his division here and try to find Meade to receive any orders.
Right.
So he might not even be with his forces when they encounter Stuart in the
When
way.
they encounter Stuart, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting.
This,
I see some of his units have damage on them. Do you know where that came from?
That must have been from the operational part of the game. What's that? Wolverine Brigade. I'm not quite sure.
okay. All he sees, I'm just looking at his channel right now. All he sees is he's on the road heading north.
Mm-hmm.
So he has no indication of what's about to hit him from the west. But yes, he does have damage.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of
Yeah,
indecision
in his
terrain
channel,
here.
let's see what it says. General John.
Okay, certainly
There's no
something to keep an eye on. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no indication in his channel why there's damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let's see. Zeke writes, I believe Buford was involved in delaying some portion of the Confederate Day 1 arrival. Probably Pender.
Okay. Okay.
So I do see Reynolds marching. Sorry, not Reynolds. Hancock marching west, northwest, and Buford coming up. There's a screen. Look where Stuart is. Okay, so yeah, Buford's cavalry is going to be the. Hopefully, Buford's cavalry doesn't go too north on behalf of the Union, right? So if Buford leads them north in a quest for figuring out what's going on, he's going to leave that flank exposed there.
Right.
Yeah, for their sake, hopefully he will find General Meade or somebody from Meade's headquarters who can tell him.
Go over to the Willoughby Run and screen it. So
yeah.
right, or the nefarious Stuart will end up in the rear area, creating mayhem and writing dispatches to the local newspaper along the way. And so, I appreciate the fact that the cavalry in the last game and in this one, so often we talk about it being misapplied. It played a very interesting role in day one, and certainly shaping up to be what could be a grinding infantry fight today. It could actually change the dynamic of that quite a bit if Stuart is able to get back in that rear area. So you think of what Meade and his corps commanders will see if suddenly there's Confederate cavalry in the rear tearing the place up. That'll slow them down quite a bit.
Although it looks like some of Buford's guys at least.
Oh, look at that. You're right. Yep.
West.
Yeah, and there's also infantry being redirected to secure the flank here by Howard.
There you go, Howard's corps. Yeah, there you go. Okay. We go ahead and.
Or maybe not.
Sickles, I mean Sickles. Howard of Sickles. I'm gonna pull Howard. There you go. And then Hancock's.
Yeah, why is Howard actually here? That's another. I mean, he Howard did some.
Howard himself is down there in Sickles' core area. Is that right?
Yes, those are all Sickles units here.
Okay.
Third corps, yeah. And then Howard.
I wonder, did Meade say that Howard was given the mission to screen west, and he's down there checking it out? Maybe that's the.
Maybe. But his own forces are over here, a little bit further to the north.
General Howard is helping General Sickles.
Right. Well, more hands lighten the load. Is that the old phrase? Where is Greg going? Greg's kind of heading up in that direction.
Yeah, it seems like Greg might have been killed or something, because Meade mentioned that he has direct command over those forces. So I guess he has just ordered them.
Might be a player adjustment, right?
Right. Yeah. So okay. They'll have to try to pass through 5th Corps somehow, or wait until they have passed.
I'm showing Stuart way down there. Stuart is much further south. Got it. Buford.
Yeah, it looks like Stuart and Buford are getting ready to face off here.
There you go, a little. If you think about the historical lines of this battle in terms of just the sheer distance, this simulation of it is much broader, right? Because there was a button, basically a fish hook around Gettysburg and Seminary Ridge, and now we've got Stuart way down there, Buford coming over there.
Yeah, farther to the southwest.
Much more of a freewheeling enterprise. Has there been any other interesting movement on the other parts of the field that I can capture in this? Everyone else kind of looks the same, right?
There's more. It looks like there's more Union troops closing in on their far right and the Confederate far left.
Well, they are preparing for the attack apparently.
Yep.
Crossing Rock Creek here. What I find interesting though is that if they decide to do this attack, why is the reserve artillery not with them to support that? They are being shifted over here. I mean, it makes sense if you want to prepare a breakthrough west of Gettysburg, but this seems to be committing to two main thrusts seems unwise to me.
What's the game time on the board? Jan, if you can pop it real quick.
Still 5:20. I guess they have to update that.
At 5:30 in the thing. Okay, good. I have a new image in the file now.
Oh, here we're getting close between Stuart and Buford.
This will give. Stuart's come across the line.
Yeah.
Across the creek. Okay,
Yep.
good. Well, now our young man Buford will have a solidness of purpose that fits his position.
And Stuart is in a bit of a pickle there, in a disadvantaged position.
Yep.
Coming up that hill, and with the
Uphill.
will be run in the rear.
With infantry to his north, east, and it looks like he's somewhat outnumbered in cavalry to his east. And
And
Stuart's
some of
channel
Stuart's
too.
units are still injured from yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. Update to. So Stuart's 5:20 update shows him still west of the river. So what we're seeing is the Umpire's prepping the 5:40 turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this might very quickly turn the situation on its head. If Stuart gets destroyed here, then
Right.
Buford has an opportunity to maybe, as he said, he wants to look for weak points or for positions to get around the flank. That might be the window of opportunity then.
He could cross the Willoughby Creek himself, go up, and then start to harass Pickett.
Yeah.
Which would tie Pickett down, and then it would just flip it around to where the Union then can move up Seminary Ridge unencumbered. I'm just looking at the voice channels. I see that Howard is down with Buford right now.
Yeah. Now the question is, does Howard know what the plan is, and can he relay that to Buford?
It would be probably too optimistic to think that Howard has the plan. But this is, after all, Kriegsspiel. You know? So, we can only hope. Okay. I'm going to go listen into that conversation.
Mhm.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to go grab myself another cup of coffee, Jan. I'll be back in just a
Sure.
minute.
Yeah. Okay, what do we have in the chat here? Gettysburg Day 1 Buford Syndrome. Every Cav commander that plays Gettysburg always tries to do a Buford on day 1. This time Stuart is actually here, but instead of having him do what he did not do at Gettysburg, they have him do a Buford day 1. Well, I don't know if you watched through. I know we have discussed that on the podcast or after the podcast briefly. If you watched through the whole day, I think Buford, Stuart, even though he was, I think he was lucky in that position, did delay the Union arrival quite heavily. Made more of an impact than he should have, probably. But I think, yeah, this is a very interesting situation. I mean, the cavalry. I don't think the cavalry was specifically ordered to move here by their commander. They probably just had vedettes on their flanks, even though I'm not quite sure if this terrain with all these fences is suitable to send any, but somebody waved a flag at them and cried, "Look, there's Stuart coming," so they were able to quickly occupy the high ground. And might just have been that they assembled here and rested there and waited for their commander to talk to army command. But that's the things that happen in Kriegsspiel. Okay, we see no bombardment whatsoever by Pickett's forces over here, which is interesting. What's this? The 2nd Brigade, 3rd Corps is pushed forward in the pizza farm there, under artillery fire, probably.
Okay. So the explanation is that the player who's playing Howard today was actually chosen to be Meade II's chief of staff. Meade II is ill, so Meade III gave him Howard's brigade. But he has the knowledge of the chief of staff, so he's making sure the plan is did. That's why General Howard is riding around. So that makes sense. They made the comment that some player shifts have made the command and control of the Union dynamic today.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
But now the mission is that Buford is to screen to Willoughby Creek all the way to the west and south. So there's no doubt that he's going to mix it up with Stuart here shortly. That's actually his mission now.
Very interesting.
By 6 a.m., we're probably going to see a pretty sharp cavalry fight to the west. looks like a three duel in the center.
Mm-hmm. Right. And over on the right as well, and at least over here at the Taney Farms, the Confederates have superiority in numbers of guns. They did, if I'm not mistaken, they did restore some of the batteries that were lost the day before because the Union did not advance and capture them.
Right. I noticed that the umpire channel is it only has one umpire in it, so the umpires are out giving reports, no doubt. So we're probably going to flip to either 5:40 or 6 a.m. here shortly.
So it looks like we're just about to see an infantry engagement on the far right, that the Union infantry is behind a thin line of trees at the moment.
Yep, that is Newton's division over here. 1st and 3rd Brigade with 2nd in reserve.
So the 5:40 reports are out.
Very good. Yeah, Johnson is making progress there through town.
Sean, when you umpire, do you line things up like this? Just when I think about historical kind of reports of different regiments and their positions, and I look at this, how linear this all is. This looks quite orderly. What's your take on it as somebody who's fresh to this format?
You mean in terms of what how the umpires are sort of resolving the orders that they're getting?
Just stylistically, it all looks incredibly linear. So I'm looking at it and saying, I'm wondering if it looks like a marching band's coming out for a football game,
Yeah, I think, I think they would probably, historical armies would have been trying to do that they,
Yeah.
The regular geometry makes it easier for the commander to deal with, to understand,
Right.
Where his guys are. And the guys who are marching along the road, like you see 5th Corps in the middle there, strung out along a road. I think that, that makes sense if you're using one road to get somewhere, that's where they would be. And then presumably when they go to make their attack, they're going to shake out into a combat deployment, like you see some of the other units in the center there are deployed in line, and they have maybe a double line there. Yeah, I think that it makes sense to me. I mean, I think that's what the commanders would want to do, and I think that it looks like the umpires are implementing their wishes.
Yeah. So these pieces are what? They're abstractions anyway, right?
Half brigades, right? Is that right,
Yeah.
Jan?
I believe so. There should always be 2 pieces
in other words,
per brigade. Yeah.
The somewhat
or is it
misaligned,
even 3?
The somewhat misaligned placement of regiments that you see historically you can't really achieve because you got one piece that represents two to three regiments. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. But yes, here's the first wave of attack is going in.
Oh, they're going in.
There you go. There you go. Time to update the. Now, is the second right on Wolf's Hill? Was that attack literally up the hill?
I think that is Wolf's Hill, where the Confederates are deployed. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And which division is that? Because I'm going to put you all up here.
3rd Division is going in, and they are facing Rhodes Division.
Right. Bring this 6th in. All right, we'll do a little map update here shortly.
What else do we have?
Anything else?
Well, it looks like the 5th Corps starting to shake out at the head of its line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is Pickett moved, or is Pickett just going to stay there? I guess Pickett's just going to stay, right?
From what we see right now, he just holds his position. Let's see what's going on with the cavalry here. Okay, so Stuart has deployed. There's no attack going on. Also brought his artillery in a position and is sending out 3 half brigades of cavalry to potentially threaten the enemy flank.
Okay.
No, and the Union brings the horse artillery forward. Or does it? Well, the Umpires are moving the
all the way
pieces
to the
around.
edge of the
We'll
map.
see how that goes.
Well, I think Buford is very well positioned to achieve his objective of keeping Stuart from his nefarious ends.
Yeah.
So that's good for the Union there. Not good for Lee. It's a long road from Stuart being there and exploring the northeast of the position. Right? So in terms of what he can accomplish, got a lot on his to-do list.
Move behind the enemy center and then break through to the northeast.
Right. Reconnaissance in a lot of force. 40 in the commentator channel. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think Stuart has any chance against this position.
No.
I mean, who knows? Lucky die rolls, morale, contingency, and the uncertainty of war and all that, but still. It also
Even if
looks
he
like
prevails against Buford, he's not going to have any momentum to harry the 5th, which is really the thing that's going to save Seminary Ridge, is if he was able to slow the 5th down, but the 5th's basically going to be able to conduct its mission without any interference from him, so that nullifies that. So I mean, look at where the 5th is. It's already up. There's no way Stuart.
Right.
It's highly unlikely Stuart is going to reach up there to the 5th and cause any problems there. So, well, actually, I'm going to make a note of that. So,
yeah, it will be interesting to see how quickly Stuart realizes what's going on.
right. Okay, you can see the after action review video taking shape in the commentator text channel. Because I'm just going to be in assembly mode.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that YouTube lags, as far as I know, that they don't have a highlight function. When you're streaming to Twitch, you can put a hotkey, or if you have a Stream Deck or something, you can have one button be the highlight button, and then while you're streaming, you just hit that button, and afterwards you can go into the video, and then all these markings will be there, which is very convenient.
Twitch grew out of gaming, right?
Yes.
Twitch grew out of doing this kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
look at Oh, now Stuart's really in a pickle. He's
Howard's
actually being
boys
attacked
going
by the
after him?
infantry.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And,
not good.
not just a few.
I don't. I don't think that's a newspaper article that Stuart's going to want to be written.
Oh,
Oh, that is not good. And he's stuck across the creek
Mhm.
as well.
Mhm.
And he has, sadly, he has Sam Miller as the cavalry commander. I think it's a tough day for Stuart and the gang. Well, despite the Union's difficult command and control situation, that's really well played. Now, who's coming down the road? Is that Greg's
Yes.
cavalry coming down the road?
remnants of Greg's guys.
I think even more problems for.
What is going on here in the center? Looks like
Oh, they got some artillery fire.
we have the
They
artillery
either got
and
drove,
the infantry's
they were even driven back or being pulled back.
pulling back. Yeah, Reynolds is pulling back. Or the infantry is trying to evade the artillery, but it seems to be
Right.
a coordinated effort.
Looks like they're pulling behind that hill. Oh, what's going up the hill there? Oh, more artillery.
More
Guns.
artillery to counter the enemy.
Have more guns coming up the road there.
And is that historically a thing? I know from Napoleonics that often there would be a counter battery fire developing, but the overall emphasis would rather be to have the artillery deny certain areas to enemy infantry and cavalry, or prepare an attack on an infantry position. How's that during the American Civil War? Is it rather artillery duels, or is it more focused on achieving operational success?
Well, at Gettysburg, the Confederates tried to suppress the Union artillery before they launched Pickett's charge. Right, that was sometimes described as the largest artillery bombardment of the Civil War. I don't know whether that's right or not, but it was they did everything they could, but they weren't able to do it. They were shooting at somewhat long range, and their ammunition was limited, and with the Union position on the hill, a lot of the Confederate fire went high, and impacted behind the Union troops on the ridge. So they weren't able to do it, but they did try.
Part of the story there was that the powder charges that the Confederates got came from a different arsenal.
Is that right?
And they were stronger than they had expected, and so that they literally were overshooting because they had calibrated for the wrong type of powder charge.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because they were hitting Meade's headquarters. Meade was sort of on the backstop,
right.
On the ridge, and they were hitting his headquarters. He had to leave the house that he was staying in.
Yeah.
And, there were some casualties in the yard around that. So.
Interesting.
Oh, they got a lot of Union guns coming up now.
Is that your reserve artillery, or just artillery they've had?
That should be it's the reserve artillery.
There you go.
Oh, and okay, so let's have a look
here. Up there?
McLaws is moving eastwards, opening a gap right next to the still very disrupted Hut's division. Huh.
That's interesting. Well, we'll see what happens when 5th Corps makes its attack.
They've also pulled back the artillery here. Wow. Meanwhile, the assault.
Going in.
Going in, yeah. And from the let's have a look at the
First line's taking some damage.
yeah. Although it seems about equal, but the attackers are much more disrupted here. 6, 5, 4, 4.
Well, that was predictable.
Right. But I would have assumed that the Confederates have a bit of a stronger hold there, but they were hit also pretty badly. Okay. And it will take some time for Johnson to move over there and reinforce that position.
What is Johnson doing? Which way is Johnson moving? Toward the center?
Johnson is moving away from the center to move over eastwards to Wolfhill.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's what Lee said when we spoke to him for the first time, that he was pulling out a division to send that over to reinforce the far left.
Which weakens the center, right? Because Johnson's coming from AP Hills.
Absolutely, yes. And now with this movement of Anderson, or McLaws rather, so they are stacking the central position south of Gettysburg. Well, yeah, I mean, they don't know where. They might by now know that 6th Corps is over on the Union right, but they don't know where 5th Corps is.
Who do we talk to once this term resolves, you think?
Maybe. I mean, so Stuart would be definitely someone to talk to, and then the commanders on the Far East.
The East will be interesting, I agree. Is Achilles in the stream? Are there any comments on the stream?
No new comments. Achilles was just talking about his most favorite thing, cavalry.
Right. He has a one-tracked mind, but it's a wonderful track. Been some really fascinating variety in the recruitment channel. The ICAST is really stepping out. It's been great. This, of course, being Grand Gettysburg, but we're seeing World War I, seeing the Ottoman Turks versus the kind of rebirth of the Mongol Empire. I mean, in the 1402 Battle of Ankara. It's really been great watching all the different games come up over there.
Absolutely.
Wide variety of wars and battles to choose from.
85,000 in the database. We certainly have a few to choose from, but it's good. A lot of these new ambitious umpires are taking on different. Obviously, Napoleonic and ACW is quite popular amongst gamers, but you can see some really creative and exciting new games coming.
No, that's great.
But that's my promotional message in this.
Yeah, I'm wondering, we don't really have like a database that lists all the games ever run, which is a bit of a shame, but
Even just the list that we did of the Saturday games is astonishing in its breadth. So
oh, yes.
To put together the games that are run on by post, which is much less visible because it's happening on other servers usually, it would be fascinating.
Wondering how we could technically solve that. Maybe we need to. Should be possible to create a webhook that pulls all the messages from the recruitment channel and puts them into Google Sheets or something.
Yeah. Because all roads lead through the recruitment channel, so that would be a place where that's where everyone finds the game. So yeah.
Right.
I don't know if I'm sure there's some very smart on this that's created a way to use a large language model to go through Discord and give a summary beyond my meager ChatGPT skills.
Well, I mean, we can. I know that not all the recruitment posts are still in the recruitment channel, but we could do the tools to download all the content in text form from a channel, or we could feed that into ChatGPT or some other LLM.
Right. Now, what is Stuart trying to do there? Get 3 squadrons around the edge.
Still trying to get free, I guess.
Yeah, trying to attack the enemy flank, but we'll probably run into the guns.
Yeah, right.
And
you got Greg coming down as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did see. Yeah, and he is sending forces away as he was ordered. So
those are probably heading up to the northeast or the
maybe. All those are. I think he mentioned sending a battery and 2 units to Longstreet or someone.
Right.
I believe so. Yeah. So
okay.
Lee's over here with Hood.
Oh, he is looking over on the west side of the battlefield.
Longstreet should be around as well. And I guess that will also be interesting to have a chat with Lee about this movement here in the center.
I guess that gap in the Confederate line looks ominous, but really, they could move units into it faster than the Hancock can get up.
Yeah.
At the end of the world.
Yeah, I guess the main issue is that Hood's division and what's this here, and Pickett's are pretty beaten up from the first day.
Yeah. What are they doing there? They're spreading them out. Well, that's interesting right there.
Cavalry counter
The
march.
more Lee thins out that center on the seminary or that seminary ridge, the more precarious things become for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when they launch 5th Corps, Union 5th Corps.
They have the 0600 screenshots are out now.
Okay, then shall we have a word with Stuart?
Let's have a word with some folks. Let me get in the commentator channel for a minute here so I can get us documented in our journeys. Where are we headed first?
Stuart first.
Yeah.
All right.
General Stuart.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going all right. Did you have a word with the editor?
No, I've got to tell you that Gettysburg out here in the rural area, the mail service sucks.
Yeah.
Next time you'll have to bring your personal correspondent with you.
Right? I need to find one and say, come on with me. You can get your name in the paper too.
So it looks like your situation has changed a little bit. What's going on?
Well, war. Battle. That doesn't bother me. I don't want to bog down here. That's kind of my concern. I've got my little screenshot, and what it indicates is that we are somehow, for some reason, engaged with enemy infantry, which was never my intent. Now, I don't know if that infantry has advanced or if we have pushed forward, but that was not supposed to be the case at all. In any case, the next move is very simple. It's get the hell out. We're going to try to again pull back to the south, flank around towards the east, probably head for the Emmitsburg Road, and then resume our operation. So we're not here to defend or hold the flank per se. We're here to scout the flank and then scout the enemy rear. And if we get into a firefight here, well, we're not doing that. So we need to stop doing what we're not supposed to be doing and do what we're supposed to do. It's very simple.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. How do you like that? How's everybody doing on I guess you can't really tell me, huh?
Everybody's doing
Wouldn't be
great.
fair.
That would make us pretty poor commentators if we started going around telling everybody how everybody else was doing, Marshall.
Leaking information.
Now, come on. Nobody accused Wolf Blitzer during Desert Storm of being a poor commentator. That guy was brilliant. You know? All right. Well, fair enough then. Fair enough. The darn press, I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're just gonna, get out of this position, try to get around to the south before the walls close in on us. If we have to, we'll fall back. We're not gonna sacrifice our command. This is not a hill I want to die upon, quite literally. So.
Right. Okay.
Alrighty.
All right, guys. Let's jump to Lee. I would think.
All right. Give Lee my regards.
Will do. Will do.
Will do.
You done measuring up. You're done.
Gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Best regards from General Stuart. We see a lot of movement going on in the center and the center right, shifting towards Gettysburg. Is that the planned reinforcement of the center, or are you reacting to a specific situation?
That is the planned reinforcement of the center. General Hill requested that Anderson be relieved, so we are moving McLaws into his position, and we're going to move General Hood closer to the town of Gettysburg to act as a reserve. I don't necessarily know if the attack will come down the center or the left, or possibly both, but as of the moment, Pickett has reported that nobody is in front of him. So I am inclined to not keep our troops there. Originally speaking, our defensive line was going to be sort of angling along the Seminary Ridge. So I'm I'm comfortable moving it in that direction, even if we don't necessarily follow that plan exactly. But there's no point to keeping our troops positioned on the right here if we're not attacking. That was a consideration that we thought of, but I don't think Longstreet has the strength to pull. Sorry, I don't think First Corps has the strength to pull it off. It's really unfortunate that Longstreet was injured on July 1st, but we will make do.
And are you also planning to pull Pickett out of his current position then?
Correct. We'll have Pickett move over to the rest of his command along Seminary Ridge.
All right. Okay, very good. Have you meanwhile identified where the enemy reinforcements might have come up?
We have reports of 2 fresh corps, one in front of Rhodes, so I imagine they came up the Baltimore Pike, or at least somewhat near that. And the other one is coming up the Taneytown Road. It's pretty interesting that we managed to actually discover that information so early. So I imagine that the attack will come down one of those 2 avenues. If I were to guess, based on what I see, I would imagine that the attack would focus primarily on Wolf Hill, because that's where the Union strength lies. It's possible that that's not going to be the case, and they're going to use time to reposition themselves towards the center or the left, in which case we will just adapt to the situation. But I do not currently know what is Ewell facing exactly, other than 1 fresh corps of Union infantry.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
It's certainly a fun game. Things got started earlier today on the 2nd of July. It's gotten hot.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good
Thank
luck.
you so much.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah, very,
So he's
very.
thinking it's going to be in the east.
That is yeah, that's interesting. He may be guessing right. It looks like the Union attack's going in there, and we'll see. The interesting question might be to see whether they overcommit in any way with what Fifth Corps is doing, but we'll see what happens.
Mm.
The 2nd Cavalry is coming down the Emmitsburg Road. 1st Cavalry and edge of Sickles is, and then Pickett's coming back across. Is that, did I catch that right?
Yeah, Pickett has not moved yet, but he is also, or I guess he started moving. Well, no, those batteries are also McLaws. But Pickett will receive the order very soon, I guess, to leave his positions and come over to Seminary Ridge as well. Currently, it's McLaws moving over, and Hood's division.
So first, Howard, Reynolds, and Hancock are all relatively the same, right? Although they pulled back a little bit, right?
Yes.
So they pulled back a little.
Let's see here.
Just really adjusted to get out of the
Howard is
artillery
here.
fire.
Reynolds is with
But the 12th is still down over here.
And Hancock is here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So pretty stable. And then there, Howard's.
Okay, so yeah, well,
there. Howard's is Howard's up against the. Yeah, that.
It looked like Howard was up in the center. Is that right?
let's see. That's Reynolds here with the main gun. Then it's the battery. Then it's Hancock here and Howard, yeah, center left. In front of the 5th Corps.
Corps coming up. Okay. All right, Buford down there. Everything else. All right, so everything's developing that way. So we're going to go ahead and get a picture of that.
Looks like the Confederates are collecting troops in front of Gettysburg.
Yeah.
In the center.
Which creates an interesting situation. I think it's the right decision to pull these beaten up forces back. The question will then be, I mean, the Confederates have McLaws here, which is in very good shape, and I think some of Anderson's should also be, his division is alright. Anderson, it's a mixed bag.
Is the game time still showing 6 a.m. or 6:20?
6 a.m. But will these reserves actually manage to, like, how will they impact the situation when the Union launches the main assault of 5th Corps, and I assume also 11th Corps? And when will the Union realize that Pickett is leaving, and what are they going to do about it?
Did you end up with Pickett reinforcing where the Seminary Ridge, right?
Yes. So they could potentially try to push up towards the crossing point here and try to slow him down or prevent that movement.
Right.
And then especially if they, what we assume, win that cavalry fight, will Buford then hunt him down?
But here's a thought. When you have these large engagements and you have a plan, in this case to have your primary effort attack Seminary Ridge, and you see the situation start to develop, there's kind of two approaches to it. One is like, oh, well, let's change the plan and kind of swing across Willoughby Creek and do a flanking maneuver or something like that, where there's certainly an IKS habit to change the plan. But really, in order to keep the momentum, you just have to keep on the plan. You know, and even though Pickett's moving up there, you just got to drive up Seminary Ridge and see if you can make it happen. Because otherwise, you're going to create so much sideways motion, you're not going to get anything done.
Oh, correct.
Right. I mean, because for the Union now to cross Willoughby Creek, move up, try to cross back over and create some sort of outcome there or some sort of decision, it's too much. You're not going to get anything done.
Yeah, that's sort of what happened on the first day, right? You had the fighting there along the Fairfield Road with the Confederates coming south, and they did eventually push all the way down, and you know, Union 3rd Corps and 11th Corps retired from there, but it wasn't decisive because there was so much ground to cover.
And so talk a little bit about that. I'm just going to mark the time here. Talk about the second day and what happened and what the Confederates tried to develop on the second day. Because the second day of Gettysburg historically was a little slower in the action. It was just basically trying to probe each into the lines. We could talk through the historical situation.
Yeah, what Lee did, early in the morning, he reconnoitered the Union positions, and he ended up getting something of an erroneous report that his scouts thought that the Union left was in the air, so to speak, down the Emmitsburg Road. Didn't realize that the Union was up on Little Round Top and up on Cemetery Ridge that far south. And so Lee's plan was to send 1st Corps around on a right hook, so to speak, and attack up the Emmitsburg Road and roll up the Union flank, sort of the way they did at Chancellorsville. And he put that plan in motion, and it was slow to develop. The Confederates started to move south to deploy to make their attack, and at one point they reversed course and then reversed back. There was some indecision as to what they wanted to do or who was going to lead the attack, and so they got in a position and they didn't step off till I think it was around 3:30 in the afternoon, and then they launched the attack through the peach orchard and the wheat field, and ultimately in the far right into Little Round Top. And then the Union was, Sickles was deployed too far forward. And so the attack worked, sort of collapsed the Union Third Corps. And then the Union was scrambling to send reinforcements that way, taking units from 5th Corps, 2nd Corps, 12th Corps, and just sort of feeding them in as best they could. With 5th Corps sort of acting as a single unit, but 2nd Corps was also defending part of Cemetery Ridge, and 12th Corps was coming over from Culp's Hill, elements of 12th Corps. So it's sort of a scramble. And then the Confederates had a attack that was supposed to go in on the Confederate left with Ewell, but it went in very late, and maybe around 7 p.m. if I recall, and made some progress, get up on, close and almost on to East Cemetery Hill, but then darkness fell, and they didn't get all their attack in. Rhodes' division was late coming in on that attack, and so it ultimately didn't succeed. It wasn't quite enough to do it. So that's what happened. So what could have happened if the Confederates, if Hill had done more to reinforce Longstreet's attack. There were some of Hill's units that didn't go in the way they could have along Cemetery Ridge. That might have made a difference. It's interesting to consider, but it was just wasn't quite enough on the Confederate side on day 2.
If we take that and see that in this scenario, we've reversed roles, where the Confederates are in a more stable position and the Union is trying to assault them, we would actually reverse history and actually replay it if the 6th and the 5th just kind of don't get the timing right or don't make progress in their 2 attacks, and then that's how the day ends.
Yeah, it's in this case, I guess it's interesting to think about in this situation, in this game, who really has the burden of the attack, right? What would happen? What if the Union, they haven't done this, but what if they decided to just sit in a defensive position today and they didn't make an attack? They sat there with 6th Corps in reserve and 5th Corps in reserve and said, well, we're just going to let the Confederates try to come and get us, and if they don't, we'll call that a win for the day. That's an interesting That's an interesting thought. Historically, Lee wanted to, inflict a major defeat upon the Union on Union soil, and would this result, where things stood as of this morning, been a major defeat? I don't know. The Confederate Army was sort of beaten up in the first day, and the Union Army was pretty well intact. They'd suffered some losses, so that's an interesting thought. I would suspect that it wasn't what Lee wanted, but if you're Lee, sort of, what do you do when you're in the position that they were in at the beginning of the day?
That is an interesting idea. A variant to that could be if the Union said, we're going to focus on one specific area of the line, be it Seminary Ridge or Wolf's Hill. We're just going to really cause problems for the Confederates, whichever corps is in those positions, and just focus on really beating up Longstreet, for example. But they've chosen a 2-prong attack like the historical, and here we go. But
see how it plays out. Yeah, we talked this morning about the possibility of the Union just launching a single attack, to the west of Gettysburg, to try to get across the Cashtown Chambersburg Road and cut off the Confederate line of retreat. I think that historically that would have been a problem for the Confederates, but things are playing out a little differently. We'll see how they go. It looks like we've got the Union cavalry moving farther south, maybe in response to General Stuart's move farther south. Oh, there they go.
He's abandoning his men, or are they trying to get around there? I don't know.
Oh, they just. Or look at the orders channels to see if they've. 0600 is the
those two
latest.
brigades.
Yeah, they are.
Looks like he's got 2 brigades that might be trapped there that are
But,
engaged with the infantry.
Reserves are being moved
there he
over,
goes.
so I don't. Yeah, he's not getting anywhere there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're getting out. So at least one of his brigades is getting out back across
Mm-hmm.
Willoughby Run.
Right, one has already taken a beating here and retreated.
Yeah. Yeah. One lone squadron with Marshall at their head, waving his saber, writing press releases with one hand and menacing local civilians with the other.
Okay, I think it might be interesting to talk to the respective commanders over here.
I agree. Let me get my little
Maybe
text channel
Meade is
set up
actually
so we can-
here, but I don't know
looks
if we
like
want to
they,
talk to Slocum.
They've broken into the Confederate works there.
Yeah,
the
they.
corner.
Mhm.
Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. What do you think, Slocum?
Yeah, why not? He's the corps commander, so let's see if we can find him.
Sedgwick.
Right, I'm not sure if we have a Sedgwick player present though.
Right.
Let's see. 6 Corps. I only see Newton in there. Division commander. Slocum would be 12 Corps. Slocum is present, so let's talk to him.
What Slocum?
He's in his voice.
What time is it on the game?
Game clock is 6:20.
Off we go.
Hello.
General Slocum,
Hey there.
hello. Good morning.
Morning.
So, from what we can see, it appears that you have launched concentrated assault on Wolf's Hill. How is that? How is that going so far?
Don't ask me. I just got here.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Yes, Williams. The LaFondios would like to know how the battle is going so far.
Oh, we've only just engaged. We're beginning an assault on the enemy position. Is this for like AAR things, or for is he General Meade?
We're all here. The commentators are here to get your perspective. So
Oh, commentators. Very good.
yeah, we're streaming this. We're streaming this live. Jan is here, and Sean and myself are here. But we're streaming this live. But we are recording, and we will use it for AR. But just right now, what's your view of the assault?
I think we're going to do quite well. The enemy is spread thin over here. The terrain is very rough, which makes it easier to attack in our situation, I think. And so far, we are advancing in good order. We'll probably take some pretty heavy casualties, as is natural in any sort of frontal assault on a position. And it's a shame that the enemy seems to extend so far north. I've received reports and dispatches indicating that they've sort of done a little curved defense. We can't flank them as well as we thought we could. But nonetheless, I think we'll break them, and I think we will take these positions, which will hopefully throw off their game plan and make them reinforce this area instead of other areas of the front where we have larger operations. That's my view of things.
Okay.
Yeah, I will stay back here probably a couple turns, and if you need help rallying anything, since we have a green division.
Yes, I definitely will. My frontal troops are going to take some casualties in this assault. I think it's unavoidable.
Yeah, I can see they're getting hits already.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks so
Oh,
much,
yeah.
guys.
This is our early
Thanks,
morning
Stuart.
assault east of Rock Creek.
There you go.
Very good. Let us go to Meade's channel. He's in his voice channel.
Hey, General.
General Meade, you're touring the lines.
How are you all doing today?
Good.
So who do
How are
we
you?
have
How's
here?
it going?
Meade and Newton.
Well, seems to be mixed. This division, 3rd Division 6th Corps, has gotten its butt kicked. Confederate line was longer than we expected. But from what I've heard, the other parts of the division are doing better. So, see how that goes. I also know the Confederates are moving at least their cavalry round our left flank, but Buford is either already there or coming up soon. So, I don't think the Confederate cavalry will be sticking around for very long.
Okay. So Major General Sedgwick is indisposed today, I believe.
Yes, Sedgwick
okay.
is not here.
Yeah,
Alright.
I've
How are you
taken his role.
handling that unit then?
At the moment, the division commanders are acting independently, but with
Okay.
3rd Division as messed up as I see that it is, I'll be pulling it back to just shadow the Confederate line, and will be relieving that division commander to act as the corps commander. And
Okay.
actually start riding around, because his division will not be continuing to engage with how beaten up it is.
Earlier we talked to you, you had that as a secondary effort, the 6th, and that the 5th and the 11th were going to be your primary up Seminary Ridge. Now you've had the
Yeah.
cavalry on the flank, as you just mentioned. Where's your perspective on all that now?
That's still going to go through. It depends on how long it takes us to wrap up the Confederate cavalry issue. So we'll see.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if this attack is going to go on that much longer.
You mean the 6th?
Yes, the 6th Corps attack.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
That would be a rather Meade. Not very chatty, that Meade the 3rd.
Nope.
Meade the 2nd, we couldn't get a word in edgewise. First was sitting stage right before we could even really talk to him.
Well, it'll be interesting if Meade calls off the attack on the right. Maybe it will serve its purpose if the Confederates shift over, and then he's able to attack successfully in the center. Looks like 5th Corps is moving up now, but
Yeah.
It maybe we'll see whether the attack on the right is an expensive proposition or whether it was necessary to their scheme.
Right. Actually, you're right. Maybe if we chat with Hill or Lee and see what they think of the circumstance in general, if they say, well, we have this worrying situation on our left or the east, then that'd be interesting to see. If you would, Jan, roll down and see, are these 3 cavalry squadrons of Stuarts now rampaging in the back now? Is that what's going on? Did I see that correctly?
No.
Where'd they
Apparently
go?
was pushed across Willoughby Run.
fell back across the creek.
They all fell
Yeah.
back. Okay, so that's the end of the midnight ride of
Hmm.
Zeb Stuart. Okay. Got it. So Stuart's cavalry is pushed back.
But they, I mean, still look all right, I guess. I would have assumed that they take much more of a beating being pushed across the run.
Marshall's orders may have helped in terms of getting away from the infantry.
Yeah.
Can we roll on up to see Pickett? I'm making our little screenshot as we go.
Looks
so
like
how's
Pickett is
doing?
starting to move. No, that's McLaws. That's Pickett. Is Pickett over here?
If you remember from the previous day, McLaws's units were broken in pieces and funneled to Hood and Pickett, so you'll see a
Right.
mixture of units there if they kept that configuration.
Yeah, but the artillery is being pulled out already here. So that seems
Looks like his infantry's forming up to move as well.
right.
Okay, so here, I think, is an example of a vision, how slow how hard it is to get those things repositioned, so the evening was key. So, and then, so Longstreet himself, over or more toward Gettysburg and with Hood. AP Hill is south of Gettysburg. Okay.
Yeah, Hill is right here.
Where is Reynolds?
Reynolds should be with the Grand Battery here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his troops are just south of him, right? So Reynolds is
Yes.
actually.
This is all the First Corps here.
Okay. And then Howard's group is up there along that.
Howard is to the left, right? Where did he go? And that's Third Corps, Fifth Corps. Let's see.
There, and they've got two commanders in the middle, it looks like, right next to Fifth Corps.
That's just division commanders. Where did they go?
All right.
Who's over
I'll
here?
throw this in
Sickles?
the.
It's Sickles.
Howard.
There's Howard. And there goes Pickett departing the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're at 2 hours real time.
Well, 6:20 still in game turn.
Okay. All right, so I've got. Yeah.
Okay, but well, who is over here in command? Ewell. Can we talk to Ewell maybe?
That'd be interesting. What do you
That'd be
think?
interesting.
Discussion.
Oh, interesting. The Union has enveloped them to the northeast there. There looks like there's a Union brigade that's swung around the right flank.
Yeah, that was part of Newton's 3rd Division here. 2nd Brigade. That was actually the reserve brigade. Those 4 units were the first line of attack, and these 2 were in reserve. They apparently moved around.
Ewells says Law Pickett. Ewells by himself in his own voice down there in the Confederate 2 Corps.
All right, let's go
We'll
there.
head down there.
Hello.
Hello.
General Ewell.
Interesting. If I were a gambling man, which I am not, I'd be very poor. I'd say that we're probably facing at least one Union Corps in the southeast, elements of another, which are to the southwest, which are mostly probably just doing artillery stuff still, and then I might even dare say another artillery corps from the north. I would have expected that Johnson would have spoken with me about that. But at this point, I'm still fairly confident that while we can't necessarily hold the outer positions, the Francis Lee farm, there's a tree line north of there, and I'd say that's a pretty solid defensive position. That's where I'm hoping we can stop this penetration at by there, and so we can still hold the summit of Wolf Hill. As far as I can tell, that's how I see the situation. Mostly just waiting to be able to speak with Rhodes and communicate that to him, because I said 420 and he's not on Hill 420, so I didn't finish going to him. So we'll figure that out within 20 minutes. I'll find him. But beyond that, just trying to coordinate getting the baggage train back, and the units that are running away to direct them somewhere that is obvious and clear, so they can have some sort of semblance of reforming happen before Rhodes caves in. I've already, sent dispatches basically to the effect that Early will need to withdraw to the defensive line, or to the Francis Lee line, which is something we were even discussing during day one. So, all in all, I think we took a pretty significant toll on the good guys, the boys in blue, but it looks like they got enough forces up against us to give us a rough time. I even see Meade in my screenshot, though I don't know if I would see that character. Probably not.
Right.
Thank you.
Have you
Oh.
have you identified already which corps you were up against?
Umpires have not told me, so I don't have any specifics, and I tend to leave that to be the domain of the umpire. Usually, as the chances of, especially mid-combat, spotting a corps flag. So, you know, and as far as I'm concerned, yes, that there's a corps there. Yes, I see, General Meade there, but it's the actual blocks themselves that matter. We just push them around. Though I will say, the angle seems to be the main spot where they've had any success. So we might be able to throw them back. I wouldn't put it in the likely column. But between that Louisiana brigade and the, I think that's South Carolina, we might be able to at least limit the penetration, or at the very least prevent them from shattering our line. The issue is we just have, if I had to guess, like I said, we're facing two Union Corps to the east and southeast, to the south, or to the south and east, and then limited elements of a Union Corps, mostly by the fact that if we can't leave them be to the southwest, so I don't think they're actually participating in the assault. Hopefully I'll get some mail from Hill or Lee. I haven't gotten anything that acknowledges the fact that they've received my repeated dispatches, so my hope is that they know what's going on, and I can't send any more dispatches than I already am, so just hoping to hoping to kick Yankee butt is something I cannot actually say, as I'm not, but I'm hoping I'm going to beat the other team. I'll put it that way.
All right, very good. Good luck with that.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back.
Sure. Let's have a look at the chat. Specdot, hello. Wise. I've just
You have
joined.
that. You still have that single Union brigade on the far right engaged with the Confederates there, but looks like the rest of the division has fallen back.
Yeah. But second division is pushing in strong now. First division also fresh. And first division of 12th Corps, well, they probably have to pull out the lead brigade here. What's that? 3rd brigade out, but they have fresh troops coming up as well. However, if they manage to get up that hill, they'll be facing enemy artillery.
It looks like the Confederates are maybe pulling back to the northern part of Wolf's Hill.
Right, and we see here that Johnson's division is now arriving, occupying Wolf Hill, and they will be outflanking the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Division of the Union 6th Corps.
Well, that'll be interesting to see what happens. It looks like the initial attack was successful in taking the ground, but we'll see what they can make of the rest of it.
Right. And Wise, thanks for joining us today. First time watching Kriegsspiel. Wow. Hope you enjoy the commentator's perspective here, which grants us the god's eye view of the whole battlefield. Don't know if you've ever played Kriegsspiel before. If not, you're welcome to join the IKS. Kriegsspiel.org, where you will find a link to our Discord server. This currently is Grand Gettysburg, the 2nd day of the battle. We had the first day played out on last Saturday, and there might be, depending on the condition, especially of the Confederate army, I would think, on the end of the 2nd day, there might be another stream next week. Aviator, hello, you're also here, nice. Okay, what else is going on? See over here the skirmish, or actually the fight of the cavalry continues. 3 of Stuart's units have pulled back.
Yeah, they look like at least 2 of them got beaten up pretty badly, and they've got the remainder sort of slugging it out on Willoughby Run, trading fire with the Union cavalry. Union's got some artillery there too.
The infantry, however, has taken up this position along the run again. They are not supporting this fight any longer. Yeah, Howard is still down here, and Sickles.
They're not going anywhere fast, if they're going somewhere. And the artillery duel in the center is continuing.
Yeah, I believe several batteries have been pushed back. There are 2 on the Confederate side moving into Gettysburg, but I believe 1 of the Union batteries was completely destroyed, if I saw that correctly earlier, and another one is falling back here. So But the Union clearly has more guns in position currently.
Back on.
Welcome back.
Wonder if we can talk to Hancock to find out what his sense of timing is.
Okay,
What do you think?
sounds good.
I get a
Is he?
little time hack for us here. Hold on one sec.
He's down in his voice channel
There we go.
with looks like 2 of his division commanders.
Right.
What's that go to? Where are we going?
Yep. Let's move to Hancock.
Good evening.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
General Hancock, how's it going?
It goes pretty well as it can be for our line at this time.
What's your plan for this morning?
Our plan for the morning, well, I've been talking with General Meade, and we have thought of doing an attack on Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, as a diverting move to hopefully allow our reinforcing corps to come up, head northwest, attack the isolated Confederate corps, and then sweep to the east. So right now, it's just to keep the Confederates pinned down and busy this morning.
Okay.
We're doing our best to be careful and try to conserve as much manpower as possible. I have a really strong feeling it's going to be a pretty messy day.
Mm-hmm. And with 5th Corps coming up on your left, will you be supporting their attack when they go in, or are you just holding for now?
We'll mostly be holding on our line. We'll be probing, attacking the enemy in the Culps and Cemetery Hill, but overall, our main idea is just to stay within this area, so as not to tip off the Rebs at where the reinforcements are coming from or where they're going.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep them pinned down.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you very much.
Hashtag confused. That was Hancock, right?
Yep.
He says that his mission is to support the attack on Culp's Hill.
He did say that.
Yeah. I mean,
That's the Seminary Ridge, not a big thing for him then.
well, So Seminary Ridge is far away from his position.
Yeah.
He's over here to the, facing Culp's Hill, basically.
So they're not. That's going to happen. If that happens, that's going to happen late in the day. An attack.
All right, well, let's
I think.
Hancock now. Go ahead and point him out if you.
Where did you want to go?
Hancock. Where is Hancock now?
Hancock is
There he is.
still on Taneytown Road, just to the right of Reynolds' First Corps. Just also behind the Grand Battery.
Or man, that's where I'm goofed up. Or
Guess you wanted to talk with what's that here? With Fifth Corps.
All right. No problem.
Oh,
So
I-
Hancock's over there in Culp's Hill. Yeah, okay. I was see. That's why we do this. That's why this is called dynamic commentation. All right. So Sykes is the 5th Corps that's going to attack Seminary Ridge.
Yes, but I'm not sure we have a Sykes.
A Sykes. We do actually. Major General George Sykes is in his channel by himself.
Then potentially his token was lost. Okay, then let's have a word with him.
Let's go have a chat with him. What do you think?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. General Sykes.
Hey there.
We
Sykes, you there?
can't hear you.
No, the audio's not coming through.
Yeah, you're extremely faint.
It seems like Discord is picking up something because you are highlighted, but we can't. Even if I put you at 200%, I can't hear a word. Okay, I guess we come back later and try again.
All right. Good luck, General.
Well, there you go.
Oh, they're moving. They're moving up. Union's moving up.
No, there it goes.
And who is that, corps-wise?
3rd Corps, 1st Division.
Ernie.
And where is the commander? So Howard has eventually returned to his men. Sickles is down here.
Do they have 3rd Corps split into 2 pieces still?
Yeah, he's apparently ordering 2nd Division now, which had supported the cavalry just a while ago, to move up Emmetsburg Road, I guess, and potentially form a reserve here. I don't know. But I think that's the right decision to reunite, or at least try to reunite forces of 3rd Corps. And then 1st Division is going to encounter Buford's Brigade of McLaws.
So they're going in. Well, we'll see who else moves up, but they look like they're going in by themselves right now.
That's not good.
No. That's what happened to poor General Hood yesterday.
Right? Yeah. There goes Pickett.
Yep. They are marching into Gettysburg, or at least forming up here right next to the town. That's Hood's division over here and Pickett following. And then the artillery is also coming. So that leaves Stuart completely left on his own.
Yeah, it looks like the Union cavalry may be trying to snake around to the south a little.
Yeah, interesting fight there. Okay, on the Union far right, they have pushed in with fresh troops. Now it's Johnson's division coming down here. That might pose a problem, even though the Union should be able to react to that.
Looks like the Confederates still have a brigade that's sort of stuck down there at the point of convergence of those two original lines.
Yeah, Daniels and Doles. What's this? It's the Stonewall Brigade.
Here you go. Well, they did push him out of the prepared works there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They did. They're taking the southern part of Wolf Hill. And they're Confederate units that are beaten up, and be interesting to see how that plays out.
What a grind, though, right? Not like they're going to break through or anything.
No, I would doubt it. The Confederates have too much, and the
Right.
terrain's too difficult, I would think.
Yep.
So has Pickett crossed? It has crossed, right?
Pickett is in the process of crossing.
Okay.
And his rear elements are here at the Black Horse Tavern, having a nice lemonade.
With Stuart. Arrow on that. Yeah, there we go. Sedgwick is in this. At Liberty, all Howard's going to send forward.
Yeah, there's fighting going on between those Bernie guys and the Confederates that are pushed out there ahead of their line.
Which Confederate division is that fighting with Howard? I'll make it a little. At Hood?
This one here, at McLaws. Hood is behind here at the outskirts of Gettysburg. Right west of town. But yeah, as Achilles also points out in the chat, they really need to bring up 5th Corps now to support this attack.
I wouldn't think you'd want the Bernie's division out there by themselves.
Right.
That would be. So we would continue to see behavior that mimics the historical Second Day. Attacks that are not quite focused, they're not timely, nobody's fault, but just like the actual thing is happening on the board. Individual divisions moving forward and not supported, attacking into hills, so. It's just a yin-yang inverse. It's the Union doing it this time versus the Confederate historically. Right. And what time does it say on the board, Jan? Are they resolving 7 a.m. now?
Let's take a look. The timer
It says 6:20.
Wow.
6:40.
hasn't moved, but I don't think that's true.
I think that's so let me look at a couple command channels, see what they got. So
I guess we had intense fighting in the very beginning because last week my recollection was that they were able to move through the turns more quickly.
I think it's a manpower issue this week.
Okay.
6:40. So 6:40 screenshots are out. They're working on 7 a.m.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we probably have more commentators than umpires.
Oh my.
I don't think that's true, but
Not that the talent pool is,
Uh,
because we're just here yakking away, right? Right. No, I'm joking. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When I had a chance to dip in just to say hello, they were there was a significant movement on the player side, so that's a little disconcerting when you're trying to figure out who's handling Sykes and who's handling
right.
Hancock and all the rest. So Sedgwick doesn't have a commander, but the division commanders are there, etc. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, I think, with events that run over several days with a week in between.
Right.
I guess it would even be hard to play through a whole weekend, so to say.
Yeah, the charm of the charm of a live Saturday is you have a group of folks show up. They're prepared for 4 to 5 hours of gameplay. They're there usually on the back end, kind of an hour, 4.5. A couple folks say they have to run, but you've got a solid group, which is why most of our Saturday games are battles that last kind of half a day to a day. So you have that. By post, you have a group of people who remain consistent over a long period of time, say up to 6 weeks, 8 weeks, etc. But it's less intense. It's people who've committed to it. So when you try to take the live format and stretch it over multiple days, you're kind of getting the worst of both, right? You don't have the consistency over the period, but you're trying to keep a lot of people involved. So it's actually great that we have as many people who come as they have. So
it's great to have so many people playing. That's really terrific.
We just do a quick count. You got 1, 2.
Yeah, Arjan, you know about the Kriegsspiel, the Gettysburg campaign Kriegsspiel that I ran. I just had an article on that published in the Military Operations Research Society War Game Journal. I'll send it to you guys. But I had 29 players, but I was counting up all the players in this game. And I think it's about 40, isn't it?
There's 36 in live voice channels right now. Players.
Yeah.
And I think it was 40 last time. So, yeah. Did you write that article, or was that article written?
Yeah, I wrote it. I'll send it to you guys. It just came out like 10 days ago.
Yeah,
and this
actually,
is the first edition of the Moore's War Game Journal, and so I decided to do that, and glad I could get it out, and yeah, maybe you guys will find it interesting.
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
Absolutely. I've actually I've read it already. I'm looking for the link to put that in the chat.
Of course you have.
Yeah, because I am getting all the
John is a
notifications.
student, scholar, a professor. He's all of it wrapped into one. He's the best of us, all wrapped in one. The rest of us are just ballast. Because if it wasn't for us, he would just lift off the ground. So Sean, what conclusions did you highlight in your article, just to get right to the spoiler?
Well, what I was writing about was limited information games. That was the thrust of the article. Was arguing that limited information games, war games, are worth doing because they're very different than a game where you get to see everything. Right. from a perspective of learning about military operations, and like from an analyst perspective or a military officer perspective, that it's worth it, even though they take more work to do. Obviously, 40 players in this game, 29 players in my game. You get a different perspective when you're playing, of dealing with the things that you don't know about. And when you're in the 19th century, you don't have radios, you don't have drones, you don't have satellites. Of course, your situation is more challenging. So that was the thrust of the article, that I did this big game, took advantage of the circumstances of COVID when people were at home and we could do it. And I think it's worthwhile creating that experience for players to learn about those things. And I talk about the development of the game. I use the Great Campaigns of the American Civil War as sort of the baseline, and then I added in the information gathering elements, the reconnaissance, the spies and scouts, citizen reports, those kinds of things to flesh out the information gathering part of the game. And I talk about all that, and I just quickly summarize what happened in the game so people can see what happened. But that's what I'm arguing for, that these kinds of games, even though they take some work, are worth doing. And even in a modern situation where you do have drones and satellites and aircraft and all that, even today, in certain settings, at least in the tactical realm and operational realm, if not the strategic realm, there's still limited information. You might not know everything. And so it's worth, running commanders through that, running analysts through that, to give them a little taste of that.
Right. I look forward to reading it.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. And for the folks in the chat, or those who might watch the video later, you also gave that presentation for Connections Online on that, which is available on YouTube. And what I found interesting this week, there was the DSET conference in London, I believe, and I was tuning in there online. Some of the presentations and discussions were live streamed, and Colonel Werner of the what's that? The Joint Force Training Center, NATO, which I think is located in Poland. He was talking about introducing more Kriegsspiel elements into what classically would be a course of action, operational course of action war games, right? And he argued that even though it might sort of shift over into the educational branch of wargaming, that he will include more double-blind aspects into his games, and it's gonna run a few tests in the next month. So I think that's a very important and a right decision to go in this direction.
Yeah, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. And even in Ukraine, right? I think there are instances where, when the Ukrainians launched their fall attack in 2022, they were able to attain some measure of surprise against the Russians in the east. And so that suggests that it's still attainable, although people are arguing that it's less and less likely with the technology. But there are counters to the ISR technology and the communications technology, and so I think you still have to be aware of the possibility that you might not have everything that you'd like to have, that would create the awareness that you'd like to have. So I think still has value.
I was listening to a Modern War Institute podcast out of West Point. They were talking about a U.S. brigade that was stationed in the Middle East that had the highest number of drone attacks against it of any U.S. unit. Of course, very different than the Ukrainians. But they were saying that even with all the modern technology, all the sensors, all the information that was available, it all came down to a lieutenant or a sergeant having to make a decision within 30 seconds on how to counter a drone strike. So even with the technology, we think, you can see everything and think, but actually the decision cycle is compressed down to seconds anyway, because there's so much technology and noise out there. So the problem is not the same, but it shifts to a different domain, and that's just have all this noise. And you've got to make some signal out of it and then make a credible decision. And they were, one of the interesting bits of it is they were talking about literally the screen for the anti-air asset to click to fire the thing, which was created in the 1980s and deployed in the 1990s, needed like 8 clicks to fire it. They said the click stream was too long.
Right.
for the modern environment. So it's just, it's all about decisions. And anyway, so I look forward to your article. It sounds like it hit home. Anyway,
I think
speaking of clickstream, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's an interesting situation we are currently in technologically, observing Ukraine and the use of drones and so forth. And there is, of course, debate. The Brits are developing anti-drone lasers and energy weapons and all that, which are successfully being tested these days. So the big question is, because the overall discussion basically is has operational warfare come to an end, right? Because it's bogged down, you can't really do any tank pushes anymore and so forth.
Right.
But that might shift quickly again if those technologies, the anti-drone warfare technologies, become operationally useful and available.
Yeah, we're investing a lot in them as well. We'll see how everything plays out. But what struck me is that with drones and more capable long range munitions, rockets and artillery and things like that. It looks to me like the engagement ranges are going to go up. That the fights are going to start at longer ranges. And so you think about it that way, it's like, okay, maybe I can't get close with an armored formation in the beginning of a battle because of the vulnerability to drones and other systems. But maybe we have this more intensive drone counter drone fight, counter ISR, electronic warfare fight to win sort of the long range battle, and then we move in the next stage and we fight that out. So you may have the battle developing in sort of in phases in that way, and interesting to see how that those sorts of things play out.
Yeah.
There's a line of discussion that goes all the way back to Clausewitz's tactical, not on war, but his tactical treaties, where you can tell the status of a battle based on the reserves. So in this battle that we're looking at here, you've got the 6th Union is no longer a reserve. It's actually committed, but the 5th you could argue is a reserve, where the Confederates don't have any reserves. So it's a very thin margin, so it could be anyone's battle. So anyway, there's a lot around Napoleonics and the reserves. If you look at this modern discussion, the reserves now become these counter-drone arsenal ammunition stocks. So how much literally low-cost ammunition do you have deployed in theater, so that because you're going to have 1,000 drones come at you. If you have 1,001 rounds, you're good. If you have 999, you're not good. So it all becomes the very same conversation about, well, how much reserve do you have?
Yeah, and same with the long range strikes, right? They were so successful just a year ago, and now I think the probability to hit is around 6% or so due to electronic jamming. So it's just
right.
Then if that's the case, then you just so many more missiles you can fire to have any impact.
Yeah, definitely the ammunition stocks are a very big deal. Unfortunately, on the Ukrainian side, that they're running low, or until very recently they're running low, and
right.
So that's something that you have to plan around. And I know that when we run our war games, that's something that we frequently say. We need more. The good guys need more ammunition, and there's an unfortunate tendency to underbuy for bureaucratic political reasons, if you will. And so for years, we've been saying, we need more ammunition if you're really going to fight these wars, and just hope that they acquire it.
Okay. Back to the game, and I mean, we were just talking to Hancock, who said he wanted to hold the line and maybe probe the enemy. Seems like 2nd Division is now going in to do that.
Give it.
To do just that. But I'd say that AP Hill and his subordinates are having one of the more, I guess, slower and more coffee-powered games. They can just get up and have plenty of coffee and not worry about anything happening because they're just there trading artillery shots, right?
Yeah, Hill is actually here at the front lines.
He's down with McLaws.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a McLaws player today? Let's have a look.
I don't know.
Last time the player was unavailable, so they.
Oh, we might have to talk to Stuart. Looks like he got completely routed.
Okay, good. Nothing is. Let me make sure and tag it because this will be one we want to definitely have access to. So Stuart conversation.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Let's go down there.
Oh dear. That's how we have to discussion. Routed. So 2. Okay, let's head down and talk to Mr.
Hello.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Well, then you must know something I don't. But
Probably.
What's happening down in your area?
Well, we have repulsed the Union cavalry. They're in full retreat. And I think we are within just hours of capturing Lincoln himself.
Okay, great. You can include that in your article.
Right? I'm going to put that in my article. And I would have managed it if not for those darned umpires.
Oh. It really always is the umpire's fault.
Well, absolutely, right? They're in control of everything. I'm just kind of along for the ride. I gave the order to capture Lincoln and, destroy Washington and win the war.
Why?
And
you gave the order to capture Lincoln, and why did your unit disobey would be the question to the umpire.
Well, exactly. And why did the umpire disobey?
Right.
I don't think they recognize who I am. Do they know who I am?
That's always the problem.
Unbelievable. Anyway.
And I thought that was your goal, that you'd not be recognized.
Yep. Well, eventually, but
you're rapidly
not
achieving your objective.
Yeah, not quite yet. But yeah, I am succeeding even when I lose, huh?
Any minute now, you will be unrecognized.
I am on the fast track to obscurity like you wouldn't believe.
Hey, I think that's the name of your new band, right? Fast Track to Obscurity.
Oh man. Hey, I'll have you know that I own the largest private collection of air guitars in the world.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Anyway, yeah, we are being hard pressed down at this river line, and I think the smart money would be to bug out, but here's where the emotions get you. Just like playing poker, how you lose at poker is when the emotions take over. And I gave an order to kind of hold the line when I probably should have fell back. I'm going to justify this to myself by lying and saying that if I had fallen back, it would have encouraged the Union to try rolling up our line, which would in turn create a crisis for Lee, which I want to avoid. But the reality is I probably should have just fallen back. Now, I don't know the outcome of the 640 turn.
Connect your situation with the multiple objectives that you were given early on, because we thought that was interesting how you were given 4 kind of almost competing objectives, and one of them was to get behind the Union, and obviously the Union has put some folks in your way. So where's your head now relative to all that activity?
Well, right now I've got to kind of recompose my force. Again, in my world, where I'm at in the game, my last report is 640. And at 640, we're holding the west bank of Willoughby Run. I have given an order that if the enemy is able to cross the Willoughby Run, then we are to automatically fall back. Now, the umpires may have resolved that, but I don't know. And it may be that we're either still engaged, in which case I'm going to give the order to fall back, since cooler heads now prevail. But if the enemy has fallen back, I might hang out here for a turn, or I will probably fall back no matter what. I don't know which of those three outcomes has been decided by the umpire team, so I'll find that out when the break is over. In either case, my head is now back towards Gettysburg. Get back there and find out what's going on with all the vedettes I sent out, and find out where Sam Miller, who I think is commanding Pleasanton's cavalry, what he's doing and where he's at, and what can I do to bait him into his own destruction, which I think I can probably at least manage that, even with broken units.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So that's the thinking. But yeah, isn't it interesting to see that, hey, you know what? It's just like when you play poker and you don't have anything in your hand, but you're like, if I make a bold bet, these guys are going to fold. And then you hear call, 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 call. You're like, crap.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe I do have at least the high card here, but I don't know. Probably not, though, given the way it's going. So
We saw you trying to get around the southern edge there, and here you are at the Willoughby. So okay.
Yep. I wanted to disengage. I didn't want to fight with these guys at all, but I think the fighting was kind of thrust upon me. Something about a civil war being on, while I'm trying to have this ride around the flank, but whatever.
Despite your PR team's best efforts, there's a war on.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, there is no war. There is no cavalry in Gettysburg, Gettysburg Bob. So there you have it. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right.
All right.
Well, he doesn't know yet what happened to his.
Well, he'd given the order. The answer was he'd given the order to retreat if they attacked, and the umpires are executing that order.
Well, that's one way to see it.
Yeah, it looks like they're retreating in haste.
Yeah, so there you go. And they're pretty. There's a lot of red on those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they really got beat up.
I'm not sure. Now, I'm as an umpire, I tend to really start to degrade units' capabilities when they're that beat up.
Yeah.
So like the idea of going off and finding Pleasanton and luring Sam Miller and all that would be difficult if I was in the driver's seat, but I'm not. I'm the commentator, and words are cheap, but it'd be hard for him to get much else done in this game with those units that beat up, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Paul. They're pretty badly trashed. Now it looks like he's got maybe a brigade between the two streams, a little bit to the north there, that's not getting hit.
Yeah, over there. Maybe he could. Yeah, he's got the guns. Marshall running around the field with 2 guns, wreaking havoc. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he's able to consolidate the remnants of these units into one, maybe to have something, but otherwise I think those are basically leaving the field. I don't see
So the disruption numbers on them, if you roll over a disruption number on a couple of them, what do they look like?
7, 6.
Yeah, they're done.
5, 4.
Yeah, that's it for them. Okay. Marshall can take his dog for a walk. He's done for the day. Which he enjoys doing. So we're being supportive.
So it looks like over here on the right that the last Confederates have retreated from
Look at that.
position.
Right. Look at that. They have actually pushed them off of that hill. That's amazing, actually. That's an unusual outcome. I just think that's amazing. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah. Not that quickly, at least.
Now, who's actually, I guess it's the division commanders are over there.
Yeah, since we don't have a Sedgwick, right? That it's just the division commanders.
Let's do a quick image take.
I think Newton was put in command, wasn't that the case? Or Williams?
Yeah. Ewell's now basically centered on Culp's Hill. Rhodes is pushed back. The 5th still remains. Sykes still remains in his place, right? He hasn't gone anywhere.
Sykes, 6th Corps, right? Yeah. Still there.
Yeah. 5th Corps.
5th, yeah, sorry. Still there, not moving. Which you really should.
Okay. Why don't we talk to Sam Miller, Buford, and see where his head's at now that he's actually driven off the cavalry? What do you think?
Yeah, have they received the reports now?
Oh, they haven't. Okay, let's wait until that. It's a good point. Maybe that's a good point. Let me go down to his channel.
Yeah.
Right. I was fast on that one. All right, so Buford, let's see.
And then maybe
I'll go to
after
his
that,
channel here and see.
I don't know if the umpires have capacities, but maybe we can get one of them after that to talk a little bit about the overall situation.
Buford did get an 0700 report showing the driving off of the enemy cavalry.
Very good, then let's go down there.
All right.
Okay.
General Buford. Are you with us?
You there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go.
Ah, no.
You were on mute there. Good. Did you get your 0700 report?
Hold up. The screen is. Oh yes, I did right now.
Okay, what do you make of that?
Well, it looks like I've beaten back Stuart, so I will cross the bridge, the river now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are your thoughts on how you're going to proceed?
Well, my orders are to replace the infantry corps that's to my north to protect our flank. But I will do that, and I will go up the river to the north and see what I can do there to help the Union, since the Confederates cavalry was pretty beaten up, and now it seems like they have gone away.
Indeed, they have retreated from the river to the northwest. And yeah, you have fully beaten them back. You see some cavalry arriving from the north, directly behind the river, but they're a little far off to see specifically who they are. Yeah, I think that's the situation at the moment.
All right, then tell my cavalrymen to cross the river in force, and if my artillerymen can, they are to shoot at the cavalry that is coming down from that dirt road or whatever.
All right.
Well,
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
yeah, but I think this was a great victory for the Union today.
There you go.
You certainly drove them off there. Well done. Good luck going forward.
Thanks.
Okay.
I guess I see you later.
Sure.
You bet. All right, congratulations to General Buford.
Look at that. We have a less chatty crew today,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
Last week we couldn't stop him from talking. Poor Blazer Trail had us on there for an hour and a half. This week, what do you think? I attack. Okay. I love it. Okay, so let's update our screenshot. So the Cav, just say Buford's driven them off. But really, there's not a lot of movement other than the eastern side. So what's the, it's this 0700, so we'll give that a go. And real quick, Jan, if you could just pop up, let's see how far Pickett's made it.
So Pickett's rear is still at the tavern. And those are also Pickett's men, right? Yes. So they start moving here.
Okay, so they're still there.
Meals right at the Willoughby Run. Following what's the lead here?
That's our 700 report.
Pickett? No, it's all Pickett's. Okay. And it looks like the Confederates have brought 3 batteries in position here to counter this attack. But have pulled back their infantry a little bit further and left this unit alone to delay the enemy.
You don't even need to go there. I'll just tell you. But in the commentator text channel, from 640 to 700, very little movement. So you have to really look hard to see the movement. But
there goes 5th Corps.
Yeah, eventually. Here they are coming.
Have we launched it? There we go.
Yeah, and they are really striking at the right point here.
I think so.
Even though this formation is still fresh, which is McLaw's division, and there is a strong battery here. This is basically the end of the Confederate line, and everything that's able to come up, that would be Pickett or Hood's division, are pretty beaten up already.
Okay, I'll put a little note in our. How to do that.
Right, Sam hasn't said I continue the attack yet. Let's mark that day in the calendar then.
Right. Big. The second day in a row, Sam's done a good job.
Yeah.
All right. And he's such a legendary player. You know, everybody wants to cite some of his past adventures, but he's done a good job these 2 days.
Oh, here come the this first corps.
Here they are. Okay,
Yep.
now we're kicking it. Now we're kicking
All
it
right,
off.
now they're going all in.
Yeah.
Interesting, very interesting.
Okay. Well, and look at Pickett. Pickett's still in column.
Mm-hmm.
That accidentally might be the genius move of the game, is having Pickett come back across. Because if Pickett wasn't there,
Yeah, I think that'd really be potentially be in
it'd be in a
trouble.
very
They've got
difficult
people back
spot.
they've got people back in Gettysburg, but not a lot.
Yeah, Hood's division, which suffered dearly on day one.
John, to your earlier point about overall the objective of Lee was to deal a defeat to the Union Army on Union soil, it's very hard to see how Lee gets that out of this game at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, they're on the defensive now, and I think that, and it looks like the Union attacks are effective enough that the Union's not, you know, punching itself out, so to speak.
Right.
So I think that, yeah, that's not in General Lee's plan, and we'll see what happens. But this evening, he may be contemplating what to do with his campaign.
Right. Because unless the Union just insists on punching itself out. So Lee was known to be a tactical defender, but an operational aggressor. And they've tried to do that here. The Union hasn't complied so far, but if the Union starts throwing regiments into, or brigades into prepared positions and just attriting them, then something might even out. But it's hard to see how they just haven't done it yet. I think those are the first day they just lost too many men. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. You may be right about that. And then the Union, you know, at the end of the day, the Union does have a numerical advantage. You know, with those last two corps coming in,
Yeah,
that's their extra oomph, and that might be what makes the difference.
So the other element that's interesting is if the Confederate forces make a fish hook using Culp's Hill, and again reversing history, the fish hook works in the wrong direction, in that it gets the Union to their line of communications. So
yeah, I think that
right?
would be a serious issue for the Confederates. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked to see, or as we haven't looked to see where their you know, army wagon trains are, but they'd you know, they'd have an issue if the Union pushes up Seminary Ridge and, you know, gets ensconced just west
Right.
of Gettysburg, then I think they've got a problem.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Here goes Pickett.
There's Pickett coming in. Now, Pickett's marched hard for 2 days now, right? So if you think about the distance that those guys have had to go, they marched all the way down to the west and fought that fight with, I can't remember the division, but it was part of the third Union Corps, and then they're marching all the way back after a night's probably not much rest. No. Although the 5th's been marching too. So.
Right.
All right. The Confederate units on the east there pulling out.
Fighting at the map's edge.
Right. I wonder what Lee's thinking right now. Where is Lee? Do you know, Jan, by chance?
It's you Hill here. Let's have a look. Lee is here on Cemetery Hill.
Did we pop down and hear what he has to say? All the umpires are up in the Umpire channel.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know about the main assault yet. So maybe we have a chat with him, and probably, I mean, Hill is not far away. Probably they are co-located, and see what they think.
Yeah, why don't we? Are they in the same channel?
Let's have a look. Lee is not in his.
Find Lee in the Union.
Lee is in Hill's voice with Henderson and Heath. So.
Okay, what do you say? We just pop in and just be very neutral, but just listen to what they say.
Yep, can do that.
They're getting pushed back.
Oh, at Hill 444.
They're past 444 at this point.
Yeah. I mean, some places are looking better than the others, but I mean,
Where do you think the line is right now?
The line is kind of at that where the woods and that farm kind of meet. Here, let me share my screen.
Like H Noel?
Right here is the line. I haven't replicated it on my screen, but
Oh wow, that's bad.
yeah, they're
wow.
they're pushed back pretty far. They got some guys that are kind of scattered around here, but the Union has moved into them pretty deeply.
That's concerning.
Yeah, that is pretty concerning. Luckily, we got Johnson's division has come up, so a fresh division might be able to assist.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll just say this again. I don't know if I've ever seen such a deep straight line try and walk towards someone's line as I'm seeing with this Union 2nd Division Corps, whatever.
They may try to charge you.
I think they will. I think we have enough people to push them off in with the defenses, but we're definitely going to lose a brigade because
I think we're going to lose a lot more than that. I'm going to be honest with you, because everything's already 2 or 3 casualty hits.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to suck, but I don't think it's going to suck as bad because getting a full fresh corpse gone would be a huge boon. Because, I mean, we can't fight their artillery. We don't have the resources. We've just lost some artillery. We keep losing artillery at this front, so we kill as much infantry and let them waste ammo trying to shoot fortifications up a hill. Is hopefully, and just send piecemeal in divisions.
Well, you got a good defense in depth there. Once those brigades get struck and pull back, you got that canister fire.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but the guys got to get out of the way first.
Not necessarily.
Oh Lord.
And we do have the troops to do a counterattack, which is good. Not too many, but I've got some pretty fresh units in the back, if you didn't see, which is
yeah, I think you guys have a pretty good defense here. I'm worried more about the left and the right than you guys. You guys seem to be doing okay.
They don't have much, to my left of my knowledge, they don't have much reserves. Like they're extending further than they were before. I'd be very concerned if the Union attempted to do an attack to our left.
Well,
with what I'm seeing, they've still got at least another brigade just behind the artillery, which if they bring that up, might cause some problems. And that's just what we can see.
Because yesterday they had all across the line was at least 2 deep. Like that was wild. We didn't have the resources to even handle that at the time. If it hadn't went night, we might be in Gettysburg right now, house to house combat.
Because in previous screenshots, I see at least 4 or 5 brigades of infantry right here in the center.
Where's General Hill?
Last I knew, I think he was to the west. I expect him to be back here soon, given that 2 of his 3 commanders are here and he usually travels between them. So if you stay here, I can't promise you'll find them, but you I assume he'll show back up.
I don't necessarily need to find him, but if you do see him, let him know that I might be calling back the First Corps' artillery reserve.
I think I just sent him a letter, so if he doesn't come back this turn, then he'll definitely be back here next turn to see this.
Also, give him the report that General Hill has been General Ewell has been pushed back pretty strongly. He expects that he might be able to counterattack slightly, but he doesn't know if he'll be able to retake his lines.
All right.
Has anyone seen the Union cavalry?
No. I think they're pretty. So last I checked here in the updates, they were pretty battered. They had like 3 or 4 casualty hits each block. So
As long as you keep the CSA artillery, cavalry away from me. I was trying to fall back yesterday, and they kept getting in my way. I was in a fight with their leader.
Well, we would. I think we should be fine here. Who's in the reserve here and behind you guys?
Mine forces.
His forces, and then we have Thomas's brigade off to my left behind Stevens. What's this place called? Stevenson Hill, where the artillery is set up.
So the order of battle is Heath is sort of the front line. He's like a 2 deep, and then I have some forces in the 3rd rank, and then I have some fresh units all to the south.
Oh. Yeah, I mean the max I could do right now is 2 deep, if I'm being honest.
It's a party in here.
It is a party.
Yeah. I was just looking for you, General Lee.
Oh, I was looking for you, General Hill.
Fantastic. How is the situation here, division commanders? Because we are apparently McClaws is under heavy attack.
I just sent you a letter. We have a Union division coming up. I see another Union brigade just behind their guns.
Okay.
They're in column. They're marching towards us, so we're just waiting for contact.
Okay. I saw First Corps forming to your southwest, and I can see Third Corps is attacking McClaws at the moment. So the Corps artillery is committed there.
Still, Mr. Lee here. I'm interrupting.
Okay.
I'm here. Yes.
He's stealing you.
Oh no! I'm moved into the wrong VC.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
so, Union VC.
From what we saw and what I was told, Second Corps is here lined up. A couple screenshots ago, maybe around 5 a.m., I saw 4 or 5 brigades lined up here in the center. I'm not sure what that is now. Oh, and I just got another screenshot.
Holy!
Yeah, they're coming, and they're coming hard.
I mean, I have not got a screenshot yet. What can you see?
Like 4 divisions attacking. They're like 4.
I'd say at least a corps.
Okay,
they're
so
like 2 to 3 deep, 4 deep.
A corps going at McClaws.
Yeah, so there's a division from Second Corps. At least 2 divisions First Corps here in the center.
Well, at least
so
they're attacking
third division. Yeah.
Sounds like they're throwing everything they can at us.
Their officer just died here in the federal officer just died here at the front. Most of their blocks have 3 or 4 hits.
All right, well then we are in good ground. Like their guns, their artillery can't shoot through their ranks anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We still have converging artillery coming down from that hill. We don't match their numbers, but we've got weight behind this line.
Mm-hmm.
I actually back us here.
We did lose some artillery just to the west a second ago.
Yeah, but they're firing into Third Corps attack.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we can break this. And even without the morale hit of the commander getting killed at the front, I think we can break this. And if we break this, if we have shitty luck and they overrun our line, then I think our reserve can counterattack and drive them back. We also have artillery set up to fire on them if they push us out of here.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't, if we have shattered these guys, I may actually back an attack on their guns.
I don't believe they'll be able to break through this simply because of some of these units are already at 40% losses. By the time they reach the breastworks, they're just going to rout. We've already seemed to have routed 2 regiments, so.
they're throwing a lot of weight at us. I've got 2 messages from General Pender.
Mhm.
But the sheer weight of this, I don't think they can't have much behind this.
I don't know where they would get more people from, unless
I
they're
mean,
because
they
they're
have.
attacking. Oh, update quickly is we're being pushed back on Hill 444. We've been pushed back, and we probably won't be able to retake it.
Which one's 444? Sorry.
To the southeast.
Okay.
So the other side of the stream, Rock Creek. We're not too
Oh,
far back, but we've lost.
You mean Ewell then?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't think we've broken, but we're being pushed back.
I've got 2 updates from Pender. I've got one at 0700 saying he's checking on Ewell, saying they've fallen back, they're in trouble, they may need reinforcements. And then I've got an update 10 minutes later saying he's confident he's launching counterattack. So, yeah, the situation's improved, I gather. Oh, Sean, hi.
Hi.
I gather the entire Federal Army is attacking us here personally.
Yeah, and they're doing it in column of brigade.
Okay. So attacking in the magnificent style.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie, we'll say.
Well, once we shatter their lead line, it will fall back in the next, and the next, and the next, and the whole lot will mill around here in rifle range, and we'll murder half them before they can fall back.
Yeah. Yeah, which is why, it's not done. But apparently they're doing it. So
okay.
Yeah.
Do we know which Federal Corps commander got shot in the face up here?
No, you don't. I mean, you can't specifically.
I mean, I can see in the screenshot what his name is. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't be able to specifically identify the body, but you wouldn't know that was from First Corps.
Yeah.
So
He fell among First Corps troops.
Yeah. So you're 95% sure it's Reynolds. So.
All right.
Is your artillery still able to fire on any of us, or is it?
No, their artillery is not firing on you anymore.
Okay. And our artillery, our Stephen Seal can, but our guns behind here can't unless they somehow kick us off the line. But if they do, they'll take cancer to the face.
Yeah.
Is there any additional information we should be aware of, Sean?
That it appears that there are, from your elevated position, you can see that there appears to be what appear to be more fresh Union forces than the battered First Corps that are pushing, that seem to be pushing towards McClaw's division.
We saw a Third Corps up there. Is there anything? Is there more than the Third Corps forces that we already saw there?
You can't tell.
Okay.
All right. I'm a little concerned about McClaw's. They have the worst ground, and they are the thinnest line.
Yeah, I left a caveat there already, saying basically, telling Law was moving east, but I told him, McClaw, and Law, while I was there, if there are further attacks there, we want them, call him straight down. We need to repel this attack before we do anything else. So hopefully that will happen, because he was still in the western side of town. Sean, are you still here?
He's
left. Away. Okay. Has Thomas come down? I can't see him in the screenshot.
I think Thomas's brigade is still behind the artillery there on the left.
Okay. Well, we need him to come down. He had standing orders to do so, so hopefully Sean can make that happen as ordered. But he's meant to be in this line now, reinforcing the right-hand side of it.
Oh, okay. If we push off some more units, I can put my fresh reserves to hold him if you want. like if we're that successful, I have those 2 brigades that we can throw in to help. It's up to you.
Well, I think if we repel them, I may send those 2 off to go deal with the federal guns.
Yeah. So
Because if we break every infantryman here, then if we can wipe out those batteries or at least break them off the field, we could break the federal line here. I don't think we've got the force to prosecute it much, but if we can wipe out some of that irritating gun advantage.
Okay.
So Thomas's brigade is still behind the artillery.
Well.
Well, it was certainly interesting to listen in.
Yeah, they thought that they might be okay in the center. We'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, I think they might be okay against the First Corps here, especially as they have Anderson's division, which is still fairly fresh.
A lot of damaged Union units going in there.
Right. But what we also can see is that 5th Corps is now bringing up the other 2 divisions to support the attack, and the Confederates are reacting in by bringing up Hood's division in between Pickett and their extreme line here, McLaws.
And we've got some Union units in the to the southwest that are are they coming up as well slowly?
Yeah, I think that these units have already moved up here, 1st Division and the reserves, Pennsylvania reserves. They've pushed up and those are pushing further. But also we have General Reynolds shot dead on the field.
Fallen.
About that.
Don't know if the.
So what's the impact in the game when that happens? Are they unable to give orders for a while, or?
So I would assume that they are out of the game. They might be, I don't know, potentially put in command of one of their divisions if there's a player lacking. But I would think for an event like this, they would probably be out of the game. And I didn't quite see. Well, yes, I did. I think there was a D20 next to the counter, so that actually might have been a game event, so to say. So a result of him being part of this attack, and not just a player leaving and the umpires deciding, okay, the general is dead now.
There's lots of places to fill in if a player doesn't have a role.
Alright, Me Too is watching us. Very good. Interesting to watch it play out from the God's eye perspective. Yeah, always. Okay, the other Union forces here on the flank are now moving up. That's 1st Division. Howard is with them. They're coming up to reinforce as well, and these guys are also of his corps. Okay.
Who are the guys on the road, on the Emmitsburg Road, heading up?
That's 2nd Division of 3rd Corps. And where is Sickles currently? Is he with his lead elements? No, so he might be somewhere down here with, not with Buford. That's Howard. Where might Sickles be? This is Sykes. Hancock.
So Sykes is actually going in against Hill.
Yes.
Basically, everyone is coming in against the south of Gettysburg. Okay.
Where might he
Point out Sykes to me. I'm making a little
Sure. Sykes. I don't know if they have moved him yet, but he currently is over here to the left of the what's that? Emmitsburg Road.
Yeah. So
Not the road.
have we found Sickles, or is he?
I have not seen the command counter yet. Hancock. Sickles over here.
What's the time? What's the game time?
Sickles is at Pitzer's farm. Game time is 0700, if that is correct.
Screenshot it.
I think we have a few new umpires today who weren't facilitating last Saturday, so that might be why it's all going a little bit slower.
Down in the far southeast, or far southwest rather, is that Stuart recovering?
Well, at least he's holding this position. Screened now here and here. Union Cavalry also has 3 units which are rallying, but they're bringing up the artillery, so...
Okie dokie.
There's not much. The terrain isn't suitable for cavalry fights here, anyways. So that's gonna be a
pretty hilly.
Yeah, continuous skirmishing and artillery duel probably. Well, might be interesting when exactly Howard's troops reach this position, to which degree they can support the attack. And I'm very, very curious to see how well Pickett and Hood are managing to holding this far flank, given their condition.
What's happening over on the far right? Can we take a look? The Union far right. Fighting on Wolf Hill.
Yeah, it turns out that moving Johnson's division, I mean, over here was the right decision.
Yeah, it sort of stabilized that flank.
Yeah.
A lot of damaged Union units in the rear.
Yeah, mostly those of the first wave of attack here. 3rd division looks still alright. That's 2nd division. 1st division, yeah.
I'm going to take a break for just a minute. I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, fighting on the map edge is always a little bit gamey, isn't it? But I mean, I guess that's the limit of this map anyway, isn't it? Which again, shout out to Damon, was cleaned up and improved and also put on a 3D mesh by our map magician. And it's the very same map we used for Grand Gettysburg 1, didn't we? Yeah, I believe we, during the process of preparing for GG1, Damon made that map. 3D at least, and improved the color scheme and contrast stuff. Can't get flanked, yeah, well. Unless your enemy's desert fox, right. We have those iconic cavalry commanders, don't we? It's interesting. I think what we should do, and I'm still, unfortunately, I don't really have that much time to put into that as I would like to, but we should run a battle, and maybe that doesn't even have to be a live game per se, but maybe some drills, as we called them back then, like some exercises, I would think, with the historical rules, and show how brittle cavalry really is and how important reserves are and all that, because the historical rules really emphasize that. And for example, they only grant combined arms effects if those are purposefully put in place and ordered. If the units just happen to be in the same place by accident, they don't provide any benefits. Well, but that map in the museum, that was the original one with the units on it, wasn't it? Or was it this one? We actually have some, I mean, there are pictures of IKS games in the museum, but that's in Canada. So. And currently, and I don't know why, it's coincidences, or there is a big conspiracy going on, I don't know. Over the last 3 weeks, several newspapers and other folks have contacted us for pictures of games using the historical systems. So, like, okay, what's going on, guys? I mean, it's great. It shows that that we have an impact, that we make an impact, and that's what we want to do. We're super happy that those folks are getting in touch, but I mean, it's the 200th anniversary this year, which I think there isn't much going on in that regard, actually. I would have assumed like a conference or anything really focusing on Kriegsspiel specifically, but I don't know that there is any. There's an interesting conference in September or October in Germany. I think the the Federal Army is involved, or some of their institutes at least, which is focusing on how war and its effects are portrayed in games, but it's not specifically focusing on Kriegsspiel. I don't know. I mean, Wintjes might be there. I would assume that if he has the time, he would probably do that. But I don't know that there's anything going on. I know that Wintjes will be on the Georgetown University Wargaming Society podcast or video series, whatever you want to call that, in early July. I think that will be pretty interesting. But yeah, they are doing a story on the 200th anniversary and Googled Kriegsspiel and got to us. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the way they found us. But anyways, interesting that they are writing these stories, especially as they don't really emphasize that it's the 200th anniversary. I mean, of course, they mention 1824 and so forth, but in the one that had been published last week, I don't think the anniversary was mentioned. And then the one we were contacted just a few days ago about seems to be focusing on the Franco-Prussian War, 1870-71, so Jesuits' system. So that's not really 200th anniversary either. Not sure, but it's certainly great. Oh man, is the Union attack being outflanked here now?
Those more of Pickett's troops coming in on the left.
Oops, let's have a look. Yep. Armistead's brigade of Pickett's, and those should be... Oh, that's one of McLaw's. But the guns also, okay. So Pickett's are all here now, and that... Well, they have left their supply. But yeah, this is one of McLaw's. And now these Union forces are coming up. Okay, they might be able to support. That's 11th Corps. All right, yeah. Should get these units moving as well. What's that? 3rd Division. Were guns used at all anymore as close range support during the American Civil War, or were they just because of the technological advancement just used at long range for shelling and so forth?
What's that, Jan?
The artillery in the American Civil War, was their artillery still used for close range support, or were they just because the guns were bigger and had longer ranges, were they just used at long range for shelling?
Offensively, they tended to be used at longer ranges. It's difficult to bring guns up under fire,
right,
bring them to bear. Defensively, of course, they were used at close range when the enemy would close upon them. But it was harder because of the longer ranges of the weapons, that the gun crews would be under fire for longer periods, moving up, so it's more difficult to do that.
Okay, so there were no more regimental guns, let's say.
Yeah, I don't think so. In the Union Army, they had the batteries were assigned to divisions and corps, and then they had the Union artillery reserve that they tended to use their artillery that way. Yeah, I'm trying to think of instances, and I don't have encyclopedic knowledge, but instances where artillery. I mean, I'm sure there were instances where artillery is brought up, support attacks to a closer range, but it was more difficult because of the ranges of the defending guns.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a bloodbath around Gettysburg.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like 5th Corps attack came a little too late.
Yeah, it might be. I'm a little surprised at the Confederates' ability to gather those forces that had been out on their far right and bring them back, but it looked like they might be coming back just in the nick of time.
Mm.
And drawing our parallels to history, missed opportunities, missed timings, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That whole Confederate western flank just hung out there for most of the morning.
Yeah, they're sort of being chased. You can see the Union units coming up, but we'll see if they get there in time to make a difference.
So, there's a, as one might expect, a flanking move by the cavalry.
Trying to put Jeb Stuart out of business once and for all.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they should be able to do that with that gun support here. What's the time now? Still 7 a.m.
A long 7 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if that clock is right, all this has happened within 2 hours.
Yeah. Everybody needs to take a break soon.
Been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm. No. Eric asks in the chat, how do the umpires remember which units they've already moved? Well, the umpires are assigned to take care of specific formations, so they will just know. So let's say, I don't know, there's one umpire might be taking care of First Corps, so he's moving all First Corps units. Then waiting for whoever might be assigned to move the opposing forces, and then they roll the dice, and that way they don't intermingle and get confused. Because otherwise there's just too much going on if you start jumping back and forth between formations and all that.
What's happening on the east there? They're just pushing back, huh?
Yeah. Not much.
It looks like that's kind of stabilized.
I guess listening to the Confederate command, that did its job because they were all their attention was over in that direction as this other big attack was going in.
Mm-hmm.
So that was its objective, was to draw attention, so it did it.
Okay, guys, I think I would take a 20-minute break. Do you want me to have it zoomed in like so? You can still see the main attack going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Perfect. Okay. See you later then.
Great.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye on it.
Sure. It's, well, it'll be interesting to see what happens on the west with the when those Union units that are coming up, whether they can make a difference and relieve some pressure. Because it looks like the Confederates are sort of wrapping around the point of the attack there.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens with Reynolds' guys in the center. They were kind of beaten up yesterday.
Yep. Well, now it's kind of math and physics, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, yeah, you've got some additional Union units coming up, but it's just a matter of who's going to prevail in this scrum.
Look, they're collapsing that western part of the Union line. Is that Pickett? So Pickett.
Yeah, Pickett might be saving the day here if that holds up.
Here's the thing. You have a supporting or diversionary attack. It has to draw units away from where your main attack is, or it was just a piece of news, you know?
Yeah.
So the diversionary attack didn't actually change the shape of the Confederate line. The entire corps went in there and took that hill, which is only the first hill of a whole series of hills, without really materially diminishing the strength of the western portion of the line.
Yeah, I think that's right. Because the division was that Johnson's division on the far right, the Confederate far left, and it was it was north of Wolf's Hill. I can't remember where it was at the beginning of the day, but yeah, it was sort of over in this sector already. And so I think that's right, that you throw in a diversionary attack and you hope that it draws off the enemy's reserves, but in this case it really didn't from the center and the west.
Well, the reserves, I think the Johnson came from Gettysburg. Because remember, he was up on that northern road.
Okay.
And that commitment had been made in the morning. But he'd have been over there anyway. But it's interesting. You say, hey, the diversionary attack worked. Lee and everyone was worried about the east. But then in the end, Pickett still came over and still is now collapsing the Union line to the west.
Yeah.
So, so, which Ewell's attack on Culp's Hill historically, and then all of Longstreet's maneuvering to try to get down around that flank is literally just reversing it. Right? Now you've got 4 Union Corps trying to do what Longstreet was doing, and they're ending up having their right now actually on that western side they're having their little round top moment.
Yeah, Yeah, well, we
Right.
say we'll see if the guys, we'll see if the last few Union troops can make a difference. But yeah, it looks like the Confederates are holding the end of the line with Pickett there.
And in a way, the presence of Stuart so far south did keep all those Union units out of the fight.
That's right. That's right.
Structurally, what Stuart did worked. Structurally, yeah.
And Pickett's guys strung out all the way down along Willoughby Run, that caused the Union to deploy to oppose them. And Pickett seems to have gotten a jump on them in getting back to Gettysburg.
Right. And the concept of interior versus exterior lines, theoretically, the Union should have been able to readjust faster.
Yeah, well, I guess that's decision making.
Right? That's what the double blind wargaming that we were talking about earlier, right? Is the interior lines don't matter if you don't communicate faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, the way the Confederate line is in the east, it'd be very hard to roll that up, because even damaged or disrupted Confederate units would just retreat to the next hill.
Yeah, it's a lot of difficult terrain to get through there.
Right. So you'll push them back to the next hill, push them back to the next hill. Inside the remit of a day, remit's not the right word, but inside the boundary of a day, you're not going to actually clear that eastern side. You might have made a run on the western side up Seminary Ridge, because once you get on the ridge, you can kind of clear the ridge. But
And I think that's right. So we'll see how they do here.
I'm going to pop up and listen to the Umpire channel for a second.
All right. I'll just sit tight here.
Yeah, they're just grinding through. I think there was a question in the stream about how umpires do this. And when you have a dozen umpires, the way they organize it is that all the umpires will go resolve a portion of the battlefield, and then they'll report back in, and they'll say first corps is complete, second corps is complete, third corps. And then once all the umpires have given a thumbs up that they've completed, then the turn is advanced by 20 minutes, and then the reports are given. When an umpire completes, they put screenshots in each channel. So it's a sprawling affair, but there's a certain logic to it.
Yeah,
And,
it seems like
grad.
the process works, and yeah, sort of
There
parallel.
is just a lot of combat going on right now, so that that's automatically going to slow everything down. What combat resolution did you use?
In my game, I used basically Great Campaigns of the American Civil War.
You used the combat resolution?
Yeah, except that I had to write a system for resolving moves simultaneously, because in that board game, the units are resolved sequentially, right? I mean, one corps or one division will act, and it'll finish what it's going to do, and then the next will act, and you just go back and forth.
Yeah.
With a play by email game, that doesn't work. You need to be able to resolve everything at once. And I was using daily turns, so I came up with a system to resolve movement and combat simultaneously. But the combat system itself for the exchange of fire, I was using Great Campaigns of the American Civil War.
There you go. And is that a D6 system? I haven't played it myself.
Yeah, it's based on combat odds, and then it's differential D6s that produce the result. And the system tends to favor the tactical defender, which is not surprising. And the vagaries of battle are produced by the differential dice. So if one guy rolls a 6 and the other guy rolls a 1, that's an extreme result. If they both roll the same thing, that's a middling.
How did you track capacity? So in other words, if somebody rolls a 6 and another rolls a 3, there's a differential of 3. Does that translate right into 3 reduction in 3 combat value, or was there another?
There's a combat table in the game that if you look at the die differential and you look at the odds, and there are other mitigating factors or aggravating factors like the presence of artillery, terrain, unit quality, attacks on the flanks to sort of modify the result, if you will. And then ultimately you arrive at an entry on the table and says, these are the casualties on both sides, and this is the morale effect if there was a repulsion of an attack or whether there was a rout, that sort of thing.
There you go. And how long would it take you to resolve 29 players?
I would do 1 day and about 3 to 7 days of real time. That was and the biggest turn I ever had to do, I had to pass out a total of 18 pages of material back to the players. That was definitely a 7-day turn, but yeah, and it was sending. It was all it was email, text messages with the players, telling them their results, and also passing along messages that were sent back and forth between the players.
Right. A play by email IKS game with 20 players, which would be half this size. A fast resolution would be 2 hours, 3 hours for a longer one. So every 2 days, resolving for 2 or 3 hours. Not surprisingly, when everyone's marching toward each other, those are your 2-hour resolutions. When everyone's deeply engaged and there's a lot of combat to resolve, that's a 3-hour one.
Yeah.
3 hours actually not the rolling of the dice and the allocating of damage. It's the description of what's happening. It's the writing that actually takes all that time, not the. I find that resolving the action is actually maybe 20 minutes of that time, and then just getting all the writing done. You actually become when you are a Kriegsspiel umpire, you become a bit of a wordsmith because you have to write a lot of stuff.
Yeah. What I found that what took the most time was there was on the Union side, there was a player who was really invaluable to the Union, playing the commander of the Bureau of Military Information. And so he had all the scouts and spies out looking for stuff. He was also running the Signal Corps observation stations. And so I had all these intelligence reports that all his assets were gathering, and I had to figure out what he could see and then write them up and then track when they're getting back to him. You know, if somebody's in a distant location trying to send a courier back to headquarters, it takes time. But, you know, it's track that probably took more time than any other player because he had more individual little elements to resolve than anybody else did.
Yeah, yeah. Just as an observation, the umpires have all left the umpire channel, which means they're out describing to the players what's happening.
All right.
So we can't move the screen because Jan is our pilot today, but we're probably at least in the 7:20 turn. Actually, we can check that by going down and looking at Meade's command channel, because I guarantee you Meade got an update. And Meade just got 7:40, so we're at 7:40.
Wow. That's a lot of action in 2.5 hours.
Because on the historical day too, you know, as you illustrated or you were talking about earlier, some of the attacks were dawdling until the afternoon. And in fact, Culp's Hill didn't go until almost the evening. So to have the entire battlefield erupt within 2 hours is very different than the historical.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess day 2, Gettysburg, if the fighting kicked off at 3:30 and went continuously until about 8 or 9 o'clock, but not all intense. It wasn't intense everywhere the whole time, right? I mean, Longstreet's attack went in, and that resolved itself probably in about 2 or 3 hours, and for 3 hours or so, and then Ewell came in, and that was probably hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, this is everybody slugging it out all at once.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot of movement.
No, and I see that the Union guys on the far left have sort of pulled up short.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they came up that road and then curled around and shook out into line.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Huh. Well, the Union has no reserve any longer, right? Everything's been committed. I guess you have looks like 4 brigades of the 5th right there in the center, or they haven't actually entered combat, but everyone else has had a bullet fired at them. So
yeah, they've got a few units in the sort of the southwestern sector of the battle area that aren't engaged, but everybody else,
yeah,
they are.
Right. You're pulling some of the Confederates out of there.
Yeah, is that Hood's guys?
Yeah.
When we can zoom in again, it'll be interesting to see
who's actually.
Yeah, some Union guys heading for the rear.
Union guys heading back to camp to have some coffee and reconstitute. Yeah. Look at the distance in this what's now the center, which is on Culp's Hill. Those guys are just kind of holding the line there.
Yeah, looking at each other.
You know, it's interesting historically, and I have an invite out to a historian who's going to come on a podcast on all of our materials here. I'll ask him about it. But you know, historically, if there hadn't been Pickett's charge, just such a horrible slaughter on that third day, and it was just kind of a draw, which is this has the potential of turning into a kind of a draw, right? The Confederates kind of pushed the Union back, and then they just marched northwest, and with an inconclusive outcome. You wonder if you know, the impact on the morale of the Union at the time, if it hadn't been a big victory, or if they would have exaggerated it into a big victory, you know.
Yeah, it is interesting because you know, the Confederate, if you look at the battle, the Confederates essentially won on the first day, right? They defeated 11th Corps and 1st Corps. They took some losses to Hill. The second day, I think in terms of casualty count, they actually won as well because they beat up so many of Sickles' guys.
Yeah.
Although they didn't take the Union position.
Right.
Yeah, and then the third day, you know, Pickett's charge is a disaster. And it is interesting what, you know, what if Lee doesn't do Pickett's charge, if he decides that the, you know, the Union Army is still ensconced on the hill, all their troops are massed, and you know, realizes that he's outnumbered and, you know, isn't likely to win. What does he do?
Off to Petersburg, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. To accelerate that and slug it out with Grant on the wilderness, but the overland campaign. But
yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thing. You know, could Lee have decided after fighting a battle, whether it's Gettysburg or somewhere else, with the Army of the Potomac, you know, could he have decided to withdraw and, you know, sort of call it a win, saying it was a big raid into the north to...
Right. Exactly right. We've succeeded in all our objectives. We entered Northern Territory. We were able to show that we can march there with impunity, all this stuff, right?
Yeah, we've captured 6 months of supplies for the Army.
Right. Extending our ability, all that stuff, right? And
so that's the interesting question.
Because it was the same days that Vicksburg fell, so even Vicksburg was, which was actually more disastrous from a campaign perspective than Gettysburg.
Yeah.
The loss of Vicksburg, but anyway, it's all just. So I'm reading this book right now that's just come out, the Demon of Unrest, and it's about the start of the war and the political maneuvering and Lincoln coming to office. But it's always commented on by historians saying, we know who won now. But back then, they weren't so sure. It could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
And there's Jan. And one of the things that the Demon of Unrest talks about is that the South couldn't believe that the world would not rally behind them because they had the cotton. And so they were counting on Britain actually aligning with them, and to the point of where they expected Britain to send troops to support them, that they would have access to the raw materials. So it's just a very different. We don't think of it that way because we're the long lens of history, and you know. But back then, the South was like, no, we got this thing in the bag because we have the world, we have the cotton. They don't have that up there. They just have machines. You know. Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, and you know, if the Confederates had won the Battle of Gettysburg, you know, would that have had enough of a political impact, potentially cause Lincoln to lose the election of 1864? I mean, that's sort of the path. If there was a path for them to succeed, I think that was it. But
that was the hope, right? To somehow disrupt the process, right?
Yeah.
Well, taking all your fresh units and attacking right into the concentration of the Confederates, as we're seeing here right now, might not be the way to unseat General Lee. So.
Yeah, it looks like they have moved some guys over to the left, so they're protecting their left against anything that Pickett might do. And the Confederate center looks like a gap's been opened up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, lots of units running through Gettysburg currently.
Yeah, it's just been combat resolution extraordinaire since you've left, Jan. I mean, literally, we've seen this same. Excuse me. We've seen this same turn going for a while now. It's 7:40 now.
Wow.
Okay.
Pop down. What are they showing on the board, Jan?
Still 07.
Well, yeah, that's out of date because they've actually have 7:40 resolutions in some of the channels. So.
And apparently Stuart. Oh no, he's still moving some units around. Thought he was already mopped up, but apparently not.
I think it would be a beautiful thing if Sam Miller, who's playing Buford, captures Stuart and parades him through the streets of Harrisburg.
In a cage, you mean?
Right, in a cage. Parades him through on a special rail car with a cage attached. Small children throwing bananas up into the cage. Well, I can go on all day about what we could do to Marshall if he gets captured. For those of you at home who don't know, we're talking about Marshall is the founder of the IKS, and he's playing Stuart, which is why we're having so much fun.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. And Marshall's the patient zero.
All right.
So how long ago did you all start up?
It was just our third birthday. So the IKS was officially founded on May 31st, 2021.
Wow.
Coming out of the Southern California Kriegsspiel Society, which was a group that met up once or twice a year in Los Angeles to play in person at the Strategicon wargaming convention. And when the pandemic hit, they obviously couldn't do that anymore. And they were thinking about, well, which ways are there to continue playing, and they turned to Discord and Tabletop Simulator. We've also tried different software over the years, but those have so far proven to be the most efficient.
There were 3 people that contributed in series to the creation. First, Marshall fell in love with the idea of double-blind Kriegsspiel, so he kind of got the idea going at this Strategicon to do a Kriegsspiel type of setup. And then another person said, when the pandemic hit, another person said, we should use Tabletop Simulator and do this remotely. And then a third person said, oh, if we use screen grabs from our computers, you can recreate Tug of War. And so those 3 layers created the essential magic that got a huge international community interested via Facebook, right, Jan? It was on a Facebook that people actually found what Southern California was doing.
Right, they had that Facebook group all the time. And then over the pandemic, people got interested in all kinds of games.
All over the world.
Yeah, and apparently
Finland and Germany, and they had to switch from the International Kriegsspiel Society because it was no longer just a bunch of people in LA.
Yeah.
And that was the 3 years ago.
That's great.
Yeah. And I've been with the IKS shortly after played my first game during the first or second, might have been the second Armchair Dragoons digital convention in June 2021, I think. Yeah. And then I joined and was immediately put to be commander of the Union Army for Gettysburg 1, which was then held in August. Yeah.
No, that's really terrific. I mean, you've got so much going on. You know, that's terrific. You're able to do that, and you can summon multiple umpires to games to make them go. You know, that's great to have a.
Well, you know, Sean, what's interesting about this group is it's actually a very young group. It's a lot of college age people. They did a little survey, and the majority of players are actually in their 20s, which is really antithetical to what you think of miniatures gaming or board gaming or hex gaming. It's a very young group, and that's a very positive thing. It just shows that the appeal of historical simulations is still beyond Warhammer for the younger guys.
That really is great, because that's something that we observe all the time. Going to live, I go to a lot of live miniatures conventions, and it tends to be an older crowd with some sons and daughters of the older crowd coming.
Yeah, right.
The older.
Sitting there bored and looking at their phones.
Yeah.
But I think the ability to create different periods and the sheer volume of, in my opinion, the thing that makes the IKS go is actually all of these domain experts, like Damon was mentioned earlier, who's an amazing graphic artist. And there'll be someone who understands a person from Romania who understands Romanian history. We'll have like all these documents in there about like Romanian maps from the 1800s. All kinds of crazy. It's become as much a library of amazing data as necessarily people producing rules and games and all that, which is part of it, right? So, but the knowledge is amazing.
That's great. So you don't have to have one person who does it all, and
not at all. Yeah, not at all. And there's a new crew, so there's probably Jan knows these numbers better, but there's probably 250, 300 people who are really super active. Am I right on that, Jan, or am I too high?
I think that's right. We can actually have a look at
a couple
that.
thousand people have joined the server and stayed in, but you've got a core group who creates content.
Yeah.
And so, and that's been its history. So, and it's really in the last year that it's accelerated, because I joined a year ago. It's actually been over a year ago. I came in through just a link, checked it out, and it's very different now than it was even a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
In terms of the volume of material.
Yeah.
Yeah, and having so many people who can contribute, that's really, and the ability to run so many different kinds of games, that's really great.
Yeah, it's a lot of variety. Okay. Can we go down and talk to the commander of that Union Far West and what he's thinking? Because that's such a unique move to move up like that and then just kind of hug the river there.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously, they think something's going on over there. So.
Who are those guys?
Let's update our map. That's Sickles third, should be, right? Is Hood even? Where is Hood?
His division was in the Confederate center, right? Didn't it get knocked back with the big attack?
Let's see. So Hood should be in the thick of it. He was rallying west of town, and I believe, yes, he has been brought forward to counter this attack. together with Pickett.
McLaws.
Right. And so the main, yeah, those are also Hood's units here, and Heath. Some of McLaws falling back, McLaws, Hoods, yeah. Right, so to whom did you want to speak? To Howard or to these guys here, Sykes?
I think Sickles to find out what, because they moved. Yeah, those guys.
Or where's Sickles?
See right there. You had it. Whoever that commander is of that group that moved up there and just stopped. Go left
Here.
there or west there.
Howard.
Just to the west of the Pitzer farm there.
Yeah, I think.
Now, how is Howard? Is Howard now? Is Howard?
Those are Howard's guys. Yeah.
Yep.
Howard's guys ended up over here. Where's the third?
The third, so these guys came up. So that was the division that was still posted down here at the Pitzer farm. I don't know why Sickles himself is still there. Probably should be over here. But where is his other division? Is it?
Bernie
it's running away currently, so it was in this attack.
Third corps there.
Yeah, they were in this attack here.
All right, and then fifth, middle here.
Fifth is over
bulge.
here. That's Sykes. That's currently this attack here.
What color are you?
I'm
that one there.
gray.
Sykes. The Sykes is in the middle here.
It's an
What's
interesting
this
move.
movement now? Pennsylvania moving over there.
Reynolds and Hancock are still just stacked up against Hill on this. I'm going to put an image in the. We'll call it the 8 a.m. image. How about that? In the chat or text channel.
Okay.
That's an interesting move by Sykes to move those guys to the left. It looks like they're sort of on top of those other two brigades.
It should cause some disruption. Those are of 11th Corps, Howard's guys.
Yeah.
And it's also, so that might be the result of a lack of communication between the two.
Yeah.
We have to wait till the whole turn resolves.
Right.
But look at the text commentator channel and make sure I've got it right. It's not that it's that dynamic a situation, but the 11th moved over.
But
third,
then,
fifth.
I mean, I would still keep them in the reserve. He only has a half brigade in reserve here right now against all this going on. So why is he? Okay, Howard is coming up now. Okay, let's have.
Was that? Okay, now the third's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those guys might be 11th Corps, right? I can't.
11th. I mean, sorry, you're right, Sean.
Yes, that's 11th Corps. That's all Howard's. And these two, and then this is 5th shifting over here. And 3rd is still in this position. Okay, let's have a look at your map. Buford, Greg, that looks alright. Howard, Sickles, Sykes.
Another one where Howard moved up, but
yeah.
Pickett in my map, this Pickett might be too far west.
Yes, that's true. Yeah,
Delete that, you want to put another one up.
Shift McLaws and Pickett, like in between
east
Gettysburg and the ridge, because the Seminary Ridge indication is too far to the west.
Okay, let me do that. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Pickett. Well, now Pickett is back up on the road, but so they are basically in between Gettysburg and how do I describe that? And just in front of Howard, basically, in that picture you just sent there.
Yeah, let me try this. Let me take a look at that, see if that's better.
Howard, Sykes. Yeah, I guess the problem is a little bit lack of space. They should all still be a little bit further to the east.
Yeah.
But I think that's all right. Yeah. Should work just fine.
Okay. You want to talk to anybody? Oh, they don't have their information, do they?
Probably not.
So it's I wonder if Sykes and Howard weren't talking to each other, and that Sykes reacted to what he thought he saw and sent those 2 brigades, pulled them out of the center of his attack and swung them to his left. Because I would have thought that they would have followed up, because that's where the gap was, where Hood's guys were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Who's going in here? Sykes personally leading the attack.
Looks like the umpires are back in their channels. So if we go look at who do you think would be interesting to talk to?
Well, maybe Sykes. Sorry, go ahead.
Sykes.
Yeah, because we tried to talk to him previously and that didn't work. So maybe we try again. See if he has audio this time. Although he is still, is that correct? Co-located with.
He has an 820 update. Sykes does. So I think we can talk to him.
He's down
He's
there
in Ayers' voice.
Ayers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go there.
Oh, hello. There might be people. I'm sending it.
Hello.
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 General Sykes.
Oh, it's the press.
It's the press indeed.
Press for General Sykes.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Just wanted to get an overview of what you're seeing, what you're thinking. Where's your head? Just hear it in your own words.
Well, from what I can gather, we've attacked Confederate center, quite successfully so, and now there's a large gazing gap in their center, which my 1st division is about to exploit, hopefully. I'm gonna see next turn. But their reinforcements have came up. We're about to deal with them too. Okay. And that's what's happening right now. Kind of where I'm at. I'm not sure where 11th Corps is. We're kind of hoping they're gonna come up on our left soon, or like eventually at least.
Late as always.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll hope it's going all right at least with the 1st Corps that are attacking at our right. If not, it's also right. We've heard that that 6th Corps has attacked successfully.
Okay.
So overall, we're in a better mood than we started.
That's something at least.
That it is. It's great. Good. Okay. Just want to check in with you. That's great. Thanks for the update.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck with your attack.
Luck.
Thanks.
I mean, morale is important.
So I guess that would explain, or that might explain why he made that move, that he didn't know the 11th Corps was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
How about Longstreet? We haven't heard from him. Is Eli in the game today?
I don't think so.
Got Pickett. Is the only one there.
Pickett might be interesting to talk to.
All right, why don't we go give him a whirl?
Where is he? Pickett.
He's
there.
down in the First Corps.
All right. Major General Pickett.
Commentators?
So, how is it going on your end? You've been marching a lot today.
Situation is dire. We are
do you
being
mean?
attacked. That is an understatement, I suppose. But I'm currently being attacked by what I believe to be 3 Union Corps. I can see 5th, which is pushing and battering McClaw's division, which is a problem. He has completely run out of reserves. 3rd, which I wrecked yesterday, is still very much present in the area. At least 1 division, and they are driving my situation mad. I'm trying to refuse the flank, which means that I'm having to directly oversee a lot of maneuver. I'm trying to establish a defensive line on Seminary Ridge. From that, I have to cobble up whatever reserve I have left over and plug in the gap in McClaw's division. And I am being attacked by 3 corps and probably 3 more because there's Union forces forming up on the Willoughby Run. Where the hell is Stuart? And apparently, both Hill and Ewell are being themselves attacked by like 3 corps each.
So on that count, you're counting 15 corps so far.
No. I'm counting. I am counting around 9 corps.
I hear you.
9 to 10 corps.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I am assuming that there is some double counting. If we're being attacked by 7, that is still a lot of Union force.
A lot of corps.
Yes, that is an impressive concentric attack involving a lot of forces at once. The 5th Corps is the one where I'm most worried about because it's striking at the junction of some of our troops. And we are just not in a position where we can easily shift reserves. I have one that's available, but that's about it, and I'm just... The good news is that I think that the flanking attack, they should run out of steam on this sort of like southern end of the front before the flanking attack comes. But this is chaotic. This is actually... I have no clue where Stuart is. I am being driven mad because our commander cannot be fired. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Out there on the edge of... With no communication with Stuart. Got it. Well, hang in there and best of luck with it. We just want to check in with you.
Yep. Fantastic.
Thank you. There you go.
I think he's doing a pretty good job for someone who is sort of out there by himself.
Yeah, really with no commander either.
No.
And even though a commander doesn't always make it better, at least someone to commiserate with them. Right. Although McClaw's is down there as well. Loggy is playing McClaw's.
Yeah, and he should meet up with Lee next turn here. So that might then maybe be an interesting conversation to listen in, because that's seems to be the weak spot currently, and with so many units routing into Gettysburg, might be interesting to hear what Lee thinks about it. if he thinks it's possible to maintain this position.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from him, or just listen in on what he's doing.
Mm. Okay, let's keep an eye on that. Once the reports are sent out, where is Meade currently?
Okay.
Hancock.
Oh, and over on the far right, the Confederates have pulled back. Union far right.
It seems to me they have even routed in face of the guns here.
Wow. That's that seems surprising. That force looked like it was in pretty good shape.
Yeah,
What are we looking
it
at?
did.
Well, I thought I think it is interesting that information was flowing from the Confederate right wing over to the west, and then same for the Union. Is like words getting around that there's success across the board, and that's that morale. That morale, can really collapse if you start to believe the whole line is collapsing.
Right.
Which I think is something that's unique to Kriegsspiel. You can have a command morale lapse. It just says we've lost, and they rout off the board.
Right.
Speaking of live Kriegsspiels, I am going to be conducting live Kriegsspiels next weekend at the Origins Conference in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, nice.
Heading up there on Wednesday to get set up, and I'm conducting 2 sessions on Thursday and 2 on Saturday.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been to Origins in a while. I used to go in the late 90s and early 2000s. Had friends who went out there every year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last night I was just planning to or looking for events at Gen Con, going out to Gen Con this year. And it's been my second trip to Gen Con. First trip was 30 years ago. So
wow.
And it's absolutely massive, right? I mean, it's over 10,000 events or something like that.
Yeah, well, my son lives in Indiana, so I was thinking about heading out there because I can catch a visit with him, and I used to take him when he was a kid.
Yeah, I grew up in Indianapolis before Gen Con was there, so still have friends there that I'm going to visit with.
Yeah.
But
it is a huge show. It's massive.
70,000 people or something like that.
Yeah, and more costumes than Halloween across the nation. A lot of Star Wars stuff.
But
I think the Strategicon is a small. Go ahead, sorry.
You go ahead first.
I should say Strategicon is a small, kind of multi-purpose gaming conference where you've got anything from families playing Rummy Cube to LARP games to all sorts of stuff. And the War Games is actually in one room of many. So, and they do have a miniature section, but so one of the areas that we're exploring is how do we make a very accessible in-person Kriegsspiel, and we can go to some of these conferences and introduce it to folks there. So Origins would be one of our first where we're going to try a conference other than Strategicon.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. That sounds like I would think you'd have a lot of takers.
Yeah, they well, it's part of the Armchair Dragoons universe, and they've been very kind to us, and a really nice collaboration with those folks. We did the connection stuff, and so this is our first tour we've gone to Origins, so we're pretty excited about it.
Oh, great.
Yeah, you're probably gonna meet up with Brandt and Merle and all the guys.
All those guys.
What sort of scenarios are you running?
I'll be running 1859 Prussian brigade on brigade for one, and then division on division for another.
Mm-hmm.
Near Frankfurt on Oder, just east of there.
Right.
Nersdorf and in the borderlands. So pretty straightforward, but just straightforward Prussian divisions right out of the books, and then just meeting engagements in both sides. So a lot of chance for maneuver and swapping out commands and all kinds of good stuff. Lots of needle gun action.
And you're using your rewrite of Chischwitz, or which system are you using?
I'm using the 1862. Well, actually, I'm using a variant that Ruse and I worked out of one of Sam Mustafa's Blucher rule sets, where we upgraded it for we upgraded it for 1862 needle gun. So basically, we kind of homebrewed it a bit. And there's no reason for that. It's just that was the one I was using, and I was very fast at it. And so Ruse pointed out, Ruse is one of our smarter umpires. Ruse pointed out, hey, your damage is not high enough. You're playing musket rules. So we went through and redid it. But because it's live and it's not heavily umpired, because I'm only going to have either myself or inexperienced umpires, it's more I have to do all the combat resolution quickly.
Right.
So it's an abbreviated version of the Mustafa rules.
Yeah, I think that absolutely makes sense. I see that McLaws and Lee are now collocated in
That'd be
Lee's
an interesting
voice.
one to listen to.
Let's jump in.
Let's do that.
And here it comes. Or no, here's the journalists. Here's the war journalists.
Yep.
Welcome to my humble abode.
Generals, how are things going?
Oh boy, I thought the July 1st was rough, but July 2nd is turning out to be quite the storm. While we decided in our original plan was to set up a defense everywhere, the Union took the opposite approach and said they'll attack everywhere, and that is what we're seeing. It's quite the conundrum. I believe that General Ewell has stabilized his front on the left, but I have not. I don't think he's in the most optimal position. I think General Hill could hold on to the center. It's the right that I am concerned about at the moment. I don't think that we have a good position, and I think most of the troops holding it are quite beaten. I am concerned that if the Union were to throw a corps at us, even if it's a battered corps, they might be able to break the line somewhere over here on the right.
Okay. Have you identified the Schwerpunkt, the main point of assault of the Union, or is it just that they attack everywhere?
It appears to be attacking everywhere. I do think that the focus has been Cemetery Hill to Seminary Ridge as one section, and then Wolf Hill as the other section. I know that General Meade was located again to the east with General Ewell. In front of General Ewell, I should say. But it seems to be a lot of pressure from all sides, and no division is coming across unscathed, except for maybe the one at Culp's Hill. I think they're doing pretty good. I think that might be the division we rely upon come day 3, assuming we get that far. I've heard this before, and I will say it again, that when you are in the thick of things, I'm paraphrasing here, everything looks like defeat. Like, you may be winning, but all you see is your own troops retreating, the injuries, the dead, the wounded. It looks like you've been defeated, even if you have the advantage. So the truth is, I don't know necessarily who is dominating the field at the moment. I suspect, though, that we are at the very least holding our own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well said. I think that's something we very often observe in Kriegsspiel games, that someone who's in a advantageous and winning position often believes to be beaten completely. Okay, and what if that attack you fear might be launched here around your current position comes in? Are you prepared for that? What are your plans if it turns out that your line is not able to hold this position?
We're going to try and hold at a secondary position on the western edge of Gettysburg. It's not a great location, but if we could get maybe some canister fire down the streets against Union troops marching up it, it might be a little dangerous for them to advance. Although I don't think my boys have been trained in house-to-house fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Barksdales have been. They did it at Fredericksburg.
Oh, well, there you go. Where are they?
That's a very good question. They originally were with my division, and then they got whisked off to God knows where.
You didn't need it anyway. I've been telling.
Absolutely, I would have. Though I would have kind of appreciated to have them when 2 entire Union Corps just smashed into my division. Would have been nice, but I guess they weren't necessary, if you want to put it that way.
You only get true introspection when your artillery is gone, you only have half your troops, and you are ordered to hold. That's when you find the meaning of life.
The meaning of life is to not get your head blown off by a Union cannonball, as far as I'm concerned at the moment.
That's a very reasonable concern.
But after all, heads up, gentlemen. These are bullets, not turds.
I suspect the Union is pretty depleted, just like we are. I don't know if they have much to throw at us either. I would really actually appreciate if I could find Stuart. That's sort of our, I wouldn't say it's the ace in the hole. It's sort of like the Joker, if he can just kind of appear. Because I think Stuart can make a difference on our flank on the right here, if only we could locate him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting. Okay.
It's possible because I have heard that General Pickett restored General Stuart's artillery, his horse artillery, and the rest of his brigades to him, which who knows if that actually happened or not. If it's possible that General Stuart is doing something a little bit different and is just messing around with the rear of the Union, which, to be fair, would be also useful, but I have no idea.
Anything that draws off their reserves from their 2 main thrusts is a win in my book.
So that's sort of our situation, but I think we're doing okay. I'm not sure what we're going to plan for day 3. If this happens to be just the situation where we hold, I think we will probably plan a counterattack, but it might have to be with Hill's Corps, because he's the one who has the freshest divisions out of everyone. I think everyone else is pretty brutalized. Oh, actually, you know what? Johnson's division seems to be probably is doing okay. Johnson's been saving everyone. He saved us on day 1. He's probably saving us on day 2.
Well, we look forward
3 cheers for Ola Lenny.
All right. Well, good luck with all of that, gentlemen.
Thank you, and have good fun continuing.
Thanks a lot.
This excellent coverage.
Yeah. If only Stuart was messing with the enemy rear.
Right. Well.
Seems like here's still
Speaking of
combat
General
going on
Stuart,
with its
he,
rear guard, but the other units are in a
Yeah, I think.
pretty bad shape. He has now personally reached the John's farm here.
Is that Stuart?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's-
there's
all
still
Stuart has left is
potential
all
for
Stuart
him
has
to
left is his horse and a cheese grater.
right. He has some potential to scare Howard, right? If he shows up
He
on this
could.
ridge here and waves
could.
over to him, but
Waves his cheese grater at him.
don't think there's much he can do.
I tell you, if Howard were to press that end of the line, the chaos might be general, but we'll see what Howard. Should we talk to Howard?
We can do. I agree. Howard, I think, I was just thinking for a moment, might be better to commit these fresh troops, but no, I think it would be the right decision to push in Howard's guys now, and then have them replaced once they have fought their initial combat with these fresh guys, and then push through.
Take a glance at the game time, Jan, so I'm getting it right here.
It's still the clock is still at 0700, so I don't.
Oh, okay, so
I don't know.
Let me look at Meade real quick, and then just. Wait, 40.
But yeah, so Howard, where is he currently?
There's Howard.
I don't see Howard in Howard's voice. Is he still co-located?
Is he in the midst of his
Yeah,
several brigades over on the left?
the token is there, but I don't know if the umpires have moved him already.
Yeah. I guess that gives us the answer on whether he's going to prosecute a very quick attack. Right?
Yeah, that might be an issue that there is no player right
Human beings
now.
there. How about Meade? Should we talk to Meade, find out what's going on with him? Because we did just talk to Lee, right?
Yeah, we can do. Where is he? All on his own. Okay, let's go. Sure, Meade.
Hello.
We are here for an update. How is the battle progressing?
Well, things have been a bit hectic, but I think all told it's going well. 6th Corps resisted the Confederate counterattack, and it's been beaten up pretty badly, but is able to hold the ground, and I've ordered them onto the defensive. 2nd Corps got confused by my orders, which could perhaps have been worded better, and launched itself into the attack, which seems to be going all right. And so now 1st Corps is following them. Reynolds got himself killed by joining the front line of the initial 1st Corps advance, which I told him would happen. But anyway, I've gotten reports that 5th Corps' advance is going quite well, and I know that the enemy has at least withdrawn their right flank. So with luck, we'll be able to get hold of Seminary Ridge. And I'm riding over to 5th Corps to see how that flank is doing, and to see if we need to, if we've made the gains we're going to make today and should pull back, or if we should keep pushing and try and get the rebels while they're on the back foot.
Very good.
Okay.
What is your overall judgment on communications in your army today?
Going all right. It's been a few. Most of the corps are communicating with me pretty well. I still haven't received any dispatches from Buford, which is somewhat annoying. But Howard is keeping me up to date. First Corps is continuing to talk to me. Those are about the only two that are giving me consistent messages. But by writing around, I've been able to keep myself up to date on enough of the rest of it to roughly track what's going on. So, a lot better, but it's not abjectly terrible.
Right. Well, very good.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Both sides are winning.
Yeah, everybody's winning.
Right. That's such a cavalry thing that both Buford and Stuart are off the reservation and nobody's heard from them, and then everybody's irritated.
Let me have a look at Buford's text channel. Where is he? Union Cavalry.
So we did say that Howard was communicating with him, so that means there is a human being there.
Well, yeah, might be the umpires on behalf of him.
Yeah. Gosh, if Howard steps off right now, that would really throw that Confederate line in disarray, though.
You would think.
Yeah, Buford actually has not written a single dispatch.
Ah.
Wow.
Entirely consistent with that young man's play style, so. He doesn't disappoint, he's just entirely consistent.
And then let me look at Howard HQ. Let's see.
Look at that one Union unit is broken. It's got 1, 2. Does it have 6 counters on it? The 50%.
Mm-hmm.
I need to refresh my coffee, gents. I'll be right back.
Yep. So Howard has written a number of dispatches at 0800, which is 40 minutes ago in game time. So, and I also see him online. Why isn't he in his invoice? Well, maybe he had to step away for dinner or something. But okay, but that's good to know. He is potentially still around.
Yeah, it would be a shame for him to fall off at this point when he's in such a position to have an impact.
Right.
Well, there they've got an attack going in over there. Not sure those are Howard's guys, but they've thrown a left hook. They are.
Yep, indeed they are. Okay, Meade is
okay
here.
Oh, Howard's moving.
Howard is moving.
Yep.
Well, it just got interesting.
Yeah, I just had a look there. The player seems to be still around, but probably had to step away for dinner or something.
There you go.
Okay, we shall see how this develops. I mean, here is this corps, or actually the two. Lee was concerned about attacking this position.
Right.
And they are still in a good shape. And yeah, Speglord is right in the chat. Meade and Lee both are riding astonishingly close to the combat line. That is true.
Boy.
Well, and Hill is also in the thick of it. Let's see if we'll have another range.
Which was a fashionable thing early in the Civil War. So all those commanders were pruned out.
Yeah, they did have a
right
number of leader casualties early on.
Yeah, yeah. It was considered the thing to do. Though I think if you review Moltke's writings, he was perennially angry at Prussian stubbornness, where these commanders would insist on going in the front of a line and leading charges too. So it was kind of a thing of the era, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it really is
That's
a
super interesting.
consistent thing, I guess, and sort of continuation from the Napoleonic Wars. I don't know so much about the armies of the sort of old type, probably not so much, because the reports we get from Habsburg commanders, for example, often is like, yeah, well, they are not even near the battlefield oftentimes.
Right.
Yeah, but I guess that changed, especially with the Prussian reforms and all that.
Yeah.
I guess that was a criticism of McClellan in the Civil War, right? That he was at Antietam, he was far to the rear, and
yeah, I remember people wanted it both ways, right? They said it's silly to expose yourself to hazard, but then they would criticize the ones who weren't in the front. So you got it both ways. Well, part of the American Civil War is that most of these units were all citizen soldiers who really didn't know what to do, so the officers needed to lead them from the front, literally to show them the way. Prussian, not so much, because they were all trained to a much higher standard. Although that's not true. A lot of the Prussian army was conscripts, right?
Right.
Not untrained conscripts, but they were brought back into service from the equivalent of reserves because they couldn't keep that much of the army in uniform. Some people had to do the farming.
Yeah. But I was recently discussing with a friend, because the Prussian army is a very interesting case. It's often popularly imagined to be like the incarnation of an army, like over centuries, but it really isn't. It constantly sort of fails. It has its ups and downs, and it constantly has to undergo very radical reforms in order to keep the level up, or get back to their success level, which I think is quite fascinating.
Well, the one war where you could make the case that all of its doctrine, its technical capability, and its leadership training came together was the Franco-Prussian War. And it's one of the least covered wars in terms of, it's like this blank. I mean, there's certainly materials out there, but in the U.S. at least, the Franco-Prussian War is not nearly as talked about as a lot of other wars, Napoleonic or obviously ACW. So, but really where the Prussians brought it all together was the Franco-Prussian War. But that's just like, oh yeah, you know.
It's the same over here. It's the German wars, like the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, aren't much discussed, even though in the sort of in the national history perspective they would be super important. But I guess that's all overshadowed by World War I and World War II.
Right. But I wonder if it was their duration. You know, because they were so successful, they basically were too good to be covered because they like the 6 weeks of war and total success, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just a short one. It's super interesting.
Yeah, one of our friends here actually has developed a rule set and runs games on the Franco-Prussian War, sort of at the grand tactical level, and he may be unique in this area right around here in the Mid-Atlantic U.S. that in doing that. But at least there's one person carrying forward the history and the gaming of the Franco-Prussian War.
Well, from a gaming perspective, there's both the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War they have an array of really interesting battles.
Oh yeah.
With quite new technology and it's a shame that they're not more covered. I mean, it's my area of interest, so of course I'm going to stump for it. But
yeah, and Specklord just mentioned the Schleswig Wars. Yeah, they are part of that, and they basically make it even more interesting because there it's Prussia calling Austria to pull them out, and turn the war in their favor. Yeah, and then a few years later they are in a position to beat Austria. So,
well, the Second Schleswig War was really where the Prussian command was at odds. Around technique. So Moltke and his acolytes were arguing for fires and maneuver, and the older generation was no, let's fix bayonets. That's the way it's done, you know. But you still had that debate going on. If you read if you read their letters to each other and their dispatches, there's a great book if you're interested in the period, Moltke and his generals, and it goes through and talks about the relationship he had with the different generals, and some of them very, very collaborative, and like throughout their whole career he trusted these generals, and some he was just at odds with because they just thought Moltke was wrong and they were going to fix bayonets, and they just flat disobeyed him in the Austro-Prussian War. Mecklenburg just disobeyed him. Or was he in Franco-Prussian? But so there were some generals who just said, "No, we're not going to do it your way," and it took off. And they called it mission orders. So off they went. But I love Moltke's quotes about the American Civil War. Just mass gangs of militia. He did not have a high opinion of this whole nonsense we're looking at here one bit. He just dismissed the entire thing as an exercise in massive militias beating each other up for 4 years. He just thought the American Civil War was the antithesis of what you wanted.
Yeah, it's interesting analysts have written about, why were Civil War why did Civil War battles tend to be indecisive and just, trading casualties on both sides. And, one comment has been made is that the absence of heavy cavalry to pursue and destroy defeated units. It's interesting. I mean, with the weapon ranges being longer than they were in Napoleonic Wars, I don't know how feasible that would be, but it's interesting to think about why Civil War battles were indecisive. It was rare for an army to be destroyed in a Civil War battle.
Right. One of the charming hobbies I have that my wife thinks I'm nuts is kind of going and finding unit histories that are published in books, but when you actually read some of the diary entries or the different unit histories, they did all kinds of things that you never hear about. So I was reading one account where they wanted to move the guns from point A to point B, but there was danger of Confederate artillery hitting the guns because it was within range. So they got an entire division to dig a trench between point A and point B so the guns could be transported out of fire range.
Wow.
Like you never, like what? You picture a Union division was going to be half of a Prussian, so about 6,000. 6,000 guys with shovels to keep the guns out from getting hit. That's the American way. But like you never see it on TV or you never hear about that. But like they would do these crazy engineering feats, that you just, and that was just one trench to move them, and they were done, and off they marched. Well, I went down to North Anna. It's in the North Anna battlefield,
Mm-hmm.
and it's off the beaten path, so it's not really well polished. But they've done the local folks have done a nice job with signs and everything, and the trenches are still there.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah,
you can walk along these paths, and you're walking along the Confederate trench line of the famous angle, the V. They're still there.
Yeah, earlier this year, I went down to the wilderness and toured that battlefield with some guides and a group of folks, and that was interesting. I had never really looked closely at that battle, but the guy who organized the tour had a notion to do all of the overland campaigns sort of one battle at a time, one battle per year, organizing trips. So if he continues to do that,
neat.
I'll go with him.
That's neat. If you go around Gettysburg battlefield with a real historian, astonishing the detail that comes leaping out. I drove Gettysburg, back years ago, just looking at signs. You don't really get it. If you actually go with a park ranger or a historian that does a proper tour, it's amazing.
Yeah,
because you can see the lay of the land and really get it, like how it happened.
Been fortunate to take several tours with a guy by the name of Jim Hessler, who's written a few books on Gettysburg, with Dan Sickles, The Peach Orchard, and Pickett's Charge. Had some other co-authors, but it's been interesting, when you're actually walking the routes that the units took, and really on the whole battlefield area. It is fascinating to do that.
Yeah, if you walk Pickett's Charge.
Yeah.
You get that undulating ground where you can see the tops of trees, and you can't. And you see, you're just like,
yeah,
okay,
things like that are very interesting, and you see that they're not. You think of Pickett's Charge as them being exposed to artillery fire the whole way, but they weren't. Right? There were times when they weren't under fire. So it's conceivable that guys can make that move without just being totally decimated.
The one historian that I did the Pickett's walk with, they pointed out where most of the Confederate casualties were, and it was the bottom of the slope from rifle fire. So like all the exploding artillery and all that you see in the movies is not actually what killed most of the soldiers. It was they were trying to charge up a hill, which is actually a hill. If you walk up it, if you walk up that hill, you'll be out of breath. There's that much of a slope. And of course, depending on how in shape like if Marshall walked it, he'd breeze up it, or yawn, leap up it. But the rest of us, but when you see it, it's pretty amazing. All right, what do we got going on here? Looks like a lot of Union breakage.
Yeah, we have some Union units broken in the rear, and we've got Confederates. There's still a thin gray line southwest of Gettysburg.
Yeah. There are a lot of red tokens.
Yeah.
I see two Union the south western portion, there's 2 Union units that don't have red tokens. So, yeah, right where the purple hand is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, these units are still sort of in a good shape, so they could replace these guys.
And is that 5th Corps?
No, those are 3rd Corps. 5th Corps is over here. Their first line is taking a beaten, but 2nd Division and the Pennsylvania reserves are still in shape, and Meade is with Sykes right now, so he might reinforce that attack. Okay. Yeah, what about Howard? Why is Howard not moving? That might be...
Yeah.
If he's pushing in here, that might be decisive.
Now the Confederates have created a line. Is that Pickett's guys creating a line going north there?
That is Hood's division.
No, Hood's around there.
Pickett's, yeah, mostly Hood's division, Pickett's division down here.
But now Howard waited, and now the Confederate have a line there. Damaged, and, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 4 batteries here, so that's something.
Yep.
But the infantry, yeah. What's happening over here? Okay, they are staring at each other.
Yeah, Meade said he had told 6th Corps to go back onto the defensive, and it looks like they've done that.
Yeah. Right. Guess that might have been a wise.
But really,
decision.
what if Ewell decided to push down there? He's not going to. He's going to just create more casualties for himself, right?
Right.
Like he could go from one hill to the next hill, but it's not going to materially affect.
No.
If anything, he needs to keep as many of his men alive as possible as things develop in the West.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what about Stuart? So this combat is still the rear guard.
He's still fighting it out.
Still fighting. He's assembling more of his units here at the schoolhouse.
Marshall's going to claim that he quipped, "I'll fight this line all summer." He'll write that to the newspaper. I came up with that first. Oh, Lord. All right.
Yeah, it's only the morning of July the 2nd. That's true, yeah. And the infantry losses are heavy.
Yeah, which might be a quirk of a gaming system, right? If you think about, John gave a good overview of the second day historically earlier, and the casualties that we're seeing were spread over the whole day, and both sides were exhausted by the second day, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, here almost everybody was all in from the beginning, with the exception of sort of the Culp's Hill sector, where there's some artillery fire now. But the infantry, and the cavalry with Buford and Stuart were really going at it very heavily from the beginning.
I think the society picked 3 days for at Gettysburg just because historically it was 3 days. If you think back to or if you think about the historical events, day 1 was really maneuvering for position. So pushing into the hills south of Gettysburg, etc. Day 2 was the Confederates trying to probe the line to figure out where they could take advantage of it and maybe get a flank. And then day 3, they went all in. Where what we're seeing here is day 2, the Union's gone all in.
I think the Confederates with in day 2, I think Longstreet was all in. That he hit about as hard as he could. He was partly supported by Hill, partly not. I think that's hurt him. And then Ewell, made an attack late, but was not all in. I think that's fair to say. The Longstreet, I think, threw his punch and did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough.
Right.
can we tell what the battle time is now? I mean, I know that
Go down to if we go down to the Meade headquarters, because Meade's always going to get an update, and we look at his chart. Hold 1 sec, I'll tell you. So the most recent update was 0900. So they're working on the 0920 turn right now.
so they've been fighting for about almost 4.5 hours at this point.
Right. Now Howard's obscured by the Union. Who's that that's come around? Is that Sykes?
Yep. Second division.
Well, I don't know if the players have the same sensibility around the line of communications that we have. Just look at the historical piece of it, but Howard was to just march north and cut that. You know, but I don't think there's probably any penalty for the Confederates for that to happen in this particular scenario. But I think now Howard's now got a clear line up the Seminary Ridge, right?
Right.
You go into assault column and run up there and sit astride that road and really put old in a real bind. Because, the interesting thing is if he forced the Confederates to attack Northwest, all those units down in Wolf's Hill and Pulp's Hill and all that, they'd have to extract from there and march around. It'd be a real mess.
Yeah, it would. I mean, the Confederates, depending on what happens on the far left with Howard's guys, they could have trouble extracting themselves from this situation.
Right. Yeah. Remaining cohesive, it would just, the whole thing could just go to.
Yeah.
One of the historical notes was that when they retreated from Gettysburg, even though they'd really gotten a pounding on the third day, they were actually still in good order.
Yeah. Yeah. They still preserve the army. So we'll see what it looks like at the end of today or the end of the next day, and how General Lee gets himself home.
Right. Which I know it's not planned for, but it'd be kind of an interesting campaign.
Yeah, be an interesting conversation.
There, right? It's like how you extract from Gettysburg in the situation you're in and your ability to get home.
Yeah.
All right, so we should probably update our map. Or it's here. So we have Hood. Hancock fallen back. Right.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's here.
And
yeah, right.
Who's in charge of Reynolds?
There was one of his divisions attacked here on its own, right? Before the main attack was launched. I think Meade mentioned that he had been fallen back and rallying. So.
Yeah, that might have been a misunderstanding.
And then here's 3rd Division. Where's that coming from? Was it the secondary line here, maybe? Was that 3rd Division of 2nd Corps?
Are those the guys coming up on the Taneytown Road?
Yeah, exactly. They are also of Hancock's Corps. So they
they look like they're in good shape.
Yeah, maybe they are supposed to continue the fighting here. I don't know. Or at least screen this position.
Which corps are they part of?
Also Hancock's corps.
Okay.
We'll see where they go. Reynolds' guys are still standing in there, which is interesting. They've taken a lot of damage. Well, I guess they've got a front line that's in pretty good shape, but the guys behind them have been beaten up.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, all they got to do now is to keep these guys busy and create a threat, and then the main thrust, yeah. Wondering when these fresh troops are being committed, because we can see that the Confederates are falling back. They are being pushed, and will this conference here of Sykes, Meade, and Howard realize what's actually going on? Because when we talked to Meade before, he didn't quite realize that they were pushing the Confederates back. He was even contemplating to hold the current position for the day.
And it appears that Sickles will keep his leg today.
He will. He will.
Have you had a chance to come across the book American Scoundrel?
I've heard of it, but I haven't read it. I read Jim Hessler's book on Sickles.
Right,
which
you were
was
saying
very good.
American Scoundrel is fantastic because it goes into Sickles' early career and how his rise through the Tammany organization in New York, and you know what an operator he was.
Yeah. Well, he became a friend of. He and his wife became friends of the Lincoln, which is really interesting. But he's an operator.
He was an operator, a political operator all the way up. So yeah. He's actually the one who was the prime mover on creating Central Park in New York.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
before
that.
the war, he was part of the political organization, but he was like the head of the initiative to create a park in New York.
And he was part of the move to preserve the Gettysburg battlefield too.
He was, yeah, he was one of his projects. He fought a duel. It's a good read. It's well written. American Scoundrel.
Yeah, he killed Francis Scott Key's son.
Right.
Over an affair.
Over an affair, yeah. There was a complex set of handkerchief signals that his wife had from a window that would tell Francis Scott Key's son whether she was available to have a discussion. So, and it was discovered. It's really, you know. If you think that our generations have invented skullduggery and vice, not so. You should read these books.
Yeah.
Not so. All right. Okay, I put a new picture in. I think it kind of captures it. I would say, as AAR visuals go, not the most exciting set of images that I've ever put together. Well, you can see the flow of it. Now is while we're here, just making sure, fact checking, what the kids call it. What is Greg's cavalry still kind of running around with Buford in the southwest and harassing Marshall, or is that still?
Yeah, I think.
First is Buford.
Second, was it second division?
Greg was second.
Yeah,
I thought Greg
they
was
are all
second
here.
also.
Yeah, they are here.
They all folded under Buford, basically.
Yeah.
Actually, let's go talk to Sam Miller and see what he has to say about things if he's at a channel.
Okay.
I'm just curious what his.
Whoops, that's Stuart I was looking at.
Buford.
There
He is.
Buford.
There, Buford voice. General.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Whoops. What's your perspective on the situation?
Currently, I didn't get my update yet, but I think Marshall should be in prison. He will beg for mercy, and I will march him through the streets of Gettysburg, I hope. Unless he has fled like a coward, but I hope not. But yes, today is a great day for the Union Cavalry. We did good on day one, and today we've shown what we can. And yes, it's a great victory for us.
So you have a well-known play style as a player, and this has to have been your perfect game where you just can attack continuously. Are we misreading that?
That's perfectly what I was doing. I did
right.
that. I only attacked. I was a little bit patient on the river when I had to cross.
You've played an excellent game. We've been watching you with great admiration. You've held back when you needed to, and you've attacked. But in terms of a situation that is perfectly fitted for your play style, this game was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, I had a perfect game, like you said. Since I had the time to maneuver my troops into an pincer movement, but luckily for Marshall, he had time to escape. But I will find him. That's all I can say. If not today, I will find him on day 3. But if there's even a day 3, so I don't know. I have to check about that. But yeah, it was really fun chasing Marshall around. But yeah.
Well, this might become part of the IKS lore that Sam has chased Marshall all over the map.
Yeah, you might include that.
we may have to include it. I don't know, Jan, do you have any questions?
No, I think just I guess going forward from here. Now that you assume you've broken the enemy cavalry completely, do you think your forces are still in a shape to contribute in any way? Where do you want to send them next?
Well, I think my cavalry definitely is not in a good shape. I have to admit. I guess maybe they can do something on the flank if we find any gap, but I don't really think so. I guess the only thing I can do now is capture Marshall, and then we will have a nice talk.
Sounds good. In fact, we're going to head down and talk to Marshall and see what it looks like from his end.
Yeah. And good luck.
Have fun.
Yeah, good luck, and maybe invite him to a tent if you can.
I will.
Very good.
All right. One of Hampton's, one of Jenkins, and all of them are pretty messed up, tired, wounded, lost horses, low on ammunition. The only fresh troops that you have are the ones that you just met here. You can hear, or up till a few moments ago, you could still hear artillery fire from the south. You assume that is still Chambliss holding your rear guard. And you can also hear artillery from the east, pretty close by.
Okay. You know, Felix, if you had a mechanic for your car, would you want him to have a clean and spotless uniform or a dirty and oily uniform?
Dirty and oily, preferably.
There you go. See, this is how I like my men, just as you described them. This is perfect. All righty. Have Shambliss and whoever is down there who is still behind me come up to this position. Shambliss is done whatever he's doing. Have him come up here now, and we'll wait for him to get here. And then when we're all together, one big happy family, we'll proceed to Gettysburg.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Dirty and oily, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, of course the men are going to be filthy and shot up and all of that, you know. They're fighting, you know. We're not here for an inspection where we're going to see how polished the buttons are. We want to see that they, you know, fired off half their ammunition at the bad guys. Wait a second. Are we the baddies?
Yeah, I think you're the baddies.
Oh boy. Oh,
You see
I
that?
better...
You see that skull on your cap?
Yeah. You know what? I need to change my orders.
You see, yeah, right? Well, what do you think, Marshall? We had a heck of a ride, huh?
Oh, I think they're just picking on me because I'm famous. I was getting a little frustrated with how aggressive that Union cavalry was. I couldn't get them to leave me alone. I was trying to get away, and they kept pushing and pushing. And I think the worst part of it was where I expected Longstreet to be with some infantry that I could get behind, so I could get a break. They're nowhere to be found. So why did General Lee send me into the rear of the Union Army and then pull back the closest infantry support that I had, effectively hanging me out to dry? I mean, that's how I feel, you know? So it's like, oh, really, dude? Come on. So now I'm having to kind of pick up pieces as I go and figure out what I'm going to do with myself. I am entirely dependent on the arrival of reinforcements from Winchester, I think, or wherever it was, whatever that town is. And then I should have 2 brigades coming in. But it looks like I already have one of them here with just 1 battalion and 1 battery. So I have no idea. Yeah, Westminster, Jones's brigade from Westminster and Robertson's brigade are both supposed to be here. So if those guys don't show up, I'm largely combat ineffective, and I'll be spending the rest of the battle convalescing and trying to, you know, gather up stragglers. So it's not a good day for us.
Indeed.
All right. Well, that's how it goes sometimes, you know.
Sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah, them's the breaks. So
we wanted to check in with you, see what you're doing. All right.
Thanks,
Good luck
Paul.
out there.
You got it. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Well, there you go.
Looks like Howard's guys are getting a little bit closer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Pennsylvania reserves are also committed. And multiplied. Okay.
So if you look at those Confederate units, you're talking, most all of them, 30 to 40% casualties if you just do the math of 8% per red pip, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole fresh division here. It's
yeah.
part of 2nd and the Pennsylvania reserves, but I mean they are ready to.
We're going on 5 hours and 42 minutes. I think we did 6 hours last week. You could probably take this to umpire exhaustion just sets in at about 5, right?
Yeah, usually.
The umpire's getting tired now, and but I don't know how you call a day, right? This is now 9 a.m.
Yeah, they're still in the thick of things.
They're still in the thick of it. So even if both sides said, "Hey, let's," we're exhausted after 5 hours of fight or 4 hours of fighting, how do you untangle it?
I guess
you kind of got to fight it out.
What you could do, and he is fighting again on the far right. But I guess what you could do. I mean, it's obvious that these guys are not supposed to move. Neither are Hill's guys coming down Culp's Hill. So I guess it really only comes down to this position here along Seminary Ridge. And what you could do is now stop the game and only resolve this combat situation, and quickly move through a number of turns, and then see how this impacts this overall situation to the west and southwest of Gettysburg.
Right.
Because that's just the focal point. This battery here, which 3rd Corps artillery and 5th Corps artillery, they are basically denying this open space on Anderson's right. So even if there were Confederate units, which I mean they are all combat ineffective here, but if there was anything that could move up, they can't occupy this space, and just this
Look at that unit just broke.
Yeah, just this sheer number of relatively fresh Union forces, 2 divisions are pushing in here. So
yeah.
I mean, that's also always a very difficult decision to make, but I think if this position here breaks, and given the number of heavily depleted and disrupted units, I mean, at some point that might have an immense morale impact on the units.
Yeah, I was just gonna,
And that, I mean, these units routing, that could cause this whole line here to evaporate and just run away.
Yeah.
I think that's often something that we have a hard time with simulating in our games. Just because you're so much in the tunnel, so to say, focused on resolving a turn and then another turn, another turn, another turn. But yeah.
I mean,
look at those 6 units stacked on the western side facing inward. What do the brown tokens say on them?
Which ones?
So not the Howard line, but see the 6 that are on that to the left there with 2 command tokens on it. Just
these guys here.
Yeah, they're the ones. Yeah, those there. What they're not disrupted at all.
No, this one has 2.
2 on that one.
The other ones are fairly well listed.
2 yellow there, and then the ones on the right, there's very little disruption there. So you've got basically 12 half brigades, 6 brigades that are in decent shape against. And what are the disruption of the Confederates there that they're hitting?
They seem to be alright because those are Hood's men, which weren't committed today.
Right, and I see some that have no disruption at all, but
yeah. And the others have 2.
But they don't have the advantage of terrain. They're actually attacking along a ridge line there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
well, the Union has organized this attack well. They've got artillery cover. They're coming in 2 lines of reserve. And then on the eastern side of that attack, you've got all these batteries here kind of holding that down. This is the point you were making a minute ago.
Right.
They can't really move. Yeah, it's tough stuff for the Confederates at this point.
On morale effects, you asked about that. There are some games where you track like cumulative corps losses, and after a certain point, the corps can no longer advance, and after a certain point beyond that, it has to retire, and so that's there are other possibilities for.
Yeah, the Mustafa does that really well in his rule sets, where you track the entire number of units that have routed from the field, and when you reach a certain percentage, then the whole army just basically says we're done and marches off, which is kind of how it worked, right? The commanders would be shouting, "No, no, no!" and everybody say, "No, that's it. We've had a day of it."
Yeah, I don't think there is a mechanic for that in this game, although I'm not quite sure regarding this specific rule set used today, but yeah, I mean, that's one of the most, I feel, most difficult things to model at a technical scale. But I mean, if we are looking at the historical rule sets like Preiswitz and even Chischwitz, they emphasize the morale impact very, very strongly.
Right.
Even Chischwitz, so units would very quickly at least fall back out of a combat, if not retreat or rout. And then it's just a matter of whether there is some suitable terrain for them to rally, or if you have a reserve, which really is strongly emphasized in these rule sets, because reserves turn routes into retreats, so to say. So that creates a very, very dynamic combat overall.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I made this point earlier when you two were grabbing a coffee or something, that I think we should run a few sort of open exercises, run through certain combat situations to teach these lessons.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if they thought it so important historically, then I think we should take that into account as well. They don't really have any rules, but I guess that is because of the scale, the level of combat they are looking at. They don't have any rules for, okay, this division runs away now. But yeah, and they don't have like cascading morale effects or anything, but just the direct impact of combat on unit morale, on battalion morale. That's very much emphasized.
Mm-hmm. I think this needs a new map.
Well, they're really going in now up Seminary Ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at these units here in the rear, the Confederate units. Wow. They're basically shattered.
Yeah.
Eric is asking in the chat, is it possible for an entire regiment to get wiped out? Yeah, certainly. I think they have removed a few pieces already. I don't know where they went, maybe deleted, but I believe I saw them taking some pieces off.
Well, the story of the 20th Maine with Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, who basically defended Little Round Top, the main unit that they absorbed had been basically wiped out, and there was just a remnant of them left, and they were all men had fought for 3 years, and they wanted to go home. They said, "You fought us down to nothing," and so he took them along. But that was part of their stories. I can't remember which, like the 10th Maine or 11th. I don't want to say the incorrect one, but they basically have been fought to nothing. So yeah, absolutely. And the Union didn't replenish regiments. They just would build a new one. So they'd say, okay, well, the 121st Vermont was wiped out, then the 122nd would be the new one. So you didn't actually reinforce regiments in the Union Army.
Yeah, and they would take units and consolidate when they had a break in the fighting. They would take depleted units and consolidate them. Like between 1863 and 64, they did that to units that were ground down to very small levels.
There's a book by a guy named Galbraith who was from Indiana and was asked to help form a company, which the fastest way to be a 4-year veteran of the Civil War was to have a friend say, hey, why don't you organize a volunteer company in 1861? So, he started there and worked his way up. But it was a source of perennial frustration for the officers who were about to become a regimental commander, that their regiment would be consolidated and they would be the consolidatee. So then they'd have to go underneath the new regimental commander, which any of us who've worked in corporations have seen that, that dynamic where with 2 units together and, one set is considered the incumbents, right? But that happened in the Union to the Union officers. They were always hoping that their unit was the one that was the number that was kept.
Yeah, so they can become the
regimental commander or whatever. If you would, Jan, bring it out a little bit and let's see if the general shape, there's another update we can put in here. It looks kind of the same, right?
Yeah, we see now that Buford is on the heels of Stuart.
Chasing Stuart. For Stuart.
What are the disruption numbers on Stuart's cavalry?
4-3-1-4, so not too bad, because I guess they had some time to rest here, but
men with dirty buttons that Marshall likes.
Okay, no, I don't think there are any changes really. What's the situation over here? Units being shuffled around.
Right.
No major combats here.
Some skirmishing in Wolf Hill there.
Okay. Holy cow. All right. Well, in real time, we've been coming up on 6 hours.
Yep. Game time, what do we say? About 4 hours?
4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what do we got? Let's look at Meade's. We're still at 0900 in terms of cut and pasting updates into channels, which is I've only assisted umpire in the grand games, so I don't have a sense. 920 updates are in some of them. We're at 920. So 920, yeah. So 4:30. So it's been at 30 minutes. We've been at 920. 30 minutes of real time for 920 the turn, which just tells you there's just a metric ton of combat going on.
Yep.
Oh, the whole board went wonky.
Yeah, I guess something had to be undone.
Yeah. Clicked on the wrong thing.
Yeah, but maybe.
Paul, do you need someone?
No, I accidentally. I was clicking up to the commentary. You're all good.
Oh, I see. Okay.
How are you guys doing up there, though? We what's the mood in the umpire? Actually, we haven't talked to an umpire yet.
We have
down here.
no. Yeah, it is. We're exhausted.
I bet you guys have been going for 6 hours.
Yeah, we've been 6 hours of this, and it's like we probably feel as tired as the troops do. Well, not as tired, but yeah, it's comparable.
Right.
Been hammering.
Yeah, it's intense. It's intense.
Yeah, it's not even noon.
Mm-hmm.
What's the feeling on how you guys are going to work this game? Because obviously you just pointed out it's not even noon. You've been going at it for 6 hours real time.
We've been essentially suggesting that the armies are basically some units are essentially done fighting for the day, and they just need to rest and stay in position.
Yeah.
Artillery's running low on ammunition. They need to get that from supplies, which will take hours. And yes, there are some that are still in combat, so we're still going to be going probably till the time cap of 8 hours. But it's going to be, it's for some of the players. We are basically saying, hey, it's like you division players, you can head off if you need to do something else, and corps commanders, you can stay by and basically look over these fixed corps and. Basically, if something happens, you'll be the one overseeing them and giving orders.
Right.
But it's getting there. It's
winding down, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay. What how are you feeling about the system and how it's resolving? You guys, we see a lot of die going in the air, and
it is.
Dice rolls are,
I mean, it's sort of just the way the system has to go. You either simplify combat and it gets a little bit too rushed, or you have to basically focus on every little fight, and it's going to take a while, but it's going to be as accurate as possible. And you got to find that balance. And sometimes you want wide brushstrokes, and sometimes you need the finer points. And we try to find that balance. I don't know if this is it, but we're working with it, and we'll stick with it. So.
Okay. Okie doke. Well, sorry, I just hit on the wrong thing.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I know. I guess some input from umpires or for the stream is good. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Glad to give it.
What do you think about the situation there on the southern end of Seminary Ridge? From our perspective, that seems to be yes. That seems to be very sort of a decisive position there if they manage to break into Gettysburg from there.
Yeah, it is very decisive. However, I don't think they're going to be pushing all the way through. There is still some fresh units in the rear, and there are some units that are recovering around Gettysburg. I don't think they're going to get into it, but it's up in the air if Seminary Ridge is going to fall. I will say I think the rebels are not just done for the day, but probably done for the battle, in my opinion. Like there is only one fresh division, and that's half of Pender on Culp's Hill.
Yeah.
So it's getting rough, and the toughest part isn't even done yet. They have to get out of Pennsylvania. So with this force,
we've been talking about that. How is umpires, and I know you're just one part of a team. How do you make the call when one side's done for the battle?
Even though I am an umpire, we have been thinking about this, and we have been discussing it. So I can probably speak for most. We are essentially letting the players decide when they're done. We're implying like the situation of the condition of the men, yes, but we're letting them come to that decision on their own. So it's really up to Lee whether he is ready to quit the field.
Right.
So yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, thanks for the update. We're
of course.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Plugging it out with you here. Okay, cool. Very carefully worded answer.
Well, I see the dice are still jumping down there. So there's stuff going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because the east all the way up to Jan, your point earlier about really that fight on the west is all that's left. Everything else is just kind of inert. Down.
I mean, I guess they could have a fight here at Southern Corpsville, but yeah, what's the purpose of that? Where is Lee currently? So Hill is here. It's Lee in Gettysburg. Is that right? Is he trying to rally some units?
It's interesting that the Union's not. They've got some infantry behind their battery, the sort of Grand Battery, if you will.
Yeah.
It looks like it's in decent shape, and they're not committing them yet. That's interesting.
Yeah, right.
Because they'd put pressure on that. I mean, I guess they're bombarding that area, but put pressure on the Confederates if they were to come up there.
Mm-hmm. Meade is still with the attack. Okay.
Just in terms of mechanics and appreciating the Umpire energy, each of those little red dots in general represents a die roll. So
yeah,
if you want to know how many times the umpires have been rolling die, there you go, right? Now, of course, sometimes it's 2 hits and all that, but that just shows just generally an intense level of activity for 2 days. You know.
We're being adjudicating this. You're playing, Gettysburg at the demi brigade level, right? That's a big game.
The Union artillery is just kind of blown a big gap there, right?
Yeah.
And Sean, your point is if now those 6 half brigades would roll up through that gap, you could create some problems.
Yeah,
actually reach the outskirts of Gettysburg itself.
Yeah, I think they could get up and threaten Cemetery Hill. The Confederates that are up on the hill would have to redeploy to face them.
I'm gonna get a liquid refreshment break.
All right, I think I'll do the same. I'll be back in a sec.
Of course. Still 17 people watching. That's great. What's the peak we had today? 23. How are all you guys doing out there? Oh, new dice have been placed. Another round of combat.
Yeah, yeah. See those yellow dice, the point of contact there. Oh, interesting. Now they're moving into that gap.
They go something, right?
Yeah, expanding the flank here. That's interesting. Don't know if that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, there are. I guess that looks like it was at a fresh Confederate brigade right behind the.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, oxtails.
Oh, maybe they're not going to do it.
Oh, hey, they didn't really go there after all.
Not better of it. That's that Control Z function that was common in the Civil War. Do an attack, you say, "Oh, yeah, this isn't."
Wait. No, that doesn't look so good.
I called this wrong. Control Z. Oh, I'm back at the beginning.
What's that? 8 disruption on this unit here. Wow.
Which one is that, Jan?
This one here. The what's that? 1st Brigade, 2nd Division,
Wow.
5th Corps.
Wow.
Is that 10 over there on this unit? Yeah, I guess they
Wow,
both.
they're done.
Ooh. That's it. Bad news.
Oh, and they're done.
I guess that makes Barksdale's brigade the rear guard.
The last of the Mohicans there.
Yeah, right.
Here they come. Oh, maybe not.
What kind of formation is that supposed to represent in general?
A brigade like that?
Yeah, so a brigade's going to be 5 to 8 regiments. They were all different, right?
Yeah. The brigade would cover about 350 yards of frontage. You know, and if they were in a combat formation, I think they would generally be deployed in a, double rank in line. Um, I mean, they could have the regiments arrayed in depth, but I think they generally would have them online when they're coming into the fight.
Right.
Well, maybe Barksdale save the day.
I think
here.
Barksdale may say that might be the answer to the question that we were asking earlier, right? What happens if somebody roars up in there? You have Barksdale coming in. My God, Barksdale's kind of it, right? I mean, that's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think all their other units are hurt.
Jan, you were putting the perspective in exactly the right place. Yeah, that's not good. There he goes. Bye-bye.
But they still have fresh units here, so.
Well, some of those Confederates have to rout out of there, right? Although they're in the wood line, which is not.
Yeah, I think they will hold that. Oh, is that a commander lost roll here? Might be Hood. Looks like he's alright. And Meade is also on the front line.
In front line things.
Chief Hood's here.
Okay, so look at that.
Oh.
An artillery duel.
Found Stuart.
There's some comical to that. Sam
Line
shouting
artillery.
over, Stuart, I get you, and Marshall shouting back, no, never.
I'll never surrender. Marshall did have a good point. He's like, you sent me on this. My extraction, you pulled right out from under me.
Yeah.
Right. That's funny. Well, in a way, though, that Sam's doing a good job because he's keeping Marshall from coming in and problems in the rear of the Union line. Now he is in the rear of the Union line, so the Union line moved to Marshall.
Right. Shall we talk to Meade again? What he's thinking about this attack? So Lee is still here in Gettysburg. Interesting. But maybe let's have a chat with Meade and then Lee again.
Okay. Well, 1 second. Let me make a note. We're at 0616 on the. Hey, off we go.
Oh, the press is here.
Yeah, we were looking for you earlier. So,
I'm sorry?
generals, what is the current
Hello.
situation?
Current situation, we don't know. Neither of us have gotten 0940 screenshots. But as far as military situation, I've ordered most of the line, 1st, 2nd, 12th, and 6th Corps to hold position and fire with artillery. But other than that, they're not to advance. I'm letting 5th and 11th continue the advance to see if we're, 20 to 40 minutes away from breaking the Confederates. But if it just continues to grind, we'll call them back. But just depends on how much the Confederates have left in them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
I feel like a true Union Civil War general. I've killed a lot of Union soldiers and achieved very little so far.
Right. And how are you contemplating to bring more of your soldiers up who are currently guarding the flank, or?
Yes, I've just sent a dispatch last turn to General Barlow, who is basically in charge of my left flank, that he is to bring all of his troops forward to engage the enemy. So my hope is that, because I saw that the enemy troops guarding Seminary Ridge are not the freshest right now, so my hope is that a combined attack by 11th Corps and the rest of 5th Corps can take Seminary Ridge, or at least a good part of it. And we are hoping that the enemy will have no real choice but to vacate the town and the surrounding hills, if that happens.
Right.
Very good.
I'll have to ditch the town if we can take Seminary.
The idea is that the attacks earlier in the day focused so much of their strength on their left and their center, because it looks like a significant portion of their army is on the east side of the Rock Creek. That they didn't really have anything here. Earlier in the day, they even vacated everything west of the Willoughby Run, completely unexpectedly, so that was not really planned. So it looks like this is their weak spot. Has nobody ever said in field.
Okay.
Great. Thanks a lot for your assessment. And good luck.
All right, we'll see if the last of 11th Corps' guys make a difference.
Yeah, I would think they should, but let's see.
Because it's just they've got a gun. A gun line there.
When you hear they sound very clear of their plan. They know what they're trying to do. It is a grind, and they know what they're trying to do. I thought their assessment was pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Happening where the Confederate Army is, their position, what they're trying to achieve. If they take the ridge, then they have Gettysburg, etc. So I bet you when we go to Lee's channel, we're not going to hear as much clarity.
Yeah, I just looked. Doesn't look like Lee is still around. Or is he just in another...
with Heath. He's down with Heath's Chief
there he
of Staff.
Is. Okay. Yeah, well then let's...
Ready? Want to go down there?
Yep.
Is that the press?
I think it's the press.
It is.
Oh, now I'm all over.
There we go. Okay. General Lee, what are you doing here in Gettysburg?
I am trying to rally our forces and to the front. We don't have any reserves left. This is our best shot.
I see.
I have ridden in among the men. I have stood among the stirrups, and I am addressing them as possible. In fact, I am calling this the Gettysburg Address.
Clever.
I have written out a little speech. Would you want me to read that for you?
Sure,
Please.
go ahead.
Very well. It's not too long, of course. But my men, my boys, rally to me, rally to the flag. It darkens my heart to see you in such a state that you men of Alabama, of Georgia, of Mississippi and Florida, of the great Carolinas and Tennessee, of noble Texas, and of Virginia, dear Virginia, that you men have suffered greatly, have been asked to give so much. So I must ask with my hat in hand for a little more. My men, will you rally to me? The enemy strikes forward, but they are wary. They have been bloodied. They lack conviction. They do not have the souls of the South and the elan of those of us who fight for our country. Follow me, boys. Rally. Follow my lead once more. Stand with me as you have always done. For you have never failed me. If there is anyone who has failed you, it is me. But even weak men such as myself can do great things when surrounded by great men, by you. Rally, reform, and follow me to glory.
Good. Very good, General Lee.
Thank you. So, yeah, just trying
Well
to get them all to come back together. It's the situation does look pretty grim when you're in the town and everyone is basically falling back. But I think we actually managed to hold the line. I'm not entirely sure. I suspect that the right is going to be pressed, but the Union all of a sudden retreated down from our center. They could have broken right through Hill, and they turned around, and I'll take it.
All right. Okay. So, let's see.
How do you extract a victory from this situation, do you think?
I'm not sure if that's even possible.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, we were hoping to bloody the Union's nose on this day and counterattack on day 3, but I don't believe there is even any forces to do so.
Right.
So I think we kind of hold until nightfall and then evaluate among the corps commanders if we need to withdraw from the field. It's also possible that we are in as good a condition as they are, and we simply consolidate the lines a bit further and try to ride out a third day. But I don't know if victory is possible anymore. I think avoiding defeat may be possible, but not necessarily achieving victory.
Hello.
Hey, Felix.
Hey. So yeah, you give your rousing speech. Some of the men stop and look at you, and you think that in the eyes of some of them you can see some hope, but mostly they're still running away and not stopping.
Oh well, it was worth a shot. I'd like to ride south to General Hill and meet up with his command.
All right.
Thank you so much, Felix.
See you later.
Well, what a shame.
As I like to say, we try things, and sometimes they work.
Right.
Well, we have recorded your speech for posterity, so
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It should be preserved.
It's now when you give a speech in front of the gentlemen of the press, it is usually recorded for posterity.
There we go.
If there's some small consolation in all of this, in those hopeless eyes that you see, it's that the press heard your speech. So we'll transmit that to the world.
Oh, I'm sure no one will remember a short speech at Gettysburg, in the future.
Depending on who the winner is, that could be true. Great stuff. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just love that. That's great. That's great gameplay, right? That's just great gameplay. That's what was that speech?
Oh, look, the Confederates have come out to try to turn the flank of that Union attack there.
Yeah, and it looks like they are charging down Seminary Ridge.
There you go.
I don't know how much those batteries have left.
What do the disruption markers on those 3 units say?
On these in the gap or over here, the charging units?
No, that are trying to get around that flank there where the guns are.
1, 3, and 3.
Okay, so not there. Yeah.
But yeah, but I would assume that 4 batteries shooting at them should have an effect.
Yeah, that lead half brigade there is taking a lot of casualties.
Yeah, right.
Casualties.
I think we're still in 920.
Yeah, and Howard's guys have gone in here over on the left.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Charging the gun line.
Yes, they have.
Okay.
Boy, they've gone all in. It's 940 now. That's all in, and then some. Like Bed Bath and Beyond, that's all in and beyond. Oh my Lord, look at that. The 5th and 3rd. The Howard's going. Who's going in? Howard's going in the 11th, right?
Howard's guys.
Yes.
And where's the 3rd right now?
The 3rd should be back here rallying, I guess. That's the 3rd.
So the 3rd's kind of
That's
out.
the 3rd. It's part of 5th Corps. The view of 3rd. So one division of 3rd is behind the Grand Battery. And the other portion is down here.
Okay. And then how's Marshall doing over there? Making a 940 screen is all.
Yeah, they
still
are
being pursued.
Still shooting, but the batteries are taking casualties and the Union guns are still in good shape.
Might be paraded on the streets of Gettysburg ere nightfall. Angry. He's going to be angry about it.
Mm-hmm. What else do we have over here? There's no combat anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
I think people are checking it out.
Basically, just this situation here.
Well, if Howard's men can survive those guns, that'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
40. Five hours and 40 minutes of combat. Both armies have destroyed each other. All right. There's a big roll. They're rolling for the artillery shots.
Yep. Roll 2 8s.
Watch that closely because that'll be the.
Yeah, and those Confederate batteries weren't badly damaged. They were mostly
Corruption.
in good shape.
Hmm.
I guess that's not as bad as it could have been.
Not at all, right? Well, can they reach him in the next impulse?
I would assume so, yeah. Yeah, and there's a question in the chat. Are the Confederates not retreating? Lee shouldn't just think about this battle, but also the whole campaign. Well, I think that's a common issue with the games, even though they had the operational pre-game, and I guess there's some sense of a campaign that way, but it's sort of hard to get players into that mindset if you are not continuing to play a campaign and taking those losses over to potential further engagements. And then I'm not so sure if the players are actually aware about how badly their troops have been mauled. So from I heard from the umpires earlier that the players on the first day didn't really inquire about the losses of their men, and only learned about that during the night turn resolution. So maybe they don't have an eye for that or a sense of how many casualties they've taken. Yeah, or maybe it's a matter of communications, because Lee was still talking about like, yeah, we're gonna hold this line here and this and that. While I don't know, almost a corps is routing through Gettysburg there.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
they've
right.
picked up the units that were in Gettysburg and they moved them north of the town. I don't know whether that's representative or what that is. Are they adjudicating a route?
It looks
I
like
believe
it.
so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, and reading the arrows they've just drawn, I think they are contemplating now whether the Confederate units here are not supposed to give ground. Yeah,
They collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that happens, that would seem decisive. I mean, I don't know how much the Union has to pursue them because all their units are beaten up.
Right.
But in terms of the Confederate position, if the Union breaks into Gettysburg, that would seem to be a serious problem for the Confederate Army.
Yeah. Either way, it seems hard to see how they could continue a third day. Right. I mean, at this state of affairs, that but even Lee himself said he doesn't see any way he could carve a victory out of it. So the best he could do in his own mind is to craft a draw. I'm going to go listen to the umpires.
Sure. Oh, I'm just seeing in the in the voice channel, General Meade the second has returned.
Oh.
Yeah, that's of course an additional burden on command and communications of the commanders.
Yeah, swapping out players.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, because that Confederate advance up the road. Well, maybe it didn't. I was going to say it was rolling into the Union flank there, but maybe it didn't. They moved it back.
Well, that's an interesting attack there. Looks like the artillery didn't have that much of an effect.
Yeah.
So, Paul, what's the mood up at the umpires? You're muted if you're here.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just saying, not a lot of energy there, and the mood is they're cautiously pessimistic up there. So the words almost over were said. So, yeah, I think they're tired. They've worked very hard for 6 hours and 40 minutes. So, having umpired these things, you just get wall-eyed, right? You get kind of
right.
So they're there. So, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, Sean, the games you run for educational and analytical purposes, what sort of systems are you using for those? Are they also double blind if you use them for educational purposes?
Typically we don't. I mean, the games that I do for RAND typically are not double blind. We did run a Grand Tactical Gettysburg game for the Army, develop and run that. That was double blind because we wanted to give them, the experience of that. And we were looking at alternative technologies that we were giving the players, and one of them was the observation balloon. So that, the advantage of that, of course, is that you reveal units that you can see. But typically, for the more modern games, there's an assumption that there's enough surveillance capability in the battle area that they can see what's going on. And there's also a desire on the point of everybody participating to see what's happening. So you know, there's a benefit in that regard to having everything on the table. You know, it makes it easier because when you run a game double blind, of course, you have to have, you know, separate displays for the two sides so they can see what they can, you know, really see and not what they can't. And so, you know, that's why we don't run double blind games. Sometimes there might be, you know, surprise events, if you will, to reflect a lack of surveillance or a lack of intelligence on the part of one side or the other. But that's typically what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Wait, they're just gonna grind this thing out to its bitter end.
Yeah, I'd be interested. There's not that much left, right? I mean, there's just the remaining the lead elements of Fifth Corps and then Howard's guys, or maybe those are all Howard's guys going in.
Right.
Yeah, so over here that's all Howard's, and this is the remnants of Fifth Corps. And unless this attack here in the flank, which I think should be denied by these guns, pushes them back, I don't see anything here preventing the Union from breaking through.
That's pretty close range for that artillery.
Yeah.
Should be doing some damage.
So essentially the Union has secured Seminary Ridge, right?
Oh, well.
At this point, because it's Howard's guys are already up the ridge. And so if the Confederates are going to pull back, they're going to pull back to the town.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? So
Gettysburg is looking very empty now. Yeah, that's right. The units did just fall back from the north. Let's have a look over at Stuart's position. Yeah, being pushed.
I think run them off. One last hurrah.
One last hurrah. There's Marshall's cheese grater.
Yeah. Apparently he has been spotted, so
yeah. I think those horses would be blown by now.
yeah, they should be. Yeah.
Right? There was a cavalry battle in Missouri in 1861 early on. They rode around and the Union finally got the Confederates exactly where they wanted them, and they ordered a charge and the horses wouldn't move. The horses just said, "We're done. That's it." And then they were, and they all react to each other, and they couldn't get the horses to go. And that ended the battle. Even the horses have a vote.
Right.
Comes Sam Miller. I guess it would be kind of a nightmare to have Sam Miller doggedly, like your Jean Valjean, being chased through the streets of Paris by Sam Miller. Never rest your head.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go listen to the umpires again.
Okay, another round of dice rolling.
Yeah. What's he doing with that stand?
Attack, attack, attack. Ugh.
Oh, they did drive them off.
Mhm.
That one half brigade. We'll see what happens with the others.
Okay, signs of life up there, but they're talking about is winding down. So the discussion was Barksdale's attack did get hit by the artillery, and they're figuring out that right now.
Mhm.
Well,
Oh, now some of the batteries are starting to run off.
batteries are falling. Yeah. Barksdale broke. One of the half brigades broke.
Oh, the Confederates managed to get some infantry up there in the on the other side of the Hagerstown Road. Well, for a little while.
Okay, what's the disruption on all these guys? 5, 6, 6. The Union is so I guess the Pennsylvania Reserve they are spent as well. So So it's probably down to Howard to break through here, facing off General Lee. Who seems to have quite a good reading as to where the crucial position is.
Yeah.
As he did the day before. And I mean, if Buford could show up on the far left flank of the Union Army now, then things might be able to turn rather quickly if he rides down into the valley here. But he's still chasing Stuart.
Right.
And what is the Union cavalry that might come back? Kilpatrick? Is there a chance that he might come back in the middle of the day?
Yeah, there was talk about Kilpatrick. I don't see any units,
he was
but
basically...
he is scheduled for 4 p.m. So, oh, here's the graveyard. Well, that can't be all the units. There must be more.
No, that's
Still have,
unlikely. That's all. That's
doesn't look like they are simulating that combat, but there seems to be formations here. Jones Brigade and Cavalry Reserve of 1st Division at the Waynesboro-Emmetsburg Pass. Yeah, but I don't know about Kilpatrick. Where would we find him? Probably somewhere here at the map edge, but there are no units. So I don't know. It's interesting. I would have assumed, and I think someone in the chat said that earlier as well, that the Union by now would have pushed into Gettysburg, judging on how they started the day, the position they were in. I think they gave away a crucial chance with Howard waiting so long until he attacked.
Yeah, and Sykes was a little late.
Right.
So I guess Sykes started to move out a little, but then he paused for a while before he went forward.
Right.
And now it looks like, I don't know, maybe the attack is broken. It looks like Sykes's guys are.
Yeah, it does.
now the Union guns have to run off Marshall. Okay.
I guess if I were an umpire here, I would just do a very rapid resolve of several rounds of combat here and look how that goes, and then based on that, call it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got Howard, and that's about it on the attack, I guess.
Yep.
And then you've got this sort of Confederates hanging on by their fingernails.
What could the Confederates have done differently to change this outcome?
You mean in a macro sense, or just sort of
going back to the beginning of today and saying, okay, so they switched over to a defensive mindset midway through day one, and today they were just going to try to hang on. Basically, the Confederate plan today was hang on. So they constructed their fences and everything down there, the positions, right? So they hung on enough to allow the 3rd, the 11th, and the 5th to sweep around that west side just through sheer weighted numbers, just grind them down, right? Could they have done something different?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, their deployment out to the west with Pickett and the other units they had there seemed to work in that it delayed. They seemed to get back to Gettysburg faster than the Union got to Gettysburg, which
Right.
allowed them to hold the town. If that hadn't happened, if the Union had gotten there before them or had gotten there at the same time, I think that the Union probably would have swept into the town, given all that we're seeing right now. I don't know what else they could have done. The Confederates over on the far right, could they have, that little counterattack they launched, in the middle of the battle, did they sort of take disproportionate losses when they did that? I don't know. I wasn't following it closely enough. And if they had, that might have represented, a little bit more force they could have saved for the western side of the town, or shifting things over. I don't know. That's a good question. What do you guys think?
So I think the big mistake the day before was Longstreet's attack, like when he decided to change plans midway through and then rushing Hood into the enemy on his own and so forth.
Right.
And that really set them up for this day to be in a weak position on their right. What could they have done differently today? I don't know. Maybe, I mean, you're right that the positions there in the west worked as a delaying a reason to delay the enemy, but that also means they weren't available in the center to conduct any sort of attacks, or I mean, if they were even feasible or reasonable. But they are lacking reserves very clearly. And then I'm wondering, I think it was important to send over that division to Wolf's Hill, but was it that important to weaken the center for it? I'm not sure about that. Maybe that would have been one division that could have made a difference as a reserve.
Yeah, that's a good point. They could have just, I mean, maybe I don't know what the state of their troops was. They could have just relied on falling back over the difficult terrain to take the steam out of the Union attack and sort of concede Wolf's Hill to preserve some force to commit to the western side of town.
Well, by sending Stuart on that wide ride to get in the rear, that basically recreated Stuart's eyes being gone. Right? So you just took Stuart out of play by sending him on this big wide trip. So that put Stuart in tough spots. So that was one thing that I think they could have done differently. Pulled Stuart back and had him at this point being harrying the lines and figuring out what's going on. I'm not sure that committing that much and holding Wolf's Hill was that advantageous to him.
Right. But neither was
they have pulled
the
back
Union
to Culp's
attack.
Hill and use that line of hills there as a way to conserve some energy, and then not had Johnson go over, and then maybe even squeeze an extra brigade out to sit in Gettysburg as a reserve right now. But your point, Jans, I agree with it. The first day they sowed the seeds of this thing by Hood's division getting chewed up so badly, and then really by that entire attack by Ewell down into Wolf's Hill.
Yeah.
That chewed up a huge amount of manpower down there.
Right.
It's kind of like they lost their teeth on day one, and now they just kind of mispositioned just slightly on day two, and it's created this. But with my umpire eyes, I would call this one.
Yeah.
This is a Confederate loss.
Yep.
Now, the flip side, could the Union have made this victory any more complete today?
Yeah, I think they could have hit Gettysburg more quickly, right? We saw that Sykes, so when he moved up pretty quickly at dawn, but then he delayed before he went in, and the Confederates were able to gather their forces from the far west and get them back to town faster than Howard's guys and Sickles' guys, got up into the attack.
Right. I think the 6th was kind of wasted on the right-hand side. There's a fresh corps for gaining one set of hills.
Mhm.
I think the Slocum and those guys could have demonstrated on that side and kept them guessing. You didn't need to throw a full corps into that hill set there. That corps would be really helpful going up the center right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, or you
I-
could have taken one division, right, and reinforced that feint on the right, and then thrown the other two divisions, up the middle, which would have turned out better.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you wanted to achieve a demonstration on that side that got their attention moving there. It did that, but it was too heavy-handed, and they lost the ability to. Right now, it would be the tipping point. They would, if they had just a division or two on this west-hand side, they would sweep that out of there and make it a decisive victory in day 2.
I think that's probably right.
No, I mean, these are structural decisions that you do on the map in the beginning of the battle. So I don't think anyone's done anything untoward. Maybe Marshall, but no, I don't think anyone's done anything illogical tactically based on where they were and what was around them. I mean, you look at all the decisions that were made, makes sense, but it all goes back to the structure of the day and how you're gonna. It really is a CIC's battle.
Yeah, and a judgment of how much you're going to make your moves at different places and how much is enough, right?
Right.
It's a judgment call.
Yeah. There's that blue line there. What are they doing now? But there's the old saw that victory is when the enemy decides it's over. And so it sounded, talking to Lee earlier, that he feels like you're giving speeches like that, you're on the back end, you're on the back foot.
Doing what he can.
Is Lee still in here?
Rally his boys.
Right? When you're giving speeches like that, you're on your back foot. Lee's by himself down there.
Is he still there at the point of attack?
Yeah, he's at Anderson's voice. He's got a.
He should be very.
He is there, right?
Soon be co-located with Hood and Pickett. Yep, he's here.
Yeah, there he is. There he is.
It's been all my fault, boys.
I'm sorry, boys.
All my fault.
And Meade is over here, so they are both very close to each other and close to the fighting.
I still see little umpire hands floating around, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing. Maybe they are contemplating whether to call it, or who would be going where.
Yeah, there's not much left north of that road. There's one depleted half brigade. Well, it doesn't have any yellow markers on it, but
I mean, this might actually be the time to push 2nd Division 3rd Corps forward.
Yeah, because there's really nothing. That's a complete open gap, and they have they've got units that are still viable. Union still has units behind that battery that are viable. Yeah, that's a division that's taken a little bit of damage, but it's still combat effective.
No.
It's done. They're just figuring out how to announce it to the players, and
I see.
frankly, they're just talking about whether it goes to a third day or not. So,
What was the call on the fight west of town?
I didn't hear that. I think they're looking at it with umpire eyes and saying, okay, this is over. So, and what are the Confederates do as a rear guard? And they're talking about an operational question to Lee is how is he going to get back to Virginia? So I think they've come to the conclusion that the battle has been won by the Union. So it's actually kind of interesting. I know you guys are. I don't know if we want to stream the umpire table, but anyway, I'm going to go listen in.
Let's see. There is a question in the chat. Not sure what the pregame setup was. 6 Corps historically marched about 30 miles through the night. They were so exhausted they couldn't be used for the whole battle. Are we just assuming all the corps were fresh coming onto the field? I believe that's the case. I didn't see any disruption markers on them.
Yeah, I thought they were tracking whether or not the players were forced marching before the battle. I mean, in fact, I'm pretty sure they were, but I don't know when it came down to it whether anybody arrived on the field exhausted. I thought that because they started on June 30th, right? I recalled some discussion of forced marching, but I don't know whether anybody, actually showed up on the field exhausted. And in this case,
of interest, Sean, is they're talking about the fact that the Confederates are going to be forced to retreat from the field north, and the umpire discussion is like the battle is basically over, but they're trying to actually understand how to position the fact that the Confederates now have to retreat north, which is not along their line of communication. So it goes back to the discussion we've been having about that
right
northwestern road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Union doesn't have much to pursue with, right? The Confederates got that going for them.
Right.
The entire Union Army is beaten up at this point. Historically, they had Sixth Corps that was pretty fresh, and they could, they tried to pursue with that, but even then, their army was exhausted. They needed to, feed their horses, and so they were slow on the pursuit. But I think in this instance, they would also probably be slow on the pursuit because they're beaten up.
One of the lines of discussion is that the Confederate cavalry is in no shape to screen.
Well, that's a good point.
Historically, they had cavalry to screen their exit to the northwest, which was their line of communication. So they kind of have two strikes against them relative to no cavalry, and they're on the right road.
Yeah, that's a good point. And as I was saying, Stuart did a good job in screening their withdrawal.
This would be the only part of the International Kriegsspiel Society that is a slight disadvantage of when you have multiple umpires. They have to have a consensus on how to handle it.
Have a powwow.
You have a lead umpire and maybe an assistant. The lead says, "Okay, here's how we're going to end it." So, you know.
Are there any? I mean, just looking over the front, are there any units that aren't really badly beaten up that could make a difference in a withdraw and a pursuit?
Yeah, the only units here, what do we have here? Scouts Brigade, Parents, and Lanes. That's the light division. 3rd Corps. And on the Union side, that would be 12th Corps, 2nd Division, which is still in a pretty good shape, and parts of 6th Corps, 2nd Division.
And everything else is beaten up?
Yeah, and then a few... Iverson has and Stuart have a few units which are still alright, but other than that, I think everybody has suffered casualties. Yeah, I mean, here's a brigade with 2 half brigades, which are still fresh. And that's basically it.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. If the Confederates tried to, crawl away in the middle of the night, can they do it? And I'm guessing that what they would want to do is try to pull their far left back north. If they're gonna get back to Virginia.
Yeah.
And then shift somebody over to their far right so that they don't, so they have some hope of holding open the roads.
The downside of going to enemy territory and getting them positioned between you and your own country.
Yeah, and then when you go, when you go all in and well, it was the Union that went all in today, but
right
when you get decisively engaged everywhere, and on top of the sort of the operational picture, you've got your army sort of stuck in on its left there on Wolf Hill.
Right.
It appears to me that the umpires are now calling it, right?
I think so.
Not sure if we'll have a large debriefing.
Down and explain the call on it, and then as everyone moves up.
Okay.
We are done for the day.
Done for today and also done for the battle?
Unknown. That's why I was hoping Nick could come down. But right when he said he would, somebody came in and there he comes. Hey, Nick.
Hello. Another long day, huh?
Yeah.
Whew. Well, we just,
yeah. Go ahead and explain where you guys came out on it.
Yeah, we just got to the end. I think both Meade and Lee, maybe they communicated this to you guys, sort of ran out of gas there at the end. In terms of, their will to keep throwing men into the meat grinder. I know that Meade was a little surprised that his attack on Seminary Ridge actually wasn't repulsed. He was ready to call it off, and it actually either where he was able to secure Seminary Ridge. Very tenuous grip on it, but barely. I don't know if that was his original goal, was to just secure those heights and stop, but that's pretty much where the fighting ended. And I know that his original intention was to just fall back from the attack. So getting those heights, I think, was a victory enough. But certainly he has no more steam left to continue the attack. And Lee is lucky enough to not be totally routed off the field, having suffered quite greatly. But
So
that,
in terms of battle in the campaign, where you guys take it from here, or?
Well, we were just talking about that. Actually, give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. I apologize for that.
No worries.
Right back. Apologies.
Here we go.
So we were just talking about that. Obviously his Lee's retreat to the west is cut off, unless he on day 3 launches quite an attack and tries to hit 11th Corps and launch a breakout attack over there. That would be not his best option, I think. But
Difficult to pull off for sure.
Yeah. I mean, his path to victory now at this point is a little uncertain. I think now it's more of like a how does Lee get out of Gettysburg scenario. Maybe a rear guard fight. I'm not sure, but
yeah, that's what we were talking about too. Wondering how, he's got his army stuck in on Wolf Hill. How do you get them out and then get out the guys that are in and around Gettysburg?
Mm-hmm.
And the Union's not in really any condition to pursue, so maybe Lee crawls away. And then the issue turns on what else the Union could bring to bear on his line of retreat as he was trying to get back to Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of these corps. The Union corps are pretty badly beaten. Second Corps isn't the worst off. Third Division is still fairly fresh. Sixth Corps still has Second Division, which is pretty fresh, but
It's kind of an interesting question of not for the scope of this game or even the campaign, but if the Union of this side just decides to keep them in Pennsylvania, like just do blocking actions to keep him from getting back and just starve him out until he surrenders, because he's really put himself in a pickle.
Yeah.
His cav is destroyed. His units are completely. We were counting the number of units that haven't had significant damage. It's a very small number, and he's in a terrain features that he really can't run.
Yeah, I think Stuart getting quite beat up was really devastating. Now, if he can even get out of Gettysburg and out of Pennsylvania, he has no cavalry to screen his retreat.
Right.
And that's going to affect future operations.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of other situations where something like this might have happened, and I was trying to remember what happened to like Hood's army when he attacked at Nashville, and he was badly beaten and then crawled away. I think he was able to crawl away, but I can't remember the details of what happened to him. The extent to which the Union was able to pursue him and harry him on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Another
Well,
interesting
it's an
question
interesting
is,
umpire problem. Like, what even is a third day look like, right?
well, yeah, or is there going to be one at all? I look at the possible political ramifications. McClellan was blamed for not being able to pursue Lee after Antietam. Is Meade going to be blamed if his army is in such bad shape that he can't finish the fight after Gettysburg? Obviously, historically, he wasn't able to finish Lee off, but it wasn't because his army was mauled so badly. Now it looks like he did get beaten quite a bit. It wasn't Meade's fault that First and Second Corps beat themselves up on the breastworks in the center so badly, but it is going to look like that to the public and in the papers.
We were talking about the fact that Longstreet's assault actually gave a rallying cry that this was the victory. There's not been any event like this here where the Union could say, "Oh, this was the victory," because it's really just been kind of a bloodletting.
Yeah.
Historically, Lincoln was very disappointed in Meade because he couldn't pursue Lee and finish him off. Meade's defenders, and I think that there's some logic to what they say that because the army was beaten up and he needed to replenish, and the terrain and the Confederate cavalry made it not completely unreasonable that Lee was able to get away. But here, the Union armies, they have no fresh formation. They could chase Lee. It's an interesting question.
But the Union Corps could retreat their way to blocking Lee, so the 11th could actually move northwest and block that road just by its physical presence. The 5th, the same, right? So it forces the Confederates to actually march harder and longer, and they're beat up. They have no logistics. They could actually fall into victory that way. So they could look like they're pursuing by just simply moving away from Lee, but blocking intelligently.
Yeah, that was something that I'm surprised none of the Union players have thought of. Prematurely bringing out or pulling out some of their units, like maybe one of their more beat up corps, to position off map strategically to prevent Lee's retreat.
Right.
That wouldn't be within the scope of the game necessarily, but it would add points, so to speak, after the game.
Yeah.
Historically, the Union was trying to muster units to chase Lee in Pennsylvania, right there. I think there were militia units that they were pulling together, and never a super large force, but you could imagine trying to put them across roads to make it more difficult for him to get out.
Okay. Well, you guys worked your backsides off, man. That's a 7 solid hours of umpiring.
Yeah.
There was a lot of dice throwing.
Yeah, that's got to be a record somewhere. we were listening to the live stream. We were listening to the live stream at one point.
You want to have, and there's records you don't. You might have one you didn't really want.
The Marshall Book of World Records. At one point, we had the live stream on, and we all had a good laugh at the comment that all Stuart has left is his horse and a cheese grater, which was very true.
It is now part of IKS lore that Sam Miller chasing Marshall across the countryside might be the biggest thing ever.
Yeah.
And Sam Miller just relentless, and Marshall saying that Union cavalry guy's all over me.
At one point, they could see each other in their screenshots.
Oh,
It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Sam actually did a great job today. He did a great job on the last one too. But
He was very reserved at the beginning, so hey.
Fantastic. I will let you get back to it.
Cool. Yeah. Well, thanks, guys, and
Thank you.
We'll do it again next weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Okay, so sounds like so far they are planning to run day 3. I mean that might still change, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I still have day 3 on the calendar, so
I'll be dialing in from Origins. How about that? Not the floor of our hotel, but
all right.
Be dialing in from Origins, giving the report of my Friday and because I don't have anything for Kriegsspiel on Friday. I'll go play games on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds great. Well, and hope your games go well.
Thank you. All right, guys. I'm going to call it for myself here. Actually I always dread an 8-hour session, but hanging out with you guys is a lot of fun.
You too.
Yeah, I really enjoy the discussions we're having. So that's great. Certainly much more entertaining than doing the commentary all on your own.
Well, and when you do it by yourself, it's actually kind of stressful because you've got so much going on, and you talking into a mic, and not that I've done a lot of it. I think the conversation itself is much better with 3 people because you always have perspective. So I really appreciate it. It was great stuff. So we'll see you guys next weekend, and I'm signing out.
Have a good one.
Bye. Take care, Paul.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. John, are we done for the day?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't think there's anything particular we need to discuss right now. We have a very good picture of how the battle went and where it might go next week. So yeah, thank you so much for sticking in here and being with us all the time.
You're welcome. It's been fun. It
has. All right.
All right. Well, we'll see you next week.
See you then. Bye-bye. All right, everybody in the chat. Let's see how many folks are still watching here. Still 8 folks remaining. Well, that's something. But I guess has been clear where this thing went for a while, hasn't it? So we had a good view count, I must say, today. Very happy about that. Hope you all enjoyed the commentary and the battle overall. And thank you all for being so active in the chat. That was very nice to see. Yeah, G-Puzzle, I don't know. If there's gonna be a day 3, you might not be able to participate, but we will see how that goes. Anyways, thank you so much, and we will see you on our next adventure.